Hello, everyone, and welcome back to RHAP for some post-season Big Brother coverage deep dives. I'm your host, Taran Armstrong, and with me today, the man who has been waiting for this for a while. It's Quinn. How you doing, Quinn?
I'm doing wonderful. I made sure to shower before this podcast because I saw the no shower allegations on Twitter. It's almost as bad as the Allison Grodner's nephew allegations, all right? They're both false. I bathe, okay, America? This is your moment. Get stunned on, okay? Oh, my goodness. I'm happy to be here.
The no shower allegations come hot and heavy for all Big Brother players, I feel. It's a very common accusation.
Very funny. You know, it's like, what are we doing? You think that we have unlimited time? You think you're not going to take a moment to just clean yourself? Like,
to be fair, there have been some players.
You're like smelling through the screen. You're like, what is happening right now? That's crazy.
If Chelsie is to be believed, you know, Cam might have had some issues with his feet. Who knows?
I can say Cam may have had crusty feet, okay, but he has a big heart, so I'm willing to look past it. I gave him a pair of like my favorite socks because all of his socks were like worn out, and I was like, this guy deserves some love. Here's a good pair of socks, you know.
You know, it's that kind-heartedness that really shines through. So obviously we're here for a deep dive. Quinn, you once talked about racing.
All right, so it's gonna be a race to see who gets the deep dive with Taran. Dibs.
Deep dive.
I won! Yeah! No, I wish.
I mean, directly responsible for winning as well. You said taking Joseph out of the game.
Just dibs, all right? It's like, yeah, that was the real reason. I was like, I need to get this guy out of here.
Listen, you kept it on the DL, but that was clearly the reason.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Is there a way I can... Okay, here we go. I'm putting myself on Do Not Disturb. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I managed to take Joseph out with the selfish reasons of I called dibs first, and therefore I can't give him the chance to outshine me in the late game.
Yes. So we are here for a deep dive. Quinn, you were a huge part of the season, and also on the jury. I imagine there's plenty to talk about there. I do want to quickly tell a brief story before we get started, which is of how this deep dive came together, which is that I suggested a time and you said, oh, that's great. And then as I was recording a Survivor podcast, I see a message from you that was along the lines of, oh, is this live? And then I'm seeing in my mentions a bunch of people being like, oh, can't wait for tomorrow.
I may have gotten excited. I always thought these were live because in my head, like Corey's was 6 hours. And I'm like, they're not editing 6 hours of content. No shot. I remember like Zach live tweeting it being like, they're still going. And so in my head, I'm like, it's live. What are we talking about? What are you scared of? Hiding in the edit, Taran? Come on, give the people what they want.
Fun fact, we had to pause in the middle of the Corey deep dive to do a different interview for Big Brother, and then I came back and we concluded the Corey.
Oh, I wish that Corey would have been included in that interview. You're like, yeah, he's here too for some reason,
Yeah. But it was in that moment when I was seeing all these people talk about the deep dive that was not going to be live that I realized, oh, this is how the Pentagon felt.
Yeah. Just miscalculations, unbelievable. My Quinions chat, they were like, are those live? I was like, guys, I'm pretty sure. They're like trying to save me. They're like, Quinn, I don't think this is right. I was like, trust me, guys. Which one of us was on Big Brother? Okay.
You made a graphic and everything. It was very sweet. I felt very bad that I had to sort of be like, actually, Quinn.
Hey, shut that down. You guys don't know this, but Taran got very threatening behind.
Oh, I did, yeah.
He was very aggressive. He shared my address. I didn't share that with him. He just sent me my own address.
I sent it to you and I said, listen, if you don't take down that post. The real story is that I very much was like, okay, maybe we'll just do it live because I don't want to have to break it to him. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, there was another podcast scheduled for the time. I was like, all right, we gotta.
Oh yeah, everyone is tuning in to the Survivor Know-It-Alls. They're listening to the theme song. They're waiting to see who's gonna get the fishy, and then they're like, "Where's Quinn and Taran? This show sucks."
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Quinn. Tell me the story. Where did the Big Brother start for you? When did you start watching the show? When did you start listening to the podcast? When did you apply? All of that's good stuff.
Okay, so it all started with Big Brother 11. Prior to that, we were a Survivor family. Bob with the bow tie. That guy is. That's my brother's favorite player, or he was at the time. I was an Eric Reichenbach guy. Same with Ozzy. Anyone with vaguely long hair, I was cheering for. And then we moved to the United States, and all of a sudden, Big Brother is an option, and we can watch it. We tune in. I fell in love with or I started to like the show with season 11. Season 12 is when I fell in love with it. The brigade, the meow meow is so hilarious to me, especially as like a kid. I was like, that's iconic. Some guy just calling himself that. I was sold. It's so campy. It's so funny. That's where the love started for me. And then in terms of like applying, I applied for Big Brother 25. I was working as a like business development rep for a software company. Snooze fest. That stuff is so boring and lame. It's not for me. And so I was like, let me go chase my dreams real quick. I watched this podcast. I watched Pooch's application video, which gave me the courage to apply. I was like, oh, if this guy got on, I can for sure get on. Like, and that's no shade. He's obviously a good character, like whatever, but
well, like Pooch, you are a big dog.
Big dogs eat! Come on now!
What's crazy is I did that enough times in the DR. I have no idea what that's referencing. I was doing that every time I was in there. Anything vaguely like positive happened to me, and I'd just be like, we're back, baby. Woo!
In fact, yeah.
We are so back!
I believe the big dogs eat. I believe that was after getting Tucker out.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, big dogs do eat, okay? Come on. Oh, my goodness. Wait, let me put on a blazer here to match the... This is a big deal. We got to clock in.
Okay. Is this is the like beginning portion of the deep dive blazer? You do have another one prepared just in case you need to get more serious?
Yes, I do. I have one that is more serious. This is actually my sister's blazer. She's gonna be so pissed when I flex through these sleeves, but yeah. I've got something more formal for the later half of this interview.
Okay, so you see Pooch on the show and you think, oh, I can do that.
Yeah. All right. And so I record my video. I stayed up so late recording and putting this video together that I skipped work the very next day. And I got a call immediately from CBS casting. And it's this lady. She's talking to me. I didn't expect that in a million years. I had never considered like, oh, they'll actually reach out and I'll have to answer questions about myself. I'll have to like express why I'm a good candidate. Like, absolutely fumbled the bag. So going into Big Brother 26, I rewatched like 22 seasons. I skipped out on 8, 9, 11, and 13. I watched every single video or piece of media that is related to casting. I submitted my old video to Zach Wurtenberger through Cameo for his like thoughts, to which it was like, yeah, man, if you got a call, you did something right. So just do that again. So I like studied the casting process. Went
he also
out
sent
there.
you Dan's book, if I recall.
Yes, and which, oh my goodness. For people who are going to look it up, the easiest way to find it is not Big Brother casting. You look up Survivor casting, and there's this random article from like the early 2000s where there's a Dropbox link to Dan's book. It was so sketchy, and I was like, yeah, download. Screw it. Let's see what happens.
Let me tell you, it's hard to find nowadays in physical form.
Absolutely. I'm actually reselling bootleg copies for $9,000. If any desperate fans want to get on the show, hit my line.
Yeah. So you're looking up casting advice. You find it helpful, I imagine.
Vaguely. It was just like, honestly, watching the Mike Bloom Survivor interviews, like preseason, that's what really helped me. Is I just would answer the questions as if I was already on the show for Big Brother, and just trying to apply it to that context. So then I had like actual deep, like penetrating questions and like good responses to them. So then once the casting process started, I had an answer of who I am, what defines me, and these are the characteristics you should remember. None of those stuck. They only like the crash symbol thing, which is hilarious. But we got in. I was cut America style, and then they brought me back in the fold. It was a turbulent experience for sure.
Did you told them about your frogs and doves?
No, I cooked that up in Sequester.
Okay.
I'm being so for real. Like, I had a vague idea because I was like, there needs to be a difference between rats and snakes. And that was just like a thought experiment I had. Then I was locked in a hotel for an unnamed amount of time. And I was just like, let me cook, actually. Let me chef up some Big Brother theory. And so then the preseason press comes around and I'm like, all right, let me show them how crazy I am. Which I think I ate on the little graph thing,
In terms of like creating it, or where you would place yourself?
I think that I ate in like creating it. I feel like that was pretty fire. I think that that's a pretty good framework to apply to former Big Brother players.
It is pretty good. I feel like there wasn't a detailed explanation like on the show, but I have seen your explanation post show. But in case somebody hasn't seen it, can you explain your frogs and doves, rats and snakes theory?
So imagine we have a spectrum, right? And on this end, we have rats, or we have snakes. On this side, we have doves. These players are leading the game through what they believe is like the way to carry the game. So like snakes are very nefarious. They are lying. They are having a good time and they enjoy it. They are intentional in their like diabolical nature and they're having a good time with it. And they're controlling the narrative of the season. This is how we're going to operate. Then you look on the opposite end of the aisle, you have doves, people who believe that their causes are just. They are holy. They are honest. They are good. They are doing this for the right reasons. And they are pushing that same narrative. And you can be a hypocrite and be a dove. Like you can be like, well, you could be lying, but it's okay because your cause is just. But it's just like that difference in recognition of your own nefariousness and thinking that your cause is just. And then a rat is someone who reacts with those more diabolical, nefarious responses. They're not actively going out there and pushing this narrative that we need to lie to everyone. But if they find themselves back against the wall, they're going to do whatever it takes to get through it. Whereas like a frog is someone who is reacting with more honesty and truth. I think Cam from this season would be a frog. He's not like lying all the time, or as far as I know, he's not lying all the time. He's trying to be a more honest player, but he's not like, I don't think, judging people or anything like that. Just some basic summarization of the framework,
Yeah. Well, there was another thing that we should probably address right away, which is I think Rob took some issue with a statement you made in the house. There's a clip here.
She watches the same podcasts I watch, and that's some nerdy shit. Like, that's crazy. When she revealed that she watches, and this isn't a good podcast name, I apologize. And she was like, yeah, I watch Rob has a podcast. And I was like, oh, that's deep.
Listen, it worked out, because now it's like Rob has a podcast is a podcast conglomerate. Crazy name. I also recognize back when podcasts got started, maybe the names weren't as like intentional. I don't know. It's a crazy name. I also saw a clip where it was like you guys throwing shade and you're like, oh yeah, the guy who named the Crow Boys Alliance. That was the joke. I chose the most intentionally bad name just because I thought it was funny. And then Kimo ruined that bit. But yeah, listen, the podcast name is good. Also, to answer your question earlier, I started watching the podcast very heavily with Big Brother 23. I was really curious about like the formation and like the inner machinations of the cookout. And so that's when I really started digging deep. But yeah, listen, the name is a little wild. It's very on the nose.
Listen, Rob may have taken an issue, but if you watch the podcast that I talk about it, I am completely with you. Can you imagine? This is my job. I have to tell people, oh yeah, I do like podcasts and like content creation. Like, oh, what's your podcast? Yeah, it's called Rob Has a Podcast.
It's this guy named Rob. He was almost on Big Brother.
Your name
3.
isn't. Yeah, your name isn't Rob. Yeah, it's this. He was on Survivor. Oh, Boston Rob.
That's iconic. I'm happy. I didn't even think about what your day-to-day experience is. That's wild. Oh my god.
Yeah. You also, you went on the show and you said this.
Beat you too, Zach.
Cook it. Like, come on. I paid him money on Cameo, so I'm allowed to bully him. That was my theory.
That's how it works.
Yes.
Yeah,
So if anyone wants to bully Zach next season, the super fan that's watching this for sure, that's going to be on Big Brother 27. You have to pay Zach if you're going to say, I also beat you.
Pay him first. So now Zach has to be careful of every cameo he accepts. He has to be like, oh, is this person going to freaking go on?
It is a minefield, yes.
Yeah. Well, you get on the show. What is the game plan coming in? Like, what is your general idea of how this is going to work?
Off the rip, I notice how big all the dudes are my season. Like, they're so tall. Other than Joseph, I'm looking at every dude and they're massive. And so, and instantly I'm like, this is probably not going to go well in terms of being invited to the Majority Alliance just because of my size. People are not going to assume that I'm pretty athletic. And so that's my first observation. I want to surround myself with more sentimental players, those emotional players, so that as we get deeper into the game, it's more and more difficult for them to stab me in the back. Whereas I'm like, I'm a rat in a cage. I don't care. I'll do whatever it takes. I don't mind. Like, we'll still be friends afterwards. Like, who cares? So those were kind of the people I wanted to surround myself with. That was things that I was cognizant of, being so small. And then just overwhelming excitement. Like, in my head, I was handling it pretty well. Moving, my body was having like I'm not kidding, physical reaction to the anxiety of, oh my God, this is happening, to where I'm sitting next to Lisa when the second moving group comes in and my legs are shaking, like without my permission. I'm like giving off the most red flags. Like, this kid is scared for his life. And Lisa's like rubbing my back, trying to make me feel better. So it was just like a lot of anxiety. I wasn't even sure if I was on the show until I was on the stage and walking through the door, because I was like, no way they make them refilm this. Okay, I'm on. Yeah, just a million different thoughts, but strategically surround myself with more emotional players, and just whoever the first HOH is, I'm forming a final two with. I was absolutely going to do that no matter what.
Yeah, the wanting to align with emotional players, I think, is something that stood out in terms of like your pregame strategy. Having played the game now, do you feel like that was the right tactic for you to try to align with who you deemed to be the more emotional players?
I think that my idea was my head was in the right spot, but I overestimated my ability to connect with them and them appreciating me, because Kimo and T-Core flipped on a Majority Alliance week 3 or week 4 to keep Rubina over. Like, they dissolved the Majority Alliance. So like, if I had been able to fortify those same connections that Rubina did, I think that it works out for me. But the sad story of it is that I just didn't have that dog in me to connect with them emotionally. And so it backfired, but I think my heart was in the right place, knowing this is going to be cocky. I do have an ability to endear myself to others. I know that like the people who love me in life love me very deeply. And so I thought that I would be able to weaponize that in the house.
Do you feel like you learned anything about yourself playing the game, in terms of like being somebody that can connect really easily and endear yourself to people, and then finding some difficulty in achieving what you were hoping to via that sort of strength in the house?
I think what I did learn about myself is you know, it's a very insecuring process. It feels like every conversation you have with people is like water falling out of like a colander. Like it's just instantly gone. And so I was never, you know, I'm a very awkward person. And so trying to connect with people is like a difficult thing for me. It happens in some way or another. It's never intentional for me. And I feel like just being on the show highlighted that. I don't know what I did to make Brooklyn like me so much, but she liked me, you know? And so I like thought that I would be able to weaponize this charisma about myself. But the truth is, I don't even know what it is about me that makes people like me. And that's an overestimation on my ability. I was like, yeah, people will think I'm funny. And then that's it. Like, that's kind of what I learned.
Okay, well, let's jump into week one. You enter the game, you saw some big guys, but very quickly you start to become one of the like better positioned players because you are actually invited into a ton of different things. And I remember at the time a lot of people were like how is Quinn doing this? Like he's getting the invite from like every single person in every single corner of the house. So what was your experience of that?
So getting invited to every alliance was like very intentional. I shared with people my mile time instantly. Which is so stupid, but I was like, I need them to know that I'm an athlete. And so I shared that I was a collegiate athlete, both soccer and indoor track. I shared that my mile time is 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Like I let them know that I am a competitor. And so I think that that's what kind of opened the door. And then this wasn't intentional. I didn't think that being a super fan was going to play as big of a factor as it did in my game. I assumed everyone was going to download Paramount Plus. Like the days of Big Brother 14 where people are lying about how big of a fan they are, that to me didn't make sense because I'm like, well, you're either on the show because you're a recruit or because you're a fan. And then it's like, if you're a recruit, you have access to this very affordable like streaming service where you can just clock in. And this is such a big opportunity. Surely everyone is going to do that. And so I think that by sharing how much I loved the show and how knowledgeable I was, people felt like, oh, Quinn is a weapon that we can bring in and he'll be able to share insight. I think that those were the two big things that brought people closer to the idea of including me in alliances.
Yeah, I have to imagine that a lot of people who are recruited to be on the show don't fully grasp how like competitive it is beforehand because like otherwise I feel like you would do tons and tons of research. And this is not to like shade those people, but I think that like, you know, I think that if you're recruited for a reality show, like if you got recruited to be on I don't even know. I don't even know what other reality shows exist, to be honest. But like Jersey Shore back in the day, like it's not like you had to be like, oh, well, let me catch up on all the Jersey Shores so I can be up to date when I am on Jersey Shore. Like I have to imagine that's part of it.
Absolutely. And I mean, people did do research, like they watched season 20 and Big Brother Canada, I think 10 is what a lot of people, or 6, yeah.
6.
I know that people had been mentioning that, which I thought was strange because I'm too lazy to download a VPN. And so I'm like, I'm behind on Big Brother Canada. You've only seen season 20, 25, and Big Brother Canada 6. What the heck? Like, that's so random. Yeah, I think that a lot of people just assume, and this is the truth. Like, you don't need to be super duper familiar with the show to be successful at it. But yeah, people appreciated my knowledge of the game, but it also worked against me with like Tucker. He thought that I was like the Big Brother Antichrist because I'd watched multiple seasons.
Yeah, I think Matt was another guy that came in saying he wanted to like take out the nerds who knew about Big Brother.
And then he instantly gets up close with me and Joseph, which I was like, yeah, good strategy, brother. He was talking about like the Pythagorean theorem or something. I was like, all right, you're the dork. Like, get out of here. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so a lot of things happen immediately. You're given the choice about Ainsley, and you choose to let Ainsley in, which turns out to be a good thing. I can't remember. I believe you were you somebody who genuinely were just voting yes, or you thought that this was a ploy and that you were going to get something?
I was telling the other house guests that like I just had too big of a heart to say no. I was like, it's their dream, whatever. In my heart of hearts, I instantly where my head went was there's going to be an advantage, or we're really going to we're going to let this lady in, and she's going to be the rebirth of America's player, where America is voting week to week to decide what it is that she's going to do, and it's going to be worked through some kind of algorithm, AI, and it's going to choose the most optimal decision for her. And so my theory was, okay, Ainsley is in the show. I'm going to watch her like a hawk and see what decision she's making and who it benefits. And then that's going to give me an idea of what America is seeing and thinking. That was where my head went at first.
Yeah, I mean, I have to imagine that, like, there's no way you think we're actually in control of whether a player comes into the house or not. Like, they're not going to leave that in our hands for real.
Especially if it's not Paul. You know, like season what is it, 19, they're like, $25,000 you can insert, like, and I'm like, but I really did think that actress, if we got the votes, I was like, surely she comes in. And then my boy Joseph thought she was cute and revealed that later in the season. I would have been playing like long ball trying to make that happen for my dog. But yeah, disappointed that she wasn't even at the RHAP party. Like, she just turned her back on the Big Brother community. If you could believe that.
Man, she just took her check and left, huh?
It's disgusting.
Then you compete in the upgrade challenge, which you end up winning. And you get an incredibly powerful power, the deepfake HOH. Great way to start the season.
Totally broken, by the way. That was my first thought. They're explaining the rules, and in my head, I was like, yo, Twitter is pissed right now. That's crazy. This is insane levels of power. That room shifting back and forth is way more dramatic and aggressive than you can ever picture. Like, whenever I left this, like, the whatever building it is, that like infrastructure, they had to like hold on to me because my legs were so gone from like having to readjust to the shifting back and forth. It was crazy. I win this power, and my first thought is, no chance I'm using this unless I am just terrible at the game. Because in my head, I'm like, I can use this as a tool to solidify bonds, show people that they can trust me, and then at the end of the game, I can whip it out and be like, yeah, I was actually the guy who won the upgrade and I didn't need to use it. Like, those are my first thoughts once I got that power, just because it did feel incredibly OP.
Mm-hmm. Very Tyler of you to want to reveal it in your final speech.
I just thought that was sick, you know, some boogie. That was the initial with the coup d'etat, you know, like, yeah. And in the call out, or this is flashing forward, but like, I say that as Angela is trying to cook me she's like, you're a fan. You totally would have used it. I was like, all right, we want to talk about being a fan. I was going to do a season 7 boogie, like whatever, crickets. And I look around, I was like, yeah, none of you have a Paramount Plus subscription. Awesome. I just made my situation worse.
So you have this power, you're ingratiating yourself well, you're being invited into alliances, you are cozying up to the HOH, who seems to like you a lot. And this is really like, I mean, in many ways, the beginning and the end of your game, that you go to Angela and you make a final 2 with her and you tell her about the power.
She, at this point, I'm not kidding, is the most well-liked person in the house. From my perspective, people were so happy for her. They're jumping up and down post-win. And like, obviously there's some strategy there. But in my head, I was like, the greater majority of the house loves her. She's talking to me and she's like, she doesn't want to form an alliance, but she wants to work with the majority, which is a weird decision. But I recognize I had no say in the formation of this like majority. She's just informing me. And so my theory is that I'm at the bottom of this. I might as well just jump out of the side of the road here. I feel very insecure as a have-not. I feel like that was a miscalculation being a have-not, just because I didn't get to be a part of the conversations downstairs. Mm-hmm. And so I'm feeling deeply insecure. Even as we're having a conversation, I'm like, there's, you know, there was 8 of us. We need 5 people to vote yes in order for someone to get voted in. That means there's up to like 4 suspects that it could be. And we know that it's a physical competition. So I feel like that's shrinking the number. And so as we're talking about it, I get in my head that if she thinks that I have the power and I keep that from her this early on, she might use that as a reason, because at this point, no one has like properly done something that deserves to be exiled. And so I share with her that I have the upgrade as a leap of faith to save my own ass. And then, sorry. I don't know if we're allowed to curse. And then it's like a situation where I'm saving my own butt. I'm like pouring concrete on our relationship. And then I'm soothing her feelings because she is freaking out. Deer in the headlights. Like, I've ruined my game. It's over. Like, all this stuff. Like, you can just feel the insecurity of winning the first HOH deeply biting into Angela's game. And so I'm like, if I can offer emotional support as well as like material goods on why you should work with me, there's no logical reason why she should never trust me again. And honestly, forming the BB guns, I would have been like 70% loyal to her until it was an inconvenience for me. So like, as far as my final 2s go, that was one of the more serious ones that I was invested in. And it just blows up in my face instantly.
Yeah. Honestly, I think the logic there isn't bad. I mean, I think one of the bigger things for me was that like this whole notion of like, oh, well, 2 people are going to secretly get a power was like, they're going to figure it out. It's not going to be hard to figure out who has it, because all you need to do is start asking questions, and the people who played in the downgrade comp will be able to very accurately describe what it is. So you'll quickly determine who was playing in the upgrade comp, and then from there, it's not hard. But for some reason, that never happened. In fact, it was almost the opposite, where like very often people were assuming that 2 people from the same group must have powers. And I was like, how are you not doing any logical deduction on this whatsoever? Can you explain this to me, Quinn? Why was this not immediately outed?
It was, do you know who did out me? Officer Kenny. He told me to my face, he goes, yeah, well, Quinn's got the power. And I was like, me? No way, man. I think it's Lisa. Like, it was crazy, the lack of information seeking people were doing. And then some context, like behind the scenes, we were given the rules to both competitions beforehand. So you could vaguely lie about your experience with it, but people just weren't investigating, to which, to me, after Angela blows up that information and I share with Kimo, I'm like, okay, I've told my 2 people, no one's really doing too much investigative like journalism outside of maybe Tucker right now. And he's convinced it's Joseph and Lisa. And so my theory is we'll just let it die with Lisa and then we're good. Like, this is crazy. No one's asking like real hard hitting questions. It was wild that no one was doing like some hardcore investigation, but I think that's because they feared the consequences of, all right, now you figured out who the boogeyman is. Now you're enemy number 1.
Yeah, don't be the one like poking the bear, especially when the power. They didn't know what the power was though, right? So like they didn't even know how powerful it was.
Yeah. One of the early suspicions was, so Chelsie and Cedric lost their ability to vote.
Yep.
And so then Tucker brings up that maybe it's an extra vote. And I jump on this like a grenade. I was like, yeah, that's probably it.
You solved it.
Yeah, you got it, man. You've guessed that it's a million things. Hey, we never touched the veto. They never touched the veto. I was like, are you drunk? I was like, Kenny, what are you talking about? They touch the veto all the time, man. Like, what are you talking about, brother? But yeah.
Yes. Okay. So Angela, final 2. She knows about the power. You've made this alliance, and this is when the feeds kick in, day 3. Basically, unless there's anything else that was from like the first 2 days that you think is valuable that we missed.
I am getting closer and closer with Angela, and what that looks like. Naturally, the split of the house was the move-in groups. That barrier felt insurmountable. Like, it was crazy, the split there. And players like Lisa would identify when it was all move in group 1 in the kitchen. And she's like, oh, look at us. We're in this together. And Tucker's in there too. And I'm like, hey, man, maybe don't draw these lines in the sand. But I am making a point to try to like break down the barriers off the rip. Rubina is so scary to me because she gives off like, and she's not like this afterwards, but I think that she's such a talkative person. She was so well liked at the start. I'm like, this girl is a popular girl. She probably would have bullied me in middle school. Oh no, like she is too cool. There's no way I'm going to be able to like get close with her. Matt and I are becoming boys. Like, before the feeds start, we are outside. It's me, Tucker, Thamarin, and Joseph slides through too. We're playing pool outside. It is so hot. We're getting sunburned. And I'm like looking at Matt and I'm like, I'm here to spread negativity. I am not here for a positive platform. I'm going to call out every person I've ever been disrespected by in life. And so me and Matt are getting worked up, yelling at the cameras, threatening people, being like, you want to make something of yourself? Try to get like us. We're going crazy. And so I feel like super close with Matt. There's this conversation. I don't know what day specifically this happens, but it's me, Angela, Kimo, T-Core, and Leah in the bathroom. And no game talk has been spoken. And Leah just goes, I like this. This is pre-HOH, by the way. In my head, I was like, thank God someone thinks we're cool. Thank goodness. So when Angela wins HOH, I'm under the assumption that this is going to be the group that forms. Like Leah has started the groundwork. She's one of the most well-liked people in the house. She's really close with Angela. I'm really close with Angela. Kimo has no reason to not trust like Leah. And it's like, this is going to work out. And then Angela just ignores it. And it feels like we can't circle back to this. Like, this, what are we doing right now? And so, yeah, going into like post sharing my power, I have a great relationship with Matt and his side of the house, which is like Mackenzie. And then I also am building connections with the other side in Kimo and T-Core. And so, yeah, that's going into Angela's meltdown.
Yes, Angela's meltdown, the Pentagon, things start brewing here. The Angela thing was wild. I don't know if you've had a chance to check out any of the podcasts, but
not the podcast. I watched the episode. Her practicing in bed is crazy.
Well, so basically I started the update, and as I started the update, Angela's walking down the stairs, and I'm like, hold on, guys, I'm sorry, Angela's doing something.
That's iconic that your reaction was caught on camera.
I was literally just like, this is wild. She's doing something with her eyes, like.
Bro, that was you could have given me a million and I understand, Big Brother, expect the unexpected. That's not what that means. No one could have ever predicted that Angela was going to whip out a bazooka towards her own game and aim it on the floor and just shoot it. It made no sense. And when Joseph and I went up to her room the night before, I thought we were superheroes. You know, Angela is crying, dude, that her game is over. This is terrible. The collective is born like the collective is born on the bones of like a fallen power structure and working with the majority. We bring people together that like Angela said that she wants to work with, but also we want to work with. Like, I'm being told about it. I get the green light. Kimo and T-Core are invited. This is great. We go up and we tell her, and she doesn't buy it. And I discovered she doesn't buy it immediately. I thought that, like, I really believed her when she said it was a lack of sleep thing. I was like, this woman is having a mental health crisis in front of us. Like, we had to be sympathetic. This is crazy. She instantly is like, the collective's going after me. Wild that we would ever tell her the name of the organization. Is dead set on her, like, eviction. Crazy. And so when she is calling us out, in my head, I was like, so what did I just attach my wagon to? Honestly, is the crux of like my reaction is just, I can't believe anyone would do this to their game. It makes no sense. I didn't see the strategic backing. I thought I was like copium trying to be like, maybe she saw Survivor 46 with Liz Wilcox and she's like, I'm going to tank my game on purpose, like socially, so that then people carry me to the end and then I reveal that it was all intentional. Like I was trying to convince myself. And this call out post drives a dagger into the relationship between Matt and I. Because at this point, Matt is inviting me into this thing with Chelsie, MJ, and Leah. And we're meeting in the like storage room. We're talking about like all this stuff. And in my head, I was like, I'm so sick at this game. Everyone wants to work with me. This is perfect. I'm going to be a double agent for my final 2. That's the HOH. I'm informing Angela of the things Matt is saying with the idea of, that's right. You can count on me, girl. We're in this together. I immediately recognized that it sends her spiraling. And so now I recognize that my responsibility in this final 2 is not strategic. It is not physical. It is emotional. I just have to keep Angela above water mentally. And that is a task for anyone. But like, yeah, it stabs this relationship in the back because she says that he threatened her. And is like, you know, she felt very threatened and then he got in her face, like all this stuff. And in my head, I'm like, I am not going to align with someone who is doing that to anyone, but specifically women. Like, I can't do that. And so I like iced out Matt for a solid like 3 days because I was just like, I can't associate with this. This is like, dude, you can't do that. As the season goes on, I become more and more aware it was probably an exaggeration. It was probably a misunderstanding of social cues. Oh my God. So it's just absolutely bonkers.
Yes. It's
Except for you. Don't talk to me.
That was my favorite part. Low budget movie. That was you. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like you have it in you to like get a higher budget in the future?
I think that if you look at the landscape of the cast, maybe I'm not the best actor. You know, I wasn't almost cast on season 2 of Stranger Things, but low budget movie is extremely disrespectful. Okay. I killed it. I thought that I was doing everything in my power. People are going to see that clip and they're going to know that I laid it all out on the field. And so when she says I'm low budget, I think that it opens the door for exploration. People want to see if it's true, but low budget's crazy. Unbelievable.
Okay, so Angela goes off on Matt, and it's clear that this is the woman that holds your deepest, darkest secret in the game right now. It doesn't like super go well from there. You do manage to like hold on to Angela for a little bit longer, but not too much longer. But in the meantime, like she's kind of iced out of a lot of the strategy. By the way, you talked about like you approached her, she immediately was down at like that's what she was doing all week long. Was that like she was having conversations in the HOH with people and being like, oh my God, I don't even know what happens when this, and then they'd leave and she'd be like, I was doing that on purpose, guys. I'm trying to act like I'm upset about this, but so that they think that I'm like this. And I was like,
what's the strategic like benefit of that? Now you're exhausting to work with. I don't get that at all. Like
it was wild. It was wild, wild to watch. But you are brought into the Pentagon, which is, I think, the big kind of storyline of week 1 and the first few weeks of the game, which is, of course, the alliance with Cedric, Chelsie, yourself, Brooklyn, and Cam. And you, I think, like, correctly are feeling like, okay, I was brought in as like the 5th person in this alliance. This is not like a long-term thing for me. How you handled it over the next few weeks is sort of like a topic of debate for many people, I think. So tell me about your experience with the Pentagon.
So leading up to Cam walking me into the have not room, the last couple of nights have been trash talk central on Cedric, with the charge led by Tucker. Tucker is not vibing with Cedric at all. And he's like, everything he's accusing Cedric of is what I'm doing, by the way. And so I'm just sitting there agreeing. I'm like, yeah, everything we say is getting like bled back to Angela straight from Cedric's mouth. Yep, absolutely. We can't trust that guy. Whatever. So when Cam asks me my thoughts on Cedric as I'm being walked into the have-not room, I tell him, I mean, I like him socially, but strategically, I don't know where his head is at. He opens the door, Cedric's chilling. And I'm like, oh, whoa, hey, friend. Duncan, Oklahoma, a lot in Oklahoma, come on.
You might say this was your reaction.
What context is that from? Awesome. I love that that's my life. Yeah, it was pure panic. And I'm like, put on a poker face. And so then I'm brought into it. And they are describing our team, our task force, this squad that is unnamed. They didn't ask me for name considerations, but, you know, I got to name the collective. So I wasn't too invested on that. They share who's in it. Chelsie, Cedric, Thamarin, and you, Quinn. And I say, I always wanted to work in a group of 4. Like, I feel like there's a lot of flexibility there. Like, I like this idea. And they go, no, there's 5 of us. We'll let you know who the 5th is. And I'm like, all right. Yeah, definitely on the bottom for sure. And then they reveal that it's Brooklyn, who in my eyes is one of the best players of the season by a mile. And so I'm like, yeah, she definitely is going to outrank me within 12 seconds of being in this alliance for sure. And so I get the idea, you know, we're in this majority alliance. Why don't I just flip on these clowns and start the campaign now? Because I feel if I get outed in front of T-Core and Kimo, who I believe are sentimental players, I think that if they find out I was keeping this heavy information from them, that then they're going to be pissed and never trust me again. And we already have like the underdogs is like something that is like slowly but surely going to flourish. And so I'm like, now is the time, cash in on the goodwill of this so that we can build something much stronger once the power flips. And then we can use players like Tucker as a weapon against this already existing like status quo. I share it with Kimo and T-Core, and Kimo sells me out. I don't fully understand the strategic framework behind that, just because I was cool with Tucker too. Kimo wanted to work with me. Like, I don't get, it just made me look sketchy. And I was sharing with T-Core and Kimo how dastardly I was being this whole time, just so that they would trust me. Because in my perspective, if someone is showing you who they really are in the game, then that means they trust you implicitly. And then that is a weapon to utilize. Miscalculation. I also thought that Joseph would appreciate my nefarious nature. Not at all. He was sussed out instantly. So my idiotic framework, I thought everyone was going to be like me and appreciate that transparency. And so that's why I shared so early on with the visionaries the existence of the Pentagon, because I felt like it was going to take some organized, like boots on the ground, like strategy to take out this power structure in a way that benefits all of us. I didn't want to leave someone out to dry, and then we have casualties of war that were unnecessary, and it didn't work out for me, unfortunately. I think that if Kimo includes me in that snitching to Tucker, I think people are saying that what my move was smart, but it didn't work out. And so then I'm an idiot, which is fine. And I accept that. Like, I fully recognize I was being messy. I knew I was flying close to the sun. Like, and honestly, I just have high levels of self-efficacy. I believed that even if I do get kind of caught, I'll be able to get through it and hope for the best. Like that's kind of where my head was at in doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was very interesting because it felt like the kind of strategy that came from knowing the game, and so it felt like a little bit more of like an evolved form of the kind of strategy that you'd normally see. Like, you recognize I'm at the bottom, so I need to like preemptively make sure that I can like be in a power position moving forward. But I think that like what we saw happen was that you tell Tikor and Kimo about the alliance, and I think there is a world where it works. I know that like for us when we were watching, one of the things that we were catching early on was like, okay, Quinn is really good at getting people to like him and get on board with him, but then they're like, wait, where's Quinn? Why isn't he talking to us anymore? This feels sketchy. Like he just told us that he's in like a big majority alliance that's running the game, and now like he's over there talking to them. And is he talking to us right now? Like is he sharing those things anymore? Like has he decided to go in a different direction? And I think a similar thing kind of happened with Leah, which I'm sure we'll get to. But I don't know if this was just like there were too many pots on the stove to maintain them all, or if this was something that like with this particular strategy you needed to make sure that you were very carefully monitoring these people. Because I think that ultimately the thing to pay attention to with this is that if you are Tikor and Kimo and you've been told there's, you're in a thing, but there's a thing within the thing, and I'm in that thing, you guys are not in that thing, but don't worry, we're going to do something about it later. I mean, if I'm them and I'm not them and they're not me, but if I'm them, I'm like, well, I'm going to do something about it now. Like, I don't want to let you be in this good position. I want to be in the good position. And the fact that you're so chill about this makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that you're definitely right on maintaining relationships is absolutely something I struggle with in real life. You have 1,000,001 friends, but you're best friends with few. And so it really did feel like I was, balancing all these like plates on the like sticks, just trying to keep this above water. And in addition to that, with the visionaries, the first couple of days I'm going out onto the, going out into the backyard with them, and we're chilling on the hammock and we're talking and we're strategizing. And then Kimo's like, hey, we shouldn't hang out so much because people are going to think that we're working together. And so I go, you're a genius. We have a final 3 and we're actually loyal to each other, because I felt like I was really filling their bucket emotionally, like sharing, like, I see your value. I know you don't feel appreciated, but I know that you're a good player and you deserve respect. Like, I really thought I was working overtime with them. And so I go, okay, good idea. We should separate. And then he is attached at the hip with Tikor. And I'm like, oh, you didn't want to hang out with me. I get it. Awesome. Love that for me. And so, yeah, I think that was a struggle for me in the game, is like I had so many options that I didn't know how to invest in all of them. Like with Lisa, when she formed that alliance with me, her, Leah, Tikor, and then an unnamed person who ended up being Cam, by the way, which is crazy. I like at one point I was like, I need a cigarette, dude. I was like, oh my gosh, this is hard to keep up. Like, I never thought that would be the problem to have in Big Brother, but yeah, too many friends, not enough allies, I guess.
Well, week 1 kind of, Matt goes on the block. Matt ends up going home. It's relatively straightforward from that point. There's obviously a lot of other stuff going on. Interesting bit from the stock watch in week 1. Top 3 players on the board: Chelsie number 1, Cam number 2, you number 3.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Stop the count. Stop the count. Don't record stock watches after this. We did it, Joe.
We were doing so well.
Oh my goodness, so stupid. No, I was eating. And I think literally the reason why I was so good early on is because I was so insecure. I was like, I've got to cook every second. Like, I have to do this. Before the AI arena, I felt like the sickest player. I sit down with him and we had like a heart-to-heart an hour before. We're talking about toxic masculinity. My eyes are watering. He's such a good guy. Like, he's, so handsome, and he's misjudged for it all the time. But at his core, he is such a good person. So we have this conversation. We heal like the beginning stages of our relationship just in case he stays. And then before the AI arena, I walk up to him and I say, hey, I had a dream that the like AI arena was this puzzle where, and think like season 17, where it's like they put the pieces on the board and they have to hit the button to keep the magnets magnetized.
Mm-hmm.
And so I explained to him, and in my head, there's no shot that this is what the AI arena is going to be. But I wanted to share with him, hey, this is, this is my dream that I had, and this is going to be the competition. This is how you win it. And so I like blueprint how to win this one super specific competition, just in case he wins the AI arena going into next week. He's like, well, Quinn, he's a superstitious guy. He had this dream and he shared that knowledge with me. Maybe I can trust him. Like I was trying to hedge my bets, but Matt going home was great for me because it meant no one was targeting Angela so directly now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think we obviously need to talk about the AI arena itself, because that, I think, dramatically changed the strategy and the sort of trajectory of the game. When you heard about the AI arena, what was your thought process? Did it affect how you thought you were going to play? When did you feel like, oh, this is really impacting the way that I think I would have played?
I think that my initial reaction was, okay, this prioritizes the comp beasts of the season. Now all of a sudden they're given another opportunity to bypass the backdoor option. And it wasn't until week 4 that it mattered, because going into week 3, I'm sitting spicy. Like, it's fine. No one's going after me other than Kenny. Like, okay. And maybe Mackenzie, for sure. Mackenzie. But, to me, it wasn't that big of a deal until I needed people out like Tucker. And so it's like, the way it impacted my game was you can't even like backdoor people, and then getting people, like putting someone in a coffin, nailing it, and then like piling dirt on top of them is very hard for a player like me, who I can come up with strategic reasons for someone to go. And I can speak very convincingly, especially when I had so much influence or quinfluence at the start of the game. But now that the AI arena exists, those conversations are like being halted because everyone is scared. Well, what if that person wins the AI arena and you've put all of this information out there of why they should go? Now you have an enemy. And so the biggest impact for me was I didn't get to, fluff my feathers as much as I wanted to early game, where it's like I could bury players like Mackenzie, Tucker, and Matt, because it's like they're such obvious targets. And if they find themselves on the block eviction night, I have 1,000,001 arguments for why they should go. I never got to do that. So that was a difficult element of the game. It was also very funny. As we're getting votes for Kimo to stay, I explained to Rubina, if we just get like 2 more votes, the rest of the house will follow and keep him. And she looks at me confused and she says, house vote? There is no house vote. And I'm like, I don't know if you've ever seen the show, but odds are the house votes together and gets people out. And then she was right. The whole season, she ended up being right. And so then I look like an idiot thinking that like, oh, surely the house will follow where the rest of everyone else is going and send these people packing. I think that those were the biggest impacts. Is it prioritized comp beasts, removed the backdoor option, and like impeded my ability to bury people.
Yeah, and then, I think that while it still was far from perfect, the kinds of competitions on your season, something that we've been talking about for a while, were improved in terms of like equity and the ability for different kinds of players to win them, especially in the first half or so of the season, despite Tucker's dominance and then later Mackenzie's. But like it's weird that in a season where like 3 people won 1 billion competitions in Tucker, Chelsie, and Mackenzie, it was still like the most equitable season in years.
Which I'm going to speak selfishly. What the heck? I was so excited for these physical competitions that require like a quickness. In my head, I was like, yo, even the mental comps require physicality. And then I can maybe beat out all these like whiz kids that I'm locked in this house with. And then all these comps are equitable. And I'm sitting there like, great. It's just exposing how bad of a competitor I am. Meanwhile, Mackenzie, Tucker, and even Cedric was sick nasty too. Like, oh my God. So it was awesome, but at being on the season, I was like, man, where are these physical comps at? I'm ready to compete, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we head into week 2. Matt is gone. Chelsie wins the HOH. How did you feel about that, given that Chelsie was in the Pentagon? I know you wanted to go against the Pentagon at some point, but I have to imagine that you feel like this is probably pretty good as long as she doesn't take out one of my numbers.
Week 2 was, it like felt like Schrödinger's alliance. We had no idea if the collective was real or not because Angela like exposed it instantly. And so when Chelsie won power, we were all kind of at the edge of our seats where it's like, okay, I mean, it would benefit Chelsie to lean into the collective and Pentagon. So let's hope that she does it. And then in terms of like targeting the Pentagon, I wasn't too nervous about it because T-Core was so close with Chelsie, like so transparently interested in working with her that I was like, no shot like T-Core is going to try to mess up this alliance right now because we're all invested or Quinn vested in this success. I'm going to stop with Quinn puns. But it's like, you know, we're all invested in this. It all benefits us. Let's see what happens. And then there were obvious targets, which I feel like solidified that bond of putting up Angela, Kennison, and then Tuxworth. You know, it like to me made sense for the collective to come together. And when it did, I was just thanking good, like all that is great and holy because, you know, I came up with the name collective when I was in 8th grade or something like that. Like, thank goodness this alliance stuck. Otherwise I'd be devastated.
Yeah, this was also when the era of volunteering for the block really came into play, as Angela basically volunteers, Kenny volunteers, Tucker then later volunteers, and then those same 3 people will be basically volunteering for the next like 3 weeks. How did you feel about that?
Absolutely unhinged and dumb. Whenever Tucker was like, you got to volunteer for the block to, you know, build your resume, I was like, what show are you watching? My goal is to not touch the resume ever or never touch the block ever. It shows courage. You know, I think that he was emboldened by like the AI arena, but people volunteering for the block, I was not interested in that business. I wanted no smoke. I'm a coward. Absolutely not trying to be on the block at all. But it made everyone else's life way easier by having those people interested in being on the block and potentially going home.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, this week is somewhat simple. So basically, you know, Chelsie takes these volunteers, but she wants Lisa out. She was also considering Leah pretty heavily at this point. She's concerned about the Cam-Leah connection early on. She's ranting to the cameras about Cam's feet and his flirting with Leah. And you are connecting with Leah at this point as well. You make that final 2 with her in the backyard, which you, from I think my perspective and from many people's perspective, seem to think is good for like the next 2 months, despite like almost the next day her being like, oh, I actually hate Quinn.
Yeah. I like, to me it felt like such a good idea to form this. And then after I form it, I recognize she's just way closer to Cam and I'm not a priority at all. So that's why I like take my foot off the gas, like strategically, where I'm not as like bold, I feel like, in giving information, just because I felt like she was just going to give it out. And I was so scared that she would tell Cam. Little did I know she was like hating my guts and like, you know, whatever. And I knew later on into the season that she would offer me up on the block, but it was like this interesting dynamic where I, you know, have a big crush on her and I'm like, whatever. People like felt bad for me whenever she would sell me out. And so then in my head, I was like, Leah, stop selling me out because it's making people mad at you. Like, just stop, please. Early game, very dangerous, but luckily I had surrounded myself with like these really good alliances. But yeah, what an interesting dynamic. I really felt like it was mutually beneficial for both of us to work together. And so to find out that it wasn't working out strategically so early on, it was like disappointing.
Yeah, well, I think it was another case of like, you know, you had that big talk that night, and then the next day, it wasn't really the next day that she like flipped. It was in the next week when Cedric was HOH. But like your foot really was taken off the gas in terms of like maintaining that relationship, because I think the next day is when it was like, oh, by the way, everyone, it's Leah and Cam. They're the thing. And that, as you seem to imply, like was sort of like scared you off a little bit. Like, oh, well, how are we going to have a secret final two if they're going to end up in a showmance? Which I think is like a very fair assumption. You have to be very careful about showmances. Obviously, it doesn't become a showmance. But I think that the backing away makes her a little skeptical. Like, oh, was that just like a one-time thing? Am I being played? And then later when Cedric is HOH and the whole power stuff comes out, and then she has a conversation with Cam, she's like, oh, this guy's a snake and he's playing me. Listen, there's a whole plot line there of the amount of times we were like, when is anybody gonna, because literally everyone in this house knows that she's dogging Quinn in the game like constantly, and nobody's telling him.
Fill me in, guys. Help me. Help me out, please. Just for a second. You know, I've seen the memes where it's like Kimo and Tico are like, we should tell Quinn. And then it smash cuts to 3 weeks later and they're like, we should tell Quinn. I don't know. Oh my goodness. I knew that I honestly, and I felt a lot of guilt. Like that was another reason why I kind of took my foot off the gas was, me getting exposed as such a big liar. In my head, I was like, I probably should have told her. I probably should have told Joseph. I probably should have told a lot of people about my upgrade. But my like trauma in informing Angela, and then my uncertainty with, you know, Joseph was obviously a super fan. And so I'm like, if I tell this guy, he's going to tell everyone. So like, what are we talking about? And then if I tell Leah, she might tell Cam, and then Cam tells the Pentagon. Now I'm the asshole. Little did I know that Kimo, of all people, is going to confirm to Tucker that I have this power. It was like unbelievable.
Listen, this was very much the season of crushes. And at the time, we were like, what in the world is Kimo doing? And then like the next day he has a conversation with Tikor about like, yeah, I've got a crush on Tucker. I think it's screwing with my game. It's like, oh no.
It's so cute. Who can blame him? Tucker is such a cool, handsome, thoughtful guy. I get it. But include me in your plans, Kimo. Like, please. Oh my gosh. Devastation.
It was wild. That whole scenario was very, very wild.
And if my game has to tank in the name of love, I'll take it.
So, okay, so what's happening is Chelsie, but before all that happens, Chelsea's the HOH. She is thinking about taking out Leah because of how close she is with Cam. But kudos to Mackenzie here and Leah. They both get in there, but Mackenzie in particular really cozies up to Chelsie. It reveals her own power and like gets Chelsie on board with not even bothering to target her because, you know, A, if you do, I'll be able to just use my power. And B, I'm trusting you with this information. Chelsie then backs away from the idea of using her and Leah as pawns, and then away from, you know, targeting them at all, and on to targeting Lisa. Gets the volunteering from Tucker and Kenny and Angela to some degree. She also gets there's I don't know how much you know about this, but there's a whole segment of time right before the veto ceremony when I think it was right before the veto ceremony, or right before the veto ceremony, where it almost wasn't Tucker because Leah and Mackenzie were pushing hard that she should put up somebody like Cam, like get Cam to volunteer, and we were like, oh, Chelsie is just humoring them, but then they call Cam in and he's like, nah, I don't want to do that. But they keep pushing, and it's Mackenzie and Leah doing this, not even Chelsie pushing that hard. And Cam eventually is like, I guess if you need me to. And we're like, okay, this is like this whole charade. Obviously, it's not going to happen. Then Mackenzie and Leah leave, and she's like, so you're really okay with this? And he's like, if I have to. And I'm like, wait, what? No, you're not actually doing that. And then later she brings it to Cedric, and we're like, oh, Cedric's going to talk her out of it. And Cedric is like, oh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Yeah, I guess you could do me instead of Cam if you needed that.
That was my relationship with it. I heard after the fact that Leah, showmance, whatever, is like, actually Cam should go. Iconic, hilarious. But then my perspective was, I heard that Cedric was going to be a pawn. And I was looking at him, I was like, don't do that. If you're being put on the block as a pawn, that shows that you're expendable. You deserve better. I'm like trying to talk him off the edge, like, come here, buddy. No, don't jump. Don't be a hero. Get over here. All
Which
right.
is very ironic considering what happens later.
I know.
I know. So yeah, the feeds went down for that, and we were like, oh my god, this could come back. It could be Cedric, it could be Cam. It ends up it's just gonna be Angela, Lisa, and Tucker on the block at the end of the week. Tucker wins the AI arena. He really likes puzzles. And Lisa's gone. He takes out his nemesis.
Yeah. Some like framework behind that. There was a solid 18 minutes where Lisa was going to stay and Angela was going. Mm-hmm. And that was because Angela yelled at me. Mm-hmm. Which I did want to get in front of everyone and say, I had no idea that when Angela was talking about like, that's the group, I didn't even for a second think that it was like built around like a race assumption. Mm-hmm. And so when I'm in the DR talking about, I was scheming in that like argument where Angela is like yelling at me and she's like, you killed me, like all this stuff. I am like de-escalating. And I was like, that was not my intention. That is not what I did. And that is not like, whatever. I'm like de-escalating. And I was like, I was not scheming. I was not doing anything like that. As far as I understood, the reason why she was upset was that I told people what she said behind her back, which was me trying to bury her so that she would go home with the knowledge of my upgrade. And then Lisa is always going to be a target next week. And so as she's like yelling at me, I had no idea that it was like built around race until T-Core shared that. Mm-hmm. And then even then T-Core was not like convinced that Angela was a racist. And she's like trying to articulate this. And then she just gets interrupted, which of course that happens in those very important conversations. But yeah, that's like, I do want to get in front of that because I know a lot of people were worried that I was throwing out like Kyle allegations onto someone. I would not do that without proper knowledge. And if I did, it wouldn't be for game reasons. It would be for like, life reasons. Mm-hmm. And so after Angela yells at me, the whole backyard forms around me and they're like, don't worry, Quinn, that's unacceptable. And she's gone. Then Lisa is herself. And then they are like, oh my God, I can't do this. She's like tossing like flash banging like glitter in our face. She's like cooking up stuff that nobody wants. Like instantly ruins it. And I'm just like, Lisa, all you had to do was just get in your hobbit hole and hide. And I think that you would have been fine, but that's not how
she also definitely had the power.
Yeah.
Everyone could read it on her face.
I know. And then the best part is like, there's like this argument going on. And then she mentions the power again. And so then I am, a wounded bird telling people like, and then Lisa comes out and she's talking about the upgrade again. So it's like, she definitely has it. Like we all agree on this. And then Kimo confirms with Tucker. And it just, oh my goodness, devastation.
Yeah. So I think it's the end of this week that, because it's after the blow up with Angela, that Angela goes to Tucker. And I think this is in the episode that she's like, hey, just so you know, like, Quinn, and I were you right there? I think you might have been right there. Yeah. And that's when she was like,
his personal attacks. I'm like,
yeah.
What up?
She tells Tucker that you have the power. Tucker does not believe it. Like firmly does not believe it. And is basically telling Kimo, like, can you believe what Angela's trying to tell me? And Kimo's like, oh no, yeah, that's true. He's got the power.
Why is Angela a better ally, Kimo, than me? Like, I don't think like maybe I just didn't. Apparently I didn't like water the relationship enough and let it flourish. So that's my fault. But Angela's crazy. So like, what is his strategic endgame on that? Like,
so I mean, I haven't talked to Kimo. Maybe you have. Maybe you've asked him this. But I think my assumption at the time was like, okay, Kimo is holding this secret, and now here's Tucker coming to him, like basically fishing, like in his mind, perhaps fishing, like, do you know about this? And is Kimo now going to lie for you, especially if Angela's revealing it? You've told Angela this is probably maybe even going to come out at some point. I know that Kimo later was feeling like when he said it, he was like, this is good for us. This helps us. He will be good for us to have this power. He thought, I think he was doing something good there. But Tucker takes it as like, oh, that's the no.
When? You're an idiot, dude. You're playing this game terribly.
that's awesome.
He does not like it.
I hate it.
So this actually, I think, gets held for a little while, until the following week. Cedric is the HOH, and Kenny, who, by the way, week 2, you're not doing terrible. Week 1 you were a 7, week 2 down to a 6.
Okay.
Not bad. You still have the power. You're still in a bunch of alliances. You had that thing with Angela, and this power thing is starting to be a little sketchy. But I think we didn't even know that it was outed by the time we rated at that point. So, right, we certainly couldn't have, because Kimo was a 7 that week. This is one of only 2 weeks that Chelsie is not the top-rated player, and it's because at this point in time, T-Core and Kimo were in a position to really like take off, right? They had the information from you. They were deep in the collective. The Pentagon was not going to be powerful enough to overcome them. They had the Tucker connection. They had Rubina, and they were socially in a really, really good spot. Of course, things changed after all of the Tucker stuff the following week. And this really, I think, all stems from Kimo. We can say it stems from Kimo telling Tucker, but again, I think he had good intentions. You would also have to definitely place some blame on Tucker for like taking the information the direction that he did.
I know, because socially, like he and I were boys, and it was like the underdogs was like this natural forming relationship of players who like could benefit each other's games. And then I think that he saw red like a bull, and it was just like, Quinn's a snake. He needs to die for sure by any means necessary. Maybe I'll align myself with Cedric, who, as far as I understand, they didn't have the greatest personal relationship. So I just didn't see the fruits of that move.
So
but
basically what happens, I think you know this, that like Kenny is like, hey, I want to get some guys together. And he's talking to Cedric because he has a good relationship with Cedric. They've got that like kind of like police military connection. And he's talking to Tucker, and he likes Tucker, and he really liked Matt. He's got like a bit of a type. And so he's trying to get these guys together, and he approaches you. And he wants to pull you in. And then when he goes to Tucker to be like, yeah, Quinn's all about it. Like, Quinn wants to work with us. He doesn't have any other alliances. That's the last straw for Tucker. He's like, excuse me? The snake Quinn, who's lying about his power, doesn't have any other alliance. He's going to work with us, with Kenny, and you got like, no. We're not going to let this guy just run around all he wants. And that's when he just blows up the entire spot.
Bro, when Kenny approaches me, by the way, I had just ran 50 laps back and forth. It was so hot. I was like dry heaving in the bathroom. And so I went out to the pool to straight up cool my body down so I didn't pass out. Like, I was in rough shape.
Should have just passed out.
Yeah, I should have just. I don't have my glasses on. I don't have a microphone. Kenny walks up and he's talking to me about forming this alliance. In the DR, I was forming final twos as a bit. And so in the DR, I was like, straight up, I'll form a final two with Kenny right now if you want me to. And they're like, no, we're not giving our opinion on that. No. And I was like, all right, guys. Okay. So when he forms this with me, it is taking every ounce of strength left in my body to not burst out laughing that he wants to work with me now that I'm like seen as a physical like threat, I guess. And so I use this fire line where he's like, I know you don't got a lot going on. And I said, yeah, it feels like I'm chasing ghosts. Sick line. And then the next day I'm exposed and I look at him and I was like, so was it all smoke and mirrors or what? And I was like, why am I using all these good lines on Kenny? Oh my gosh.
Kenny, by the way, for 3 weeks received nothing but ones from the panel.
The first 20 minutes of his like, you know, game of possum where he's like, I don't want to be here. I was like, this guy's in the DR comparing himself to Dr. Will. He's talking about how naive us kids are. He is playing us right now. I was like, no, let's keep him. You don't want to be here, buddy? All right, suffer. Come on. Like,
I'm a fighter, I'm a winner, and I'm not going nowhere.
oh, get him, Kenny. Oh, that's my guy.
Okay, so that's not great. And Tucker, of course, comes up with this plan. He puts he brings together like these guys. Man, I called them the ball boys, but they were actually the something else. The ball
Shakers or the ball.
The shaker. There was the Shakers and the Ballers, or something along those lines. I think the Shakers was minus Kenny, and then the Ballers was with, or no, it might have been the opposite. Kenny might have been in the Shakers, because going to shake up the game, and the Ballers were with like Cam and Tucker and Cedric. But it was basically just that group of people.
Wait, so the Ballers is real?
Oh yeah, you didn't know this.
Vindication, dude. I was like, wasn't there something called the Ballers? And then all of a sudden, MJ and Leah are like, this guy, he's in another one. He's in another alliance. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, like a month and a half later, you get this is one of the MJ conspiracy theories that she had many of, which was that, wait, wasn't there an alliance called the Ballers that's like a group of athletes? Who's an athlete? Cam, Chelsie, and Quinn. They must be the Ballers. How did we forget about this?
This is so. Oh my gosh! Thank goodness you know what I'm talking about. Oh my God! When I was talking about that, I was so confused on how the death ray was pointed at me. I was like, why would I?
She went to like T-Core and Kimo with it, and it was like, okay, it obviously dies here, and they were like, oh no. What? And they were like, we need to talk to Quinn about the Ballers. And then of course they never did. They didn't for a while, and they finally did. They were like, Quinn, we need to ask you about something. What's the Ballers?
You know what? It is deserved. I was playing with fire the whole time. I can't be mad that people thought that I would be in a hypothetical alliance with people, because realistically, I had an alliance with everyone throughout the season. Like, other than, well, no, Matt, we hadn't even named our group. So like, yeah, I was aligned with everyone at one point. So I can't even be mad, but just, oh my God. Okay.
It was such a Corey situation to be in. So had that going for you.
Oh yeah, it was like, oh, go ahead.
So they come together. They form this group. Tucker rats you out to Cedric, and Cam, and I think it's to Cam first, and then Cam goes to Cedric with it. And this is like a big aha moment, because you have been kind of like on Cedric's throat and Cam's to some degree, and in the meantime, you're like his final two. He's got a final two with you. He actually feels really good with you. And he hears about this, and he very quickly, I think, and very like correctly, is like, oh crap, we can't. They both Cedric and Cam, we can't trust Quinn. He is a snake. He's been snaking us. He's telling them about this. He's telling Kimo about this power. Tucker knows about it. We don't know about it. We're supposed to be in an alliance with him. This is bad news. And for a second there, it was they were gonna target you, but they weren't sure what direction they should go. And ultimately, Cedric came to what I did think was the correct conclusion, which is like, it's not worth blowing up the entire structure just to take a pot shot at Quinn. when we can use him and his power for another week, and then like just file this in the filing cabinet, and we'll pull out the evidence later, and we'll take that shot later, which was the plan at that point. Spoiled by the fact that he then volunteers for the block the next week, so we can talk about that. But that was kind of like the series of events there, and then I think the episodes do a pretty good job of explaining kind of like the Tucker of it all, and how he felt like he wasn't told, even though he definitely was told, and all of that.
Which is hilarious. Him just being like, F it, I don't care. Right before the veto ceremony, I am called into the HOH room with the Pentagon. My Pentagoners for life, for life. And they break the news to me that Tucker is like going after me. And in my head, I'm like, that makes zero sense for Tucker. Like, he and I are boys. Our boys are mutual. Like, we have all the same friends. And strategically, he's not even like effing with Cedric like that. And so my logic is, whoa, the Pentagon is way smarter than I could have ever predicted, where they are sharing this information with the idea of pulling me closer to their ranks and further away from the underdogs. And so I'm like, hey guys, I don't have the upgrade. That would be crazy. I was also nervous. If I confirm that I have the upgrade and that I've been lying, they now know that this is what it took to get the truth from me. Not a good look. Let me just say that Lisa had the power. Like, let me try to lean onto this like farce. And so when we're walking downstairs to the veto ceremony, I'm like, Tucker's my guy. Like, this makes no sense. Literally in the DR the night before, I was like, Tuck Daddy winning the HOH winning the veto is perfect for me because I am his biggest fan in the game. That's my dog. Like, just properly out of the loop, which I have no shame in. Like, it is part of the game. But like, going into that veto ceremony, I'm like, yeah, he wouldn't do that. It's not smart for him. We need each other in this game if we're going to go far. Cut to the ceremony. He is shaking with a white hot rage when Cedric doesn't put me up. And I'm looking around like, oh my God, he hates my guts. I'm like, whoa, this dude, oh my God. Oh boy, we are in danger. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, you then have to do a lot of damage control because at that point you finally have to admit to having the power. And I felt like you actually did a pretty decent job here. I mean, like, it didn't help you really any with Tucker, but like for the most part, you pretty much won everyone back around. It was funny again with T-Core and Kimo because like, I think they got a little bit swept up in like all of the like, yeah, he did kind of lie. I mean, I guess he told us, but which was very funny.
Which I talked to T-Core about this in the jury house. I would have told her if I wasn't so nervous about her telling Chelsie, because I told T-Core about the like, that's the group comment. And then it instantly gets around to Chelsie. And so I'm like, I know T-Core wants to work with Chelsie. I know they're interested in working together. I'm also talking about like, hey, if we find ourselves in like a eviction number 5 and 6, like double eviction night, I have to take a shot at like Cam and Chelsie. And then like, I'm getting pushback from T-Core on it. So to me, it wasn't that crazy that I didn't tell T-Core about the upgrade, just because I felt like she was still interested in working with Chelsie, which makes the flip on Cedric very interesting. It's like I have no idea. But yeah, when I got called out, I felt like my ticket to freedom was played off as a joke and just be funny and not freak out and try not to lash out at anyone too intensely. Angela, you get a couple free licks in there because she was acting wild. But for the most part, I felt like I navigated the situation with like, just what, me? I don't know. Like, that was my approach there.
I agree. I think that like, I mean, when it came to Chelsie and Brooklyn, like they didn't even care. Like they were chill about it. And weirdly, I think that this was most damaging with the people that you told the most to, which was Kimo and Tikor. Kimo, I think probably because he felt a little guilty about the situation, and Tikor because you hadn't told her, but also because it caused a little bit of a rift in the two of them, where like Tikor is like, wow, Kimo didn't tell me. And she had like a moment where she talked to Rubina about it, and she's like, I can't believe Kimo didn't tell me, like, can I trust him? And they had that little bit of a rift, which then brought them even closer together. And I don't think this was necessarily like a conscious thing, but like you were kind of the cause of the rift. And so I think them having that difficulty coming back together even closer pushed you further out in that trio. And then of course the following week you really start to get at odds. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like where you are, you also have the added advantage of how broken this power is, which is the second you don't end up on the block, nobody can be very mad at you because you're guaranteed HOH next week.
I went and showered because my hair was a mess. And so I was like, these conversations are going to be on TV, let me go shower. I had 4 people walking up to me throughout my shower being like, it started with Joseph. He's like, hey, don't worry. We're not mad. I'm not mad at you. I'm still interested in working together. And I was like, till the wheels fall off. Then Brooklyn comes up and then like Chelsie. And it's just like, everyone is walking up individually. And the person who had the biggest issue with my lie was probably Leah, but like more transparently, Rubina.
Yeah.
He looked me in the eyes and was like, I'm questioning everything that you've said to me. And to which my response of like, there's a lot of lying in Big Brother. I'm like, okay, dude, well, sue me for not telling you. All right. Like, what are we doing right now? But yeah, I felt like people couldn't be that mad. My biggest fear was since the like upgrade was used by Mackenzie, I was like, realistically, if people are scared of my power, it might work against me if I find myself on the block that people send me home because it is such a threatening power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you end up on like via America. Yeah, let's quickly talk about Rubina and then we'll talk about America's nomination. Because you had just made a final 2 with Rubina. Like literally like the night before this happened.
Yes, I formed those final 2s with Joseph and Rubina, by the way, because I had not been called to the DR in a while. And I was like annoyed. I was like, you're trying to do this show without me? Let me chef up some final 2s. I formed those with ease. Like people are so down because who says no to a final 2?
I'll be honest, it's been real easy to lie to these people.
That guy's hilarious. It's shocking. Like they're like, oh yeah, let's do it. Joseph, I understand, was being pushed by Tucker, which is hilarious to form that. My second favorite final 2 was a lie. How heartbreaking. But with Rubina, it to me made sense. Like if we were going to ride out into the sunset with the underdogs, I need to have some security there. Kimo is so locked in with Tikor that I felt like it was so transparent with Rubina. And at that point, her and I had a really, really good personal relationship where, I don't know, she was like my older sister. She like reminded me of my ex-girlfriend. Like I was like sharing like who I'm like friends with. And so I'm like sharing all this stuff. It made sense. And then Tucker is just like, huh! It's crazy. Yeah, she was so upset with me. And honestly, I thought I could lie my way through it. And the like next week I did. I don't know if you know what I'm referencing, but I pretty much just played this like song and dance of, you know, I've been trying really hard to find my person this season. And it's like, I formed a final 2 with Angela. She ended up being crazy. I formed one with Kimo, and then he abandoned me for Tikor. And so when I formed it with you, I really thought that like there was something there, and then Tucker blows it up the very next day. I don't know if she bought it. I felt like a great liar in that moment. I was like, this is good. I think I got through this. I have no idea.
I mean, that was the thing, right? Like Rubina was the person who was the most like outwardly upset about the power reveal. And it lasted like a day. And then she was totally chill about it. But you, I think, never fully trusted again that she would ever like actually be chill with you, which was, I think, a little bit to your detriment throughout the game.
I think most of that was the result of putting her on the block.
Right.
And it was like just her proximity to Tucker. I was like, I'm sorry, but if you are like holding hands with this guy and looking longingly into each other's eyes and you're sharing beautiful moments, you're not going to not be like, there's no way you're working against Tucker. Like in my head, I could not conceptualize this at all. And so I do agree that I think that my skepticism of logic, like there's no reason why she should trust me. And then she just did. It makes no sense at all.
Yeah. So you are put on the block by America. It didn't seem like it was too much of a surprise for you. I mean, you knew what DRs you were given.
I'll be honest. It's been real easy to lie to these people.
I think that like you also brought up the previous Angela situation. I think that there was an initial reaction to that was like, whoa, like what is he trying to say about this situation that turned some people off? And in addition to that, Tucker, I think, was very much on the rise in popularity. He had a move that he wanted to make. And like the edit, I think, did not help you either, both previously or like in this moment. I didn't prepare this clip exactly, but basically Tucker is like, well, Cedric didn't have the balls to put Quinn up at the end of the episode. Like where, or something
Come
along those
on,
lines.
CBS. Oh my gosh.
So you end up on the block. How do you feel about that? Oh, here, hold on, here it is.
I guess Cedric didn't have the balls to put Quinn up there, so...
That was literally...
Help me, CBS. No, there's a reason why I was wearing 80s workout wear. I was very well aware that there's a good chance my torch is getting snuffed tonight and I'm being put on the block. Like, that's the funniest option. If I had smuggled my phone in and I was a fan, I'm following Tucker. It was so clear that Tucker would be America's favorite player, like from that moment on. And I recognize he and I are arch rivals, like against my wishes. Of course I'm going to be put on the block. This is not that crazy of an idea. And so, yeah, I was ready to compete just because it made perfect sense for America to put me on the block. And I couldn't be too mad about it. I tried to garner some sympathy from people, but I also didn't want people to use that edit where it's like, look at this loser crying about America putting him up on the block. So I didn't lean into like the sympathy card too much where I'm like, guys, it's okay. I'm fine being put on the block. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this was sort of like a period of time where you became a little divisive in the fan base, not in like a toxic way, but just in like some people were like, guys, I don't see it with Quinn, and then some people were like, we're Quinnians, we love him, right? And the fan base was very infighty, I think, when it came to what is the opinion on Quinn, and as I feel comfortable talking about this because it's a happy ending. Your top three, but like it was during this period of time that I think part of it was like you're Tucker's enemy. Part of it was, he's a little loud in the diary.
What are people mad about? I don't get that. I was having a great time in the DR, and I get out, and people are like, "This guy's so annoying." I'm like, whoa, I was having a great time in there. You guys are lame. And then people are saying that it's like disingenuous. And I'm like, I promise you, the people in my life they have hearing issues because I'm so loud. Like, it's just, don't worry, guys. I'm not putting up an act. I'm really this obnoxious. Like, what a funny reason to be mad at someone.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing, and this is I think what I was saying at the time which was that like this wasn't like I think people were genuinely mad at you or anything. Yeah. Like I don't think there was ever a time where people were like, you know what, like screw that guy. Like get him off the show. Like he's done some things. It was more just like, man, that guy annoys me.
Which fair. You know what?
Exactly, right? Like, because here's the thing about reality television is that you're not supposed to like everyone. And so like if if there are people that like root against you because like you're not for them, like that's kind of part of your job of being on the show. You know what I mean? And then if you can get people to root for you as well, you're really doing your job.
Dude, oh my gosh. Like, I'm not too worried about it. Like, people were mad then, but they like me now, so it makes no difference. I did have a moment in the DR where I would just get riled up. You know, it's like you're hanging out with your friends, you're like talking about this show that you love, and I get to finally blueprint the logic going into all my decisions. So I'm getting excited. And at one point I was like, I'm not giving Chef Joe, am I? And they're like, no, it's much more excited versus just like yelling. And I'm like, all right, we're good. As long as I'm not Chef Joe, where he's just straight up screaming versus like being excited, I'm okay with that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, what I thought was interesting is that I think the way that the audience was reacting to you did kind of mirror how the house was now responding to you in the game, to some degree, because we were really seeing, this is when, you know, so basically after Cedric and Cam are informed about you, Cam has this long talk with Leah about you, and this is what really flips Leah for a while, and then like, you know, Leah's then later having conversations with Joseph, and there are like, you know, moments where like you're coming in and you're, you know, being Goofy Quinn, and they're like, oh my god, and like, you know, it was interesting, maybe not pleasant, but I think interesting to watch how like the way that people responded to you in the situation that you were in changed the context of like how people saw you, because you were so it was like the complete opposite of where you would start, where you're so well liked, and now all of a sudden you still had a couple of those relationships, but even some of the people you were close to were like, oh yeah, maybe he is like a little snaky, or maybe he is a little annoying, and it took a while for you to like turn that back around, but you did ultimately, right before, you know, you then kind of fixed it.
I know. So yeah, after my game got exposed, I could feel that like the difference in the way that people were treating me. All of a sudden now I'm not this like sweet kid that people are like willing to, you know, I could weaponize incompetence, where it's like, you know, sometimes going the extra mile means that you missed your exit. Like that's a lot less charming the older you get. And it was like, once I got exposed as being, you know, snake-like, which I absolutely was, I could feel that people had a lower patience with me. And it's something that I battled with internally. But my perspective was, okay, if you let it show that it bothers you, it gives people the opportunity to justify their behavior. Whereas if you just keep putting yourself out there genuinely, the way I react, and then people turn you into a punching bag, that's now a them decision. And I think that like certain people got their licks in, and as I just kept taking it and I'm responding with positivity, people are like, all right, it's kind of hard to stay mad at the guy. He's just a sweet little guy. Like I think that it was beneficial to not react and change.
Okay, that's super interesting to me, because I feel like there was something that happened, and you know, you might disagree with me, but I feel like watching you, I feel like you maybe it wasn't quite developed at first, but I felt like you developed a superpower, which was that because man, a lot of bad things happened to you in that house. And at first you were just taking them on the chin, and you were just like smiling through it. And I do think that works to a degree, but I think it was also a little off-putting at times because you were almost too happy about it. And there's a moment, we're skipping ahead a little bit, but there's a moment when Tucker wins the wall comp where you're just like, you can't hold the smile anymore. And that was the first time that I noticed people being like, maybe we're a little hard on Quinn. Like, this really sucks for him, because it was this really genuine moment of like despair that it felt like people were seeing through the cracks in the armor, and then you'd go back to being like the happy guy. And I think seeing that like that did exist under the exterior really helped contextualize who you were. And as things continued to happen to you and you continued to have these like extreme reactions and then bounce back, it was like, wow, look at this. Like, okay, I gotta give him his props.
Yeah, I never want to make my own like situation other people's problems. And so I think that like I often respond with optimism and positivity and try to smile through the pain as a way to like show strength. To me, that's what like real strength is. And like, you know, jumping forward to the wall, Cedric has just gone home. I'm in the DR, like crying to his mom. And I was like, because he, you know, there was that, we all thought that he was like 18, 19 years old because he's just so young looking. In his speech, he like shrank down to a 14-year-old. Like he was like a little kid, like his eviction speech. And it like shattered my heart to see him go. He and I are from like a very similar area in Oklahoma. And I was like crying to his mom in the DR. I was like, this isn't what I wanted. Like, I can't do this. And then I shared, this is probably like the first time not on the feeds I've talked about this, but like going into the wall comp, this was like a winner take all situation for me in my personal life. I had a very toxic person in my life who pretty much pooped on me every opportunity they had. And much like in the house, I just smiled through the pain. And as I'm watching Big Brother 25, the wall comp's happening, this dude walks in and I share like, dude, this is the competition I'm going to win when I'm on the show someday. Like, this is mine. And he's annoyed. He's like, why? And I say, because this competition favors women and like the skinny short guys. And he looks at me with like this disgust and he just says, you think you're skinny? And I am someone who like struggles with like body dysmorphia, like, you know, body image issues, things like that. And so going into this competition, I told him in the moment, you know, we didn't get into a physical scrap. I didn't say anything disrespectful. I just took it and I said, you'll see. And so going into this competition, that's what was weighing on my heart. And I was just like holding onto the wall. Had I won, I was going to double bird. They, you know, we're on live. They're like, do not curse. Had I won, I was going to double bird the cameras and tell them to like get F word, you know, shit birds, like that kind of thing. Like, and so that reaction isn't even about the game. Like, I am a good sport. Like, I can lose and I'll take it. But it was like that weight on my chest and losing, just for some transparency for the people watching, that's what was weighing on me so heavily of like, wow, I blew it. And I get emotional when I see the DR where it's like, when I lose, it feels like everyone else who's just disrespected me wins. That's what I was carrying in that moment. And so I'm thankful that people got to, like, whether as painful as a moment as that was, I'm thankful that it was an opportunity for people to see who I fully am and within all contexts versus just the blind optimism and adversity.
Yeah. I mean, listen, you came in second. I mean, you're pretty close. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I gave it everything I had. My wrists. I have the frailest wrists you've ever seen in your life. Ugh.
So, okay, just to quickly talk about the wall then, because I was noticing that it really felt to me, and I think I've been talking about this for a little while, but like just where your arm naturally falls in terms of like the handle placement seems to be super key, because you had issues with your wrist because like you couldn't get a good purchase on either the one that was too tall or the one that was too low, and so that's putting a lot of pressure on your wrist, like obviously ideally you just want to be able to like straight wrist it at the exact right spot. Did you feel like that was the issue?
Oh yeah, the second we got up there I was complaining. We got out there and I was like, so you took our measurements for nothing then? Like I was being toxic and I like felt bad, but it was such a high stakes moment. And I remember last year, you know, America, there's that clip of her holding on to the grip like this. And that just frustrated me that it's like, dude, so many competitions are designed to benefit the big guys. Why is the wall now being a competition for them? The grips themselves, I thought that they were very similar to rock climbing grips. No, they're just like these like very shallow, like it's like you can't hold on to it. And then I haven't been rock climbing in like 3 months. What's it called when you like smearing, right? Where you like put your foot against the wall to create tension. I do that all the time when I rock climb. Like I will bypass certain grips just because my legs are strong enough to create tension there. And so I'm holding on to the wall and I am like on my tippy toes. And so I'm feeling it in my calves. It was like in my traps. It was, oh my goodness. And then Tucker was wearing his earplugs during this comp. And I was like, that's crazy. It made no difference. He was going to win. But like, just in the spirit of complaining, I'm like, I was like, that's crazy. Goop gets in everyone else's ears except for that guy. That's interesting. The grip situation was super disappointing. It hurt my wrists because I couldn't hold on like this. I had to hold into the corners, which certainly sucked. I felt bad for Rubina because we're not allowed to crouch anymore. And see, she is so short that like the dividing wall thing in between her legs, she's riding it like a saddle. It was very unfair. I felt, given, as fair as you can be in these competition shows, like the ball never lies. Tucker's stronger than me. He's a wrestler. So he's like, lightweight, very functionally strong. He probably would have beaten me no matter what. So I'm not that upset about it. But in the moment with like the weight of the expectations, that's where I was at. And I was mean mugging, not the camera, but the camera operator. I was like getting in the mindset. I was like, this is war. I need to kill. Let's do this. And I'm like just snarling at the guy. Like, oh my goodness. Very cool experience though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's rewind briefly. Of course, you do get nominated by America. But it's Kenny they send out after Tucker wins the AI arena. Kenny's now finally gone. Week 3, this is when you fall in the stock watch, as we anticipated that you would be on the block and that your game also just blew up. You had a 4, which is still not that bad, considering you end up on the block by the end of the week. And this is when Chelsie takes back the lead. Her and Brooklyn are going to be riding the leader positions for the next 2 weeks, week 3 and 4. As you then become HOH, well, Angela becomes HOH, and then you become HOH on top of that in the following week. And this was, now many people will say, the first of 2 HOH disasters. I would not necessarily agree, mostly because, and I don't think you really knew it at the time, but like Cedric was planning to betray you. Like, he was not the ally that you thought he was at the time. So you accidentally taking him out was actually not that bad. It just, the way that it happened wasn't great. But even then, it's not like you completely, were evicted the following week or anything like that. So I actually didn't feel like it wasn't necessarily your intention, but in terms of like disastrous things that could happen, losing Cedric meant that you for sure would keep Chelsie and Brooklyn and like other people that were a lot more on board with you, because Cedric was the one that was going to be able to probably pull them away from you if he had the ability to. And it wasn't until the following week when Tucker went after Brooklyn and Chelsie that they were like, oh wait, why aren't you going after Quinn? But yes, talk to me about this HOH.
So for starters, I felt like the way that we handled the HOH competition was really great in terms of hiding the alliance that was like exposed. Mm-hmm. I don't know why we did that. I felt like there was ways that we could just, put Tucker against Angela versus Mackenzie, and then it's Mackenzie versus the collective. And then Leah as well. Like, that to me made more sense, but instead we were like trying to hide our allegiance to one another. And I thought that was a little irresponsible with the bad AI HOH competition. The TVs were tiny. I could not see. And so when I guessed, I think I guessed B, my intention was there's a 33% chance that I'll get this right. I just need to be faster than Tucker because I'm not a detail-oriented guy. I'm off my ADHD meds. I can't focus if I wanted to. And so I just guess as quickly as I can. I guess wrong. Nonetheless, I have to use my upgrade now because Angela is saying that, oh, Quinn's going to like my nominations. And I'm like, fat chances, dude. I don't know. And it's like Mackenzie is the one who's pushing this too. And I'm like, why would I trust Mackenzie on this? Like, it benefits her for me to not use the upgrade. I use it. I do my business meetings with everyone. I was given an 11 o'clock DR time to go in there and tell them my nominees. I had people coming into the room telling me the time. Definitely a Kevin Jacobs reference, by the way. My business meetings. I knew that no one would get that from my season other than maybe Joseph. I'm doing my business meetings with people. I'm trying to show them that, like, even with power, I can be a funny person. That's like a lot of my intentionality. Like, me and Leah are drinking an invisible 200-year-old whiskey in our conversation. She signs away a percentage of Cessois underwear brand. So it's like, hey, I'm doing all this stuff, but like, I'm still a good time, guys. Let's not forget how fun I can be. Maybe that was exhausting for others. I don't know, but they called me into the DR 47 minutes early. And so I did not get to meet with Tucker. I did not get to meet with MJ. During these meetings, I pretty much am trying to gauge who I should put up. In my head, I want to put up Tucker, Mackenzie, and then to me, Rubina was the obvious choice given the confines of the collective and like Pentagon. But then Cedric volunteers for the block, and I'm like, okay, this is not the worst thing ever. I even like try to like vaguely, if I remember correctly, I'm like trying to talk him off, and he's like, no, I want it for the resume. I'm like, okay, perfect. You're a competitor. Like, you are really good at these competitions. Maybe you have the Tucker's kryptonite hidden up your sleeve and you can beat him. I'm also getting consent for the roast. If we remember, in the explanation of the deep fake HOH, I would also get to stir up drama. And so I'm getting consent on jokes that I can make about people, calling Cam Krusty Cam, which is the name that was used to bully him in middle school. Very deep cut. I wanted to make sure that was okay. I'm getting the green light from people. I get called into, I'm also simultaneously, by the way, being accused of being a cheater by Tucker, which to me was deeply frustrating. And so I'm explaining to people, hey, what he's accusing me of is like using production as a strategy. And I'm telling you right now, that is a boundary I will never cross. To which I'm told in the DR, I can't say that. It's too metagamey. And so I'm like, but he's accusing me of cheating. And they're like, yeah, but he's wrong.
Yeah, the irony is that if you were doing what he said you were doing, they would stop that. And instead, they're stopping you from saying that you would be stopped for doing that.
Yes. And so I'm so pissed. I gave them my nominees, even though I felt rushed. I was like, okay, I didn't even get to talk to Tucker or Mackenzie and try to do like some damage control. And I didn't get consent on jokes to make. The night before, I asked Angela, like, you're HOH. I want to be respectful. Who are some people you don't want to see on the block? To which she then flips on me and is like, well, who's a non-negotiable for you? And I was like, I don't know, Kimo? Like, and then she's like pushing for more information. I'm like, bro, what is happening right now? I'm not giving you more information. It was like the most puzzling experience of my life. So I didn't really get to have a talk with her. The roasts that I got cut from the episode, which is annoying, was that Joseph's mustache is fake. Cam is two middle schoolers like stacked on each other's shoulders wearing a trench coat, and one of them is Rubina. Like Leah's was C'est Soi, more like C'est Blah, weak ass underwear brand. Kimo is from Arizona. Or it was like Krusty Cam is whatever. Brooklyn isn't even the best city in New York. Chelsie is Beyonce's cousin. I don't have it in my heart to bully Chelsie. All right. That's part of her misting ability. I just want her to like me. So I just be nice.
It's in your meeting with her that you're like, I see you as the captain of our ship.
Yeah. I was like, hopefully she didn't take that as threatening. I have another moment with her like later on in the season where I like compliment her like from a very like heartfelt thing where I'm like, I see you as the captain. And I knew that she was in athletics, and I hoped that she would understand what that meant, where it's like, I trust you. Like you can lead and I will follow. from your context, did she take that as threatening or?
No, I mean, I think we were like, that seems risky to say to somebody like Chelsie, but she never seemed to take it too poorly. No.
Yeah, little thing called Big Brother. All right. Oh my God, I'm obsessed with her. But yeah, she's definitely. I absolutely saw her as a captain, just because. I mean, with my experience with athletics, like there are people who are in charge because of their like comp ability. You know, they're athletic, whatever.
Mhm.
But for me, the captains that I always respected more were like the strategic guys who are doing the work in the classroom, you know, whatever. And I saw that translated onto her. And as a mutual college athlete, I thought she would appreciate it. Turns out it didn't hurt my game. So that's a win for me. This roast happens. For some reason, Angela is playing up to the camera. She's like, guys, that's not me. To which we all roll our eyes and we're like, obviously, Angela, we know. What are you? What the heck? I then feel like I didn't get to do my like damage control before the nominee ceremony properly. And so at the end of the meeting, I'm like, all right, obviously I'm the deep fake HOH. This is why I put people up. They're all comp threats. Whatever, Tucker, you need to go home. I think prior to this, I talked to Tucker and I confront him with the whole cheating allegations. And I'm like, brother, please stop saying that. Like, whatever. And I'm jumping through the hoops that were provided for me. And he looks at me and he goes, like, he compares me to Kenny. He's like, well, Kenny was breaking the rules and they let him do it. And I was like, you think I'm like Kenny? And so I'm like storming off, like on the like about to go cry in the pedal room. And Cedric hears me. I was like, I guess we'll see during the renom ceremony, dumbass. As I'm like, sorry, language. And Cedric thought that was hilarious. That was just a fun detail where Cedric's like, Quinn was all really mad. Yeah, I thought that my nominees made sense. I feel like Cedric was an absolute weapon. I feel like Mackenzie was a weapon. And I'm just begging that Tucker doesn't win this veto ceremony. I would like to, in a normal season, put up someone else and backdoor him. But my fear is that it's way too beneficial for someone to choose Tucker to compete. Just because then, you know, if you're in the business of sucking up to Tucker, he wins competitions. He saves you if he's not on the block. And then who am I going to put up? And then as far as I'm concerned, I'm like, well, he's going to have an opportunity to save himself on eviction night anyway. So let's just hope he loses twice, I guess. And maybe that's not the smartest thing to do, but given the landscape of the game, I felt like I didn't have too many options. I had no idea that Leah was properly crushing me behind closed doors at the time. And so it's just like, I don't want to put up Rubina initially. So these are my nominees and let's hope it works out.
Yeah. And I at this point he had won like what, the AI arena and then the veto before. But it wasn't like he was like super unbeatable at the time, and putting up Cedric and Mackenzie, I think, as competitors against him makes some sense. I think at the time we were talking about like, should you backdoor him? Should you not backdoor him? There's pros and cons. Ultimately, it doesn't work out, so it's easy to say like, oh, it should have been a backdoor, but I don't think it was like a super slam dunk decision. I notice you're holding now for the audio listeners a minion.
Yeah, his name is Camel Crusher. This is my son. Yes. I also wanted to say when Cedric went home, I was certainly very upset, but that was more on like a personal level. Strategically, I was like, this is not like the worst thing that could have happened to me. Like, okay, they flipped. The big problem was that T-Core and Kimo flipped on our majority alliance, dissolving it, which was protecting me against Tucker. That was the bad part. But I also recognized Cedric is so well liked and he's such a like competition threat. I'll be honest, I was not intimidated by anyone in the house except for Cedric. On a personal level, I would see the way that he was able to connect with people and I was just like, this guy is so sick. That's not why I put him on the block or anything, but I felt insecure around him just because that guy has like not juice, but sauce. Like that is long-term. He's so cool and well-liked and just awesome and everything I wanted to be. So like when he went home, I was like, this isn't the craziest thing.
I mean, it changes the whole game, the fact that he volunteers for the block, because the whole point, and what we talked about in the previous week, which was like, by not actually targeting you the previous week and keeping you safe, like the purpose of that is that, yes, he has betrayed us, we can't trust him, but he has this power that could be super useful to us if we can convince him that we're still on board, which is like a great plan, and one that they, I think, succeeded in. Like, you weren't targeting them with that power. But it's all moot if you then volunteer for the block. The whole point of having power is that you don't have to be on the block. And then, and you knew that like info was spreading around. So it's just like, Cedric. Whole game changes if that doesn't happen.
Absolutely. And in terms of like trusting the Pentagon and like the collective, that's all I had at that point. As everything is dissolving around me, there's so many moments in the game where I am forced to just like trust that something is going to work. And I think that rather than buying into paranoia, like for any like future players, sometimes you just have to kind of blindly trust that it'll work out. And like it vaguely did for me in terms of like leaning with the collective that week, because had I not messed up the week after that, I still could have rode off into the sunset with like Brooklyn, Chelsie, and Cam still trusting me. But it is what it is.
Okay, so so that's what Cedric is doing. This week, I will say. So this is week 4, your HOH week. You did not do well in Stockwatch. Down to a 3 in the Stockwatch. Not really utilizing the HOH in the way that you perhaps should. Chelsie and Brooklyn still up at the top with 7s. Literally everyone else 5 or below. But a big part of this week, I was like banging the drum. I was like, okay, Quinn is obviously going to be HOH. Obviously, he's going to be looking at targeting Tucker. You might see Rubina take a hit. But watch out for Leah, because the second Quinn comes into power, there's going to be so many people throwing Leah under the bus to protect their own people, because it makes so much more sense to throw Leah under the bus and have her be the target, because she's not connected to enough people that would want to protect her. And boy, was I wrong, because it didn't, and it immediately came out of T-Core and Kimo's mouths. They were like, we should throw Leah under the bus to protect Rubina. And I was like, yep, okay, here we go. And then it just never really happened. They, I think, had like a very vague conversation with you that was like, maybe watch out. And you have your meeting with Leah, which she was not feeling in the moment. And I think you noticed that she wasn't feeling it. You talked to them after. You're like, I got a weird vibe from Leah in that conversation. I was like, here's the opening.
Yeah, I tested her during our conversation. I have the context that Mackenzie has said my name in front of Chelsie, at least, that I should go on the block if she wins power, like whatever. So I test Leah and ask her, do you think Mackenzie's going after me? Leah instantly throws Mackenzie under the bus, but is simultaneously like, I don't think that she's going after you, though. Mm-hmm. And so I knew that was a lie. I got a weird vibe from it, but it was like, what can you do in that situation? I asked Kimo and T-Core, who our business meeting is the two of them, right? Which is hilarious. And then I felt like I did a good job asking. My mom assures me that I did a good job asking about like Rubina. And I was like, are you guys comfortable with that? Like, I was so worried that I was going to be like Heisem, where I'm like speaking over people strategically and like just doing too much. And so when flash forward like 5 weeks later, they're like, actually, when you put Rubina on the block, we didn't appreciate that. I felt like I did a great job asking, are you comfortable? Like, I shared the reasons why of, her proximity to Tucker. She's always going to choose him over me. And then like, what's a guy to do in that situation? Did I do a good job, in your opinion, of gauging their comfortability with putting Rubina on the block?
I mean, I don't think you did a terrible job. I don't think that you did as bad a job as sort of like they felt you were doing. I think that there was a lot of responsibility that lied in their laps. That they like. It was very much like you were driving, and it was like, well, where should we go to eat? And they were like, literally anywhere you want, Quinn. And you're like, what? Could we go to McDonald's? And they were like, sure, let's go to McDonald's. And then like a couple years later, they were like, we hated you from the moment you forced us to go to McDonald's. It was like, what do you mean? However, in this analogy, you kind of know that they don't like McDonald's, right? Like you kind of know that this is not something that they would like to do. So there, and this is a social game. So like I do think that like in a moment like this, if you want to be like retaining their loyalty in the way that you were trying to, obviously like when you're in power, when you're HOH, you really need to make people not only like agree to be okay with it, but feel like they're included in the decision making. You know this from the Pentagon situation.
Yes.
And so like maybe that's where you could have done better. But like for me, this was more the story of Kimo and T-Core, who from the second the week started were like, is Quinn going to put up Rubina? I really hope he doesn't put up Rubina. We need to stop him from putting up Rubina. But what if he does? But what if he wants to put up Rubina? Well, what if should we throw Leah under the bus to protect Rubina? And it was like T-Core, you've done this before. You went straight to Cedric and you were like, please don't put up Rubina, and he didn't. Like, just do that again, right? Like,
and I like the most that I remember getting from them was that Leah was not good for my game.
mm-hmm.
But simultaneously, I'm witnessing Kimo ice her out strategically in a way that makes absolutely zero sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I assumed that like T-Core is just riding this wave. And I'm like, I do have a final two with Leah that in my like, I'm pretty loyal to. Like, I haven't done the greatest job of maintaining it. And I can feel that there's a distance like brewing. Absolutely. And that's something that, you know, I'll give her space. Like I would walk into rooms and then she's leaving. I sit down, she leaves, stuff like that, like things that I'm cognizant of. And so I'm like, okay, so whatever's happening, but no one's telling me anything or the things that they're saying. So I have no idea. I straight up told Leah that week, I was like, I will never put you on the block, bro. Like, I want to work with you. Absolutely. Meanwhile, she's cooking me and I just have no clue. It's so stupid.
Yeah. So, okay. So the thing eventually, like, I think a lot of people were on the same page this week that they were like, what are T-Core and Kimo doing? They need to protect Rubina by telling Quinn about Leah or even just saying anything about like, please don't put Rubina on the block. And over time, as they start to reveal a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more, and then finally have like some level of conversation with you about it, by then it's like you are like, that's fine, whatever, and it doesn't seem to work. And so the question now is, had they come to you that week 4, and said, Quinn, this is what Leah has been saying about you, would it have worked? Would at that point, because from my perspective, I think at that point it had a chance to work, might have worked. By the time they eventually got to it, you were too far down that rabbit hole.
It's an interesting thing because strategically, I do think that putting Rubina up makes sense. And so if they're coming to me with that, I think that it opens the door to like a facilitated conversation between Leah and myself, where it's like and they're there, where it's like kind of like when Derek has a conversation with Victoria and Zach, where he's, hey, let's get to the bottom of this right now. That's kind of the direction that I would have taken it.
Well, I think that's what they were afraid of.
Yeah, maybe that's why they didn't say something. But
so there you go.
I think that that's the direction I would have taken. Which, oh, I'm sorry, T-Core. Do you not want that to happen? It happened to me with Angela. So thanks for that, dude. Like, you can recognize why that might not be great. Thanks, brother. I think that had I heard the things that she was like for real saying, that would have hurt me in a way that like I would have cried. Like I can't watch this stuff now because it hurts my feelings. So had I heard it in the moment, I think that I maybe would have put her up. I don't know, because to me, it's Rubina is way too obvious of a situation to like her proximity to Tucker. And if we don't get him out, I have to weaken him somehow. And he hates Leah's guts at this point, like where he's, saying all these crazy things about her. So I felt like it would make sense if Leah didn't align with him. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have put her up. I'll be real. I'm an idiot. What are you talking about?
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. The next question is then, if they come to you and they just say like, Quinn, we really want this to work. We're the visionaries, right? Like, I know that Tucker is not working right now in terms of like what we're trying to do, but you can't put Rubina up. She's a number for us. Like I'm telling you, you can trust Rubina. She's with us. Please don't put her on the block. Does that work?
I think that is the much more like functional conversation, just because I felt like there was personal like reasons for Kimo like to feel like Leah should go on the block. And so to me, I felt like that would cloud his strategic judgment. If they're drawing a line in the sand and they're like, if you want this to work, we have to figure it out. That conversation feels a lot more doable, but at the same time, how convenient for Tucker and company that I'm not going to put her up. It would have been nice had you talked to me about Cedric's probably going home. And so I was feeling a little bit miffed in the moment. Or no, that hasn't happened yet. Never mind.
Right.
Sorry, I was thinking weeks ahead. But so like at that point, honestly, yeah. At that point, if they say, yo, for the visionary's sake, we can't do this, I'd be like, then who? Leah? Let's figure it out. But my thing is, I don't know how functional that is, because when Leah did get exposed for the things that she was saying about me, which I didn't get like the full front of, I only got like 10% of it. We had a really nice conversation in the backyard, which I felt like mended our friendship. And then moving forward, it was a like whatever friendship, right? And then an alliance, whatever. So I'm curious on if that comes out, if she's able to talk herself off the block, probably. But
that was my thing, was that like I felt like once the ball got rolling, like everyone else would jump on board too, because at the very least, just like I think a lot of people felt really comfortable with Leah as a pawn. Would like throw Leah up as a pawn, it takes up a seat. And if the only reason you're not putting her up is that you think that you're best friends and that you have like a crush on her, then like, sorry, Quinn, we have some things to tell you.
Yes.
And with like the whole momentum of that, I felt like there was a lot of potential there. But as we saw later in the season, it didn't always work like that with how things went. So yeah, I think to your point, like there's some risk there.
I think that strategically it just makes more sense. Like even now with full context of everything, to me, it still makes sense to put Rubina up as the replacement nominee. I didn't put her up as the initial, which I felt like was a sign of good faith. Maybe like, hey, Cedric volunteered for the block. That's crazy. That kind of thing. But I think maybe if the whole house had come to me, specifically if Brooklyn had come to me and said like, Quinn, I'm being serious. The things that Leah is saying about you, you need to put her up. I would follow Brooklyn. I think that that's the solution, but I don't think the Visionaries were cool with Brooklyn like that, even though they had the 5 Points Alliance.
the 5 Points Alliance.
5 points with a Z, by the way.
So funny. It was with a Z. And Brooklyn was like not supposed to be in it. Legend. She was just like in the room at the time.
She's the greatest player of all time. I'm obsessed with her. She's so good. I love her.
Okay, so the rest of this week played like they were very concerned that you would put up Rubina, but they also didn't want to talk to you about it. You end up having to put up Rubina because Tucker wins the veto. And the rest of the week plays out in a way that is like, okay, so Rubina is gonna go. Except Tikor and Kimo really don't want that to happen. And Tucker the whole time has no idea that Rubina is going. Tucker the whole time thinks it's Cedric. And Tikor and Kimo are lying to him initially. Like, yeah, I'm sure we have the votes because they've got like the 5 points. Brooklyn is lying to them, or lying to him. Eventually Kimo is kind of just like, we can't do this. We can't lose Rubina. And there's a bunch of back and forth. I got very frustrated because it was like night after night. It was like they'd have long late night conversations about like, we need to do this. And tomorrow morning, we're going to talk to this person. We're going to figure out if we can do this flip. And then I would be like, okay, so right now there's a potential flip in the works, but we'll find out tomorrow morning. And then the next day I'd be like, okay, so they haven't had the conversations yet, but they talked a lot more about it last night. So today they're going to have, and then it wasn't until like the night of, that they finally, like, Kimo's pushing hard. Tikor's pushing back for a little while. She sleeps on it. The day of, she wakes up and she's like, you know what? I thought about it. Let's do it.
I watched the Ethanimail video of where maybe what set this in motion was me not being able to vote, which I promise you, I could vote. I promise you. Also, Angela getting to compete the next week, I promise you. That's crazy, is all I'm saying. Do you think me not having a vote and that the ratio is different, do you think that pushed the vote in that direction, or was it always going to happen?
I think it was always going to happen. I think that it didn't hurt. But like there was so much uncertainty about it before then, and there was already so much talk about it anyway. I think that, and you know, I correct me if I'm wrong, but they had the votes regardless of whether, because it was a 6-9 vote. So it wasn't like that unlocked the numbers. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely like, it eased the path for sure, because you're not voting. Angela's competing, just like these things that like your positioning was a little bit worse moving forward, which made it, I think, a little easier. But I don't think that, like, from my perspective, those things were not used as a reason. Like Tikor's decision was like, hey, I really thought about it all night long. She gave this big speech. I don't know if you've seen a clip of this, but like, I might have it written down somewhere if I could remember the day this was. Do you remember the day of Cedric's eviction? Do you have that memorized still?
Yeah, day 30. What? Hold on, I have it in here. This is my Big Brother Bible here. Let's see. Cedric dies day 31.
Day 31. Okay, let's hope that I wrote it down and didn't just memorize it myself. Okay. Tikor and Kimo wake up early. Tikor tells Kimo she's decided she wants to go through the flip. And it had been Kimo that was pushing. She says, I was thinking about the civil rights movement. And how you never actually make progress if you don't do the scary thing. And so it's time to do the scary thing. And Kimo is like, oh my God, you're pumping me up right now. I was having second thoughts about it last night, but now I'm down. Like, now I'm on board.
So Cedric got voted out because of the civil rights movement? With the headline everywhere. That's, oh my God. And I'm not gonna lie, if she said that to me, I'd get fired up too. I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Like, turn up. Malcolm X is from Omaha, Nebraska. Like, I would have been going crazy. That is, what an awesome quote. I've been thinking about the civil rights movement. Cedric's got to go.
And it was very exciting. Like, it was a wild day because they're like, okay, because seemed like Kimo was pushing, Tikor was not on board, and until Tikor got on board, it was not going to happen. But she thinks about it. She gives this speech to Kimo in the morning, and they're like, okay, let's do this. Kimo talks to Joseph, and he's like, are you down to flip? And Joseph is like, no, I don't know. I don't think this is a good idea. And Kimo gets pissed. Like, this is the most fired up Kimo is in the game ever. And he's like ranting and raving to Tikor, like these people, they won't play the game the way that they need to. Like, this is stupid. I hate this. And it's like, I've never seen Kimo like that before or after. And then later Joseph comes back to them and he's like, okay, thinking about this, if you've got Leah and MJ, I'm on board. I assume because he realized they have the votes even if I don't agree to do this. And of course they did with Leah and MJ. So it all, kind of comes together last minute. And then the vote goes down. And of course it would have been MJ if not Rubina, but MJ happens to just barely win that AI arena. And the flip goes through. And then I'm sure you caught this at the end of the episode. This is such a great ending to this episode.
Also, we did that.
That's
We did
crazy.
that.
We did that. Oh my goodness. Some fun behind the scenes. Like, Cedric was talking to Joseph about it, and he's like, if I could do anything, he thought about playing defense for that AI
Yes,
arena.
he told us that in the exit interview.
Oh, that is such a cool, man, I wish that would have happened, because what an awesome player. Man, that is a cool, that's awesome.
Yeah. I think we discussed would that have been allowed? Because listen, you just don't ask permission.
Hey, we're doing it live, baby. That night, that day, Cedric has kind of a wild look in his eyes. You can tell he's very nervous. And so I know that he plays sports, whatever. This is going to deeply contrast when Joseph's going into the AI arena. This is why I bring it up. Just how I deal with different people. So Cedric is walking. He's got kind of a look in his eye. He's got some pacing going on. And I just walk up, 2 hands to his chest. Quit freaking out. And he was like, what? I was like, do what you were born to do and win. And they just leave him. And he's like, all right. He's locked in and focused. And then I'll tell you about Joseph in the AI arena. But I'm me getting fired up for him is just physically attacking him and being like, lock it in and do your job. Get in there and work. The whole day, I am soothing the concerns of Chelsie, Cam. I'm like, guys, Kimo and Tikor are not going to flip. It's not going to happen. Don't stress. I'll talk to them. Because in my head, I'm like, we're the visionaries. They're not going to leave me in the dust. If they were going to do this, they would have tipped me off, and then I would have just known. And then now this is happening. They left me out completely, obviously. And then simultaneously, it was crazy how Brooklyn was kind of also on the nice end of this move, because she was pissed when the flip was going to be between Mackenzie and Rubina. They wanted, Chelsie and Cam wanted to keep Mackenzie.
Mm-hmm.
And so Brooklyn was equally as pissed off as I was, where it's no, quit trying to take control of this. We need to send MJ home. We need to send MJ home. Please stop doing this. And so when Brooklyn's getting cooked the next week, it's super puzzling to me, because I'm technically she was trying to help out with Rubina. If you think about it, had you probably told her about the flip, she probably would have followed as well. Maybe, I don't know. Very interesting. The vote out happens. I'm very upset just because I voted out the only other Oklahomie in the house. He's this young kid. I feel so bad. But I want to assure the visionaries that it's okay. During the 2-minute drill and everyone's talking about whatever, I told Kimo before the vote, I said, I trust you no matter what you do. Just trying to put a Band-Aid on this gaping wound that is being formed right in front of me. And I'm just trying to show them, hey, it's okay. You can trust me still. I'm not mad. I'm not going to hold a grudge. Please. And so I'm in the weight room talking with Kimo and Tikor, and I was like, it's okay. We can leverage this. That side of the house still thinks that I'm with them, but we're in this together. Please, this is going to be all right. And we're going to get through this. I'm not mad. I'm trying to communicate this. I then go into the bathroom and see Brooklyn. And this is where I think I'm a pretty good player. I don't know. Maybe T-Core and Kimo didn't care what I was saying, but then in front of Brooklyn, I just look at her and I break down crying. And I'm just like, I can't believe they did this to him. And she's like rubbing my back. She's like, it's okay. Like, you have to be strong. And I was like, he didn't deserve this. Like, whatever. I'm allowing myself to like feel the emotions in that moment. But I thought that was so sick. I have no idea if Kimo and T-Core even like gave a heck of what I was doing, but
no,
it was wild.
This is part of where I think like I was talking about like your superpower, which was that like you were able to be screwed over by people left and right and allowed them to still feel comfortable with you, which is a hard thing to do because if somebody screws you over, they often feel like, well, that bridge is burned, which is sort of like what you, not that you screwed Rubina over too badly, but like you kind of felt that way with Rubina. And like that was a big thing because it was hugely down to like T-Core and Kimo and Rubina's influence that you survive the following week when Tucker is the HOH, because they are pushing hard for you to stay, and I don't think you even knew a lot of that was happening at the time. I'm sure you like I think you like knew that it was happening to some degree, but like they were like, oh, we're pushing so hard, and then later they were like, we did so much work for you, and like what like they did, but like only in the sense that like we've talked about this a lot in these games, but it's like, yeah, it's great that you kept me from getting my head chopped off, but you left me in the gallows. Like,
yeah, you put me in danger. And I also thought that Joseph did a way better job of claiming credit.
He did. Move. And he also was pushing.
Yeah, I do believe that. He kind of told me his approach of where it was just him talking about how bad of a player I was.
Yep.
To like shrink my threat level with Tucker, which I think is hilarious. I fully co-sign it. But it was interesting in when Rubina, Kimo, and T-Core would talk to me about Tucker, it was like he was this wild, raging hyena that they couldn't control. And he's like doing whatever, but they're like, we're trying to talk to him. And I'm like, oh, you abandoned me for a guy who you can't even like strategize with. And so then when they came back later saying that they did all this work for me, I'm like, I don't know if I buy it because in the moment you didn't even buy it. It worked out versus Joseph would tell me like, bro, I got you. I'm like trying really hard to keep you off the block. Like I'm working. And it's like, I know what advocation looks like from Joseph. And normally it's just like a, hey, please don't put him up. And then that's as far as he goes. But I'm like, at least he's trying to communicate versus Rubina, Kimo, and T-Core are like, they're not even convinced with what they're selling me.
I mean, to be fair, I think that Joseph probably has the bigger impact here. Especially because Tucker would often get mad when T-Core, Kimo, and Rubina vouched for you. He was like, why are you vouching for him? Like, stop it. You shouldn't be trusting him. And then Joseph would be like, yeah, he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's so bad at this game. And Tucker at first was like, yeah, you're right. But then eventually he was coming back. He was like, I don't know, man, because T-Core and Kimo and Rubina, like they're still vouching for him all this so much. And Joseph had to be like, this guy doesn't even know. He calls himself a super fan, and he doesn't even know. I don't remember what the thing you mixed up was, but like he was talking about like season 21. He thought like this person was on season 20. Like he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And what was so annoying about being the super fan is I knew that everything I was saying was going to get like fact checked. And I'm like, I like don't have a great memory. And so I'm like, I think I called him Robert from season 3 instead of season 4. And
That's
he
close.
never let it let it rest. I'm like, all right, Joseph, I get it. I'm an idiot. What do you want from me, brother? Please.
Yes. And I don't know if you've seen this, but like at one point, I think Joseph told you about this at one point. He said straight up to Joseph, like I'm keeping Quinn around for you. Like if I go out, like you'll have Quinn that you can work with. So there's that. Yeah. So, okay. So elsewhere in the game, Chelsie and Brooklyn have been at the top of the charts for a few weeks because they're in such a strong position and because they have managed to pull Rubina. They've managed to pull, even more importantly, Leah and Mackenzie. But there's a hesitancy for us to like go over the top on both of them because they don't seem to recognize the value that Leah and Mackenzie hold for them. And like, because like Chelsie has a hold over Mackenzie and she's going around being like, this girl won't stop following me. And I'm like, dude, this is good for you. Like, this is like, and we see it here where like Mackenzie votes Cedric out. And like that should never, Cedric should never have been voted out because Brooklyn and Chelsie had the hold over Leah and Mackenzie to stop them from doing that. They just didn't use their hold over those two at that time. And so you're like, damn it, guys. Like, you were in such a good spot, but you're not holding this spot. And it was here after this blindside where they really start to then separate in terms of how they're managing things. Because Brooklyn was a little bit in deeper with the 5 points and all of them. And she is also the one who like goes to Rubina. And I'm sure you've seen this, or you might have seen it in the moment, to be like, yeah, sorry, like it was real the whole time, like right before the vote flips and she doesn't even know it's flipping. And so now she's panicking and feeling like I need to like damage control. And she tries to like say that, oh, I was lied to about the vote and it wasn't my fault. And Tikor and Kimo tricked me into thinking the votes weren't there to like put some blame on me. And it's like, you understand where that like line of thought comes from, but like, it was just too scrambly, and it just all blows back on Brooklyn.
I also was a victim of the like I just looked at Rubina and I said, please win. If I knew that like Kimo and Tikor were like gonna do this, I would look at like I would have absolutely, instead of like having to scramble after the fact and I had like plausible deniability where I was like, I couldn't vote, like whatever. I would have absolutely been like, you have to win this. Like, you don't understand. Like, I thought that we had the votes. You don't, brother. Like, we need to do everything in our power to keep you here. Like, all this stuff. Instead, it was just me giving her a big hug. And I was like, please win. All right. Like, absolutely screwed me over. And then after this vote, this is when like the rift between Leah and I like starts. And it's because prior to these votes, after the Matt situation, Leah walks up to me and is like, okay, who are we voting out tonight? I said, this is what I'm hearing. I was right the week before. Lisa went home, which the most awkward blindside of all time. I don't know if my DR got used for this. I was screaming in there. And I was like, Lisa looks like she has just witnessed her own birth. Like, this is crazy. Like, and so I felt like Leah and I had like, we're building momentum. And she asks me before the Cedric vote, I'm like, I'm pretty sure Cedric is staying. Little did I know that there's a split going on. So then I was wrong. And I was like, dude, Kimo and Tikor, they like fucked me over because now Leah thinks that I'm like scheming with this like majority alliance to take advantage of her. That was not my intention. Like, you're messing up my game here. And I articulate that. And then that is when Brooklyn says, she's lying to you. She's leading you on. She doesn't have a crush on you. And I'm like, no, she's made it abundantly clear that like she doesn't have feelings for me and that like it's okay for me to like we've discussed it and she's okay with me flirting, as far as I understand. Apparently not. But like I straight up asked consent. And so then I like say that, and then Brooklyn hits me with this crazy follow up and she goes, no, she's pretending to be your friend. Mm-hmm. Oh my God. Just that hurt. If anyone is pretending to be my friend, that would have killed me. Like, and just to hear that like hurt so bad. And so that was the start of Leah and I's separation campaign. Like, it was so hurtful to hear that someone was pretending to be my friend, where I'm like, bro, I'm pretty maniacal in this game. I'm not even doing that. Like, damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, but then you have a conversation with her about it, and it seemingly she's kind of like convinces you like, nah, that's not what's happening.
Yeah, we talked about it in the backyard, and pretty much I like tell her like, hey, I'm sorry, but this is like what I've heard, and I'm sorry for believing it. Because that to me is the ultimate cop out. Apologizing, but I'm also apologizing that I believed it. I'm sorry, man. To which then she like shares the reason why she was whatever was that there's this thing that I was pretending to be a feminist. And that like I was trying to use like feminism as a way to work with women as like a weapon, which I'm like, okay, first of all, even if that were the case, I'm still working with the women in that situation. And then she's like, I also heard that like the only reason you wanted to be in the pedal room is so that you could spy on the women and sell it out to the guys. And then she had been like told, I don't know how true this is, but like she had been told that like, since she said she wasn't interested in me like romantically, that then all of a sudden I was like trying to get her out of the game. And I was like, yo, I'm not that type of person. Like I would not do that, man. And so she brought up a lot of like very heavy things that I felt like I would understand if she like didn't trust me as like a whatever. And so I don't know how true it is. I don't know how much investigating I want to do, but like that to me was like a good answer. And I felt like we made up where I said, you know, I'm sorry if like whatever, I'm sorry, like you said it was okay, or like I straight up said I wouldn't flirt with you, and then you said no, it's okay. So that's what I was doing. I thought I was operating within what you set forth, and then we had like a mutual understanding at that point. But yeah, that I felt like that conversation, if it's her, whether it's truth or not, I felt like she's pretty sick for like being able, like sick nasty, a good like you know. Like that's awesome.
Well, I mean, yeah, that was when because for a while it was like, what is she doing? Like this is so unnecessary, and it's only gonna hurt her game. It's at this point that we're like, oh, she's got him. She's got him. She's good enough to like keep this on board, regardless of whether or not she gets caught. But also I think we missed a lot of that conversation. And like in terms of like context for some of that stuff. I think from what we were able to see, like one of the bigger things that was like you being caught, the staying in the pedal room, I think came from Rubina after she found out that you were lying about the power thing.
Oh, okay.
There was just like I think it was her that threw out that theory in the moment when she was feeling hurt, and then like dropped it. Like it was never a real thing that lasted, I don't think. And then there was the biggest thing that we saw, I think, was you telling her about Cedric's get the bag comment that she then talked to Cam about, and Cam was like, no, that's not like, because that and Cedric found out about that, and that was part of why he was like, oh, Quinn's been dogging me.
Oh.
Yeah.
You heard about that, huh? That's true though. He straight up said that. That was crazy. Yeah, and then I also thought that me moving out of the pedal room as a result of hearing that was like true in my intentions, but I saw strategic like fruits of that, of like, look, dude, that's not my MO. That's not what I'm trying to do in this game. I'm going to remove myself from the separation to show you like, that's not what I'm trying to do. And I mean, at the very least, Brooklyn felt bad for me, you know, but that's crazy. I didn't know that Rubina was the one who shared the spying.
I don't want to lock that in. My memory of it is that it was Rubina that was talking about it, but it was also like, again, like it's not something that like it certainly could have come from somebody else, and then she was just the first to repeat it on the feeds, or I could be remembering it wrong. But I think I remember it spawning from the post call out when she was upset, because there was just that moment of like, oh my God, is everything he's doing calculated? Like he's been lying to us the whole time. And then, like I said, like the next day she was chill and was like off of that whole train of thought. But I think that was a line that stuck in Leah's mind, at least. Because she had also been feeling that way for a few days prior to that whole situation. Okay. Tucker wins the HOH. We already talked about the wall.
Wait, some very important context. This is earth-shattering, game important. Before the wall, I want to drop the kids off at the pool. I'm going to try to go poop. I open the door. Angela leaves. I open that bathroom door. It is the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. It was blinding, Taran. It felt like someone pepper sprayed me. And I was like, Oh my God. I like walked in, I said, I'm good, and left. And Angela's like, I'm sorry. It smelled so bad. Like, that to me is one of the funniest things that's ever happened. Like, we're about to go to war on what we believe is to be the wall. And I am just instantly punched in the stomach with a scent that can't be described. It was like if like skunk spray and gasoline got married and had a kid. It was aggressive. Anyway, yes, continue.
Listen, underrated strategy, you know?
Yeah. She's like,
If you want to get a leg up on, your competition. Okay. Tucker wins the wall. And he's obviously like thinking about targeting you. But the Brooklyn stuff is also coming up, and he was always suspicious. He was also very suspicious of Brooklyn in 5 points because Tikor and Kimo and Rubina were all vouching for Brooklyn as well. And he was like, why are you all vouching for Brooklyn so much? I don't think we can trust Brooklyn. And so when Tikor and Kimo found out that Brooklyn was trying to say they lied to her about the vote and blame it all on them, and they were pissed, he was like, yes, exactly. This is what I've been saying about Brooklyn. So Brooklyn very quickly becomes, a top target here. And it gets out. Like, it just, all of a sudden, Chelsie and Brooklyn, who had been running this game in the best position at the very least, are now in the hot seat, and you are kind of out of it. And this is the only other week that Chelsie is not the top-rated player in the game. It's her lowest rated week of the season, as she ends up on the block by the end of the week. And so just like the entire house seems to flip. Tucker is now in charge. He has already been told about the collective by Joseph. Kimo now because Kimo and Tikor have been like, when do we tell him? Kimo finally tells Tucker about the collective. And this is where Tucker is very much like, okay, we should really go in this direction, as we've already talked about. Joseph is talking you down. Let's see. There's a conversation here. Joseph talks to Tucker. Joseph says you had already told him about the Pentagon thing and how there was a core. So it's not like you're like super in deep with them. You're so bad at this game. And he says that he wants, and Tucker says he wants to, like, Joseph is really pointing him in the direction of like, those are the real threats. There's still a core left in the game. And right away he's like, okay, Cam, Brooklyn, Quinn, probably on the block. And he's like, I knew Brooklyn was a snake, but Kimo, Tikor, and Rubina wouldn't believe it until now. And we're on the same page. And so, like, everything's kind of like working out from that point forward.
Which I want to use this moment. I understand that Joseph didn't receive the greatest edit, and I understand that like people like to say he's delusional. That guy can cook, all right? Like, he is a fantastic player. And so it kind of broke my heart to see his reception is kind of like he played a very complex game that's hard to understand, very abstract, but my dog can eat. He's got a great logic for the game. And so I appreciate him.
This is Joseph's finest week on the stock watch. He gets a 6.
Yeah, my man. This is also the week where I become aware how close he is with Tucker. I said this in the DR. I don't know if it was used. I thought I was eating. When Tucker calls out Brooklyn and Chelsie for clearly having a final 2, my observation, or like my takeaway of that, is the only eyes who have made this observation are Joseph's. And so to me, these are not Tucker's words. These are Joseph's just being regurgitated. Yep. Same with, so I knew how close he was beforehand. Credit to Brooklyn. She gets me yapping. And that's when I almost ruined my game, talking about like where I'm like, well, he's saying that you're the target, because we were having a like poop on Tucker parade. And, we're saying, hey, if these competitions don't exist with the AI arena, he's not even here. Like, we're here to play a real social strategy game. We're very up our own butts here. But to me, it was a bonding moment that was potentially utilized as a weapon, where Brooklyn sells out our final 2. But the main takeaway is she then confronts Tucker about the who is the target, whatever. I told Joseph, about us forming the final two, Brooklyn and I, simply because I was like, if anyone can get me out of here, it's Joseph. And then I'm curious, was it Joseph? Takes credit. He did tell Tucker. Is that correct? Or did Brooklyn also sell me out?
Oh, Brooklyn also sold you out. Yeah.
Legend. Dang. Oh man.
But Joseph helped like navigate the situation for sure.
Yes.
I mean, so okay. To my memory, because basically the sequence of events here is that Tucker wants to secretly save you with the veto. But he wants to test you first by telling you the plan. Don't tell anyone the plan. You end up telling Brooklyn the plan, and Brooklyn then like very quickly goes and sells you out to Tucker. And now I don't think Brooklyn rats out like the final two exactly, but like Tucker is able to sort of infer and sort of like get the sense, either infer or get told straight from Joseph, like, yeah, they have a final two. That's why he told her. And so there was an exaggeration in terms of how badly she sold you out, but she did sell you out.
And to me, that was another moment where it's like, it doesn't really matter what I believe. It's beneficial for me to just trust it and then be like, wow, I can't believe she did that kind of thing. Yeah. And then I had a moment with her while she was actually in the shower and everyone was upstairs. I was like making ice cream for myself. I went and talked to her and just told her what I thought about her as a person, as a means of like, if she does win this AI arena, I now get the benefit of I'm not on the block. People think that I'm disappointed by the way that she stabbed me in the back, but also if she wins HOH, there is this idea of me rooting for her. What's it called? I also thought that by telling her about the plan, I recognized that I was the bottom of the Pentagon. And so if I do find myself on the block come eviction night, I'm not going to have those Pentagon votes. And I'm probably not going to have Mackenzie. And I'm probably not going to have like Leah at this point. So me telling Brooklyn about this was in hopes of like, number one, it was just an emotional moment. Her and I had a really good conversation. But then also my head is like, if I tell her about this, she has a heads up. One of us wins veto, and then the other wins the AI arena. Now we are like this for sure. Like our final two becomes that much more dangerous, which we were already flirting with the idea of a final two when the Pentagon was born. So if one of us is also going to go home, I want to slap a name on this sucker, and I can at least go to bed at night knowing that. That was kind of what went into it. But I will say that this was my like worst strategic moment, me sharing that information with Brooklyn. She got me yapping. She's sick nasty.
Yeah, so I thought this was interesting too about the Pentagon, because you were right that you were on the bottom of the Pentagon initially, but things did actually start to shift. You have this conversation with Brooklyn about like, hey, we were the last two brought in, obviously we're at the bottom, and she's like, yes, I agree. But then you don't really have too many follow-up conversations about that, at least in the short term. And in the meantime, Chelsea's getting really upset with Cam. And she thinks that Cam is splitting off with Leah. And she knows that Cam is kind of close to Cedric. And so she doesn't feel comfortable talking to Cedric about it. And so it's Brooklyn that she ends up talking to about it. Like, hey, I don't know if we can trust Cam anymore. And Brooklyn is like, yeah, I agree. And so they start to become the core of this. And I do think that if maybe you'd been spending a little more time with them, like you probably would have been brought in on that core, with Cedric and Cam on the outside potentially. And who knows how much that lasts. Obviously, Chelsie and Cam have like quite the storied relationship throughout the season. But that's what got Brooklyn and Chelsie so close. And so Brooklyn was able to weasel her way into like the core of that alliance to some degree. And they still felt really good about you because Brooklyn was like, yeah, Quinn feels the same way as us. Like he's with us in this Pentagon alliance. And so they feel really good about you basically all the way up until Brooklyn realizes, oh shit, it's me or Quinn, or it's me and Chelsie or Quinn. And when you get saved and Chelsie goes up, they're like, he snaked us, because they're told that you snaked them, and that's when they're really like, why is this not Quinn? Like, he's the one that screwed this all up.
Legend. Yeah. Also with the Cam and Leah thing in our Pentagon meetings, like all two of them, they were always like, yeah, Cam's going to be able to control Leah, and that's why we'll keep her. In my head, I was like, no shot Leah is ever going to do what Cam tells her to do. Like, even if they're in a showmance, that is a strong-minded person who does not care. And so I was like, I'll like fan the flames of like, yeah, Cam controller. No chance in my mind that he would ever be able to do that. It's so interesting to know that, man, I blew it because I really wanted to work with Chelsie. I really want to work with Brooklyn. I think that I just struggled with like deciding who I wanted to really work with. I thought that the Visionaries was my way out. I thought it was this big move, and then it ended up being a flop, unfortunately. But that's really cool context that Cam and Chelsie, they were splitting for a second there. Dang it. Should have capitalized.
Okay, so so he ends up saving you, even though you did the thing. And there's also like the whole veto shenanigans where he thinks that you are the one that messed with his stuff until people are like, Tucker, it wasn't Quinn. And then he's like, I knew it wasn't Quinn. I was just testing him.
Which, that hide and go veto, I watched the episode last night because that was the most fun I had in the DR. Like, it was 2 a.m. I'm screaming. Like, I'm narrating everything. It was the most fun. In round 3 of this, like, going, I noticed that at the end of round 2 that my memory card had been found. It is super hot outside. I'm from Oklahoma, so like the weather does not bother me. People, like, Kimo's wearing an ice pack as a headband. People are getting hydrated, and I'm like rejecting the water. I was like, I'm good. I don't need this. So I discover my card has been found. My chances of winning are kaput. I'm not too invested. Let me try to create a funny TV moment. So for the first minute of round 3, I'm in the bathroom brushing my teeth. Like, I sprinted into the bathroom as if I was like searching whatever. I stopped and I just start brushing my teeth very slowly, methodically. I like gurgle water, spit it out, rinse my toothbrush, and then I go back into it. I was so disappointed that was not included in the episode. So I wanted to give you the exclusive. I've tweeted about this, but this is the exclusive behind the scenes.
There you go. Well, it does work out. Tucker wins the veto. He uses on you. He puts up Chelsie. And here it is, like Brooklyn and Chelsie, who had been in the top spots, now both in danger. Now Chelsie never actually going to leave here. Because T-Core was making sure that the votes, because this was a very like contentious thing. But once again, it was T-Core and Kimo with an ally in power for like the second week in a row. He nominates Chelsie when they're like trying to get him not to, but they barely will have a conversation with him about it. And they keep going like, we need to talk to Tucker. We need to talk to Tucker. And then they'll have a conversation with Tucker, like, Tucker, we really don't want Chelsie to go on the block. And he'll be like, no, Chelsie needs to go on the block. And be like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And then after he leaves, they're like, we really should have said more. Next time we'll say more. And then it would be like over and over. And then she goes on the block and it's like, we're not going to vote out Chelsie. We're going to vote Cam over Chelsea. It's like, no, it has to be Chelsie if Brooklyn's wins the thing. And it just keeps going and going and going. But eventually they do land on it will be Cam over Chelsie, and Tucker's pissed about it. And he tells Cam that they were going to do that. And so all of that's happening. The other thing that's happening is that they form another alliance, this one with Joseph. They also make the Frenzy Alliance. They make the one with Joseph. I think they called the Fish Tank briefly.
Oh, the tanks. Yeah.
The tanks, that's what it was. And then I believe this is in the episode that Angela walks up on them.
What if it gets on
Let's do the washer a couple more times.
Please be part of this. Please.
Oh,
Yeah.
Please. Please. I can get on the bottom. Can I please be part of this? I can get on the bottom.
That's crazy.
They're all looking at her like they edited this in a way that I felt made it less awkward because they'd show just like a big pause but it was actually so much more awkward than it showed it.
Also, in the spirit of throwing stones, Friend Z, terrible name for an alliance. I like the tanks. The tanks is actually kind of sick. Friend Z is crazy. When they told me about this, that to me solidified Angela as like maybe like one of the most unintentionally funny people on the planet. That's iconic. To beg to join, guys, please let me be a part of this. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that with me. It's great.
Amazing. It's amazing. And at this point we were like, wow, like because Tucker and Angela had been having conversations. He is the one that like advocates and pulls her in, and she says this.
I want to know where Tucker is at all times. My eyes are on that kid.
And so it's like, here we go. Like it's Tucker and Angela. And we should have known that it would not last.
Which is interesting that like she did end up flipping on him, because week 1, she's trying to relate with the have-nots. She's like, you know, we've all been up here not getting any sleep. She has the most comfortable bed in the house, by the way. And she's like, well, we have each other. And she's like begging us in a more dramatic fashion. I feel like that is way more awkward, but she was like crying and she's like, please, like, just get me to jury. And I'm like, girl, it's week 1. You're crazy. If you think like you're drunk, if you think that we can pull this off. And then she found her way. But yeah, she has the audacity, I will say, to just ask. And I think that takes real courage and should be like somewhat applauded, honestly.
And they genuinely make an alliance that includes Angela.
Oh yeah, it's called the what is it? It's not the tanks. After the tanks is what?
6th Avenue.
That's
what they eventually call it. Yeah. And it's at this point, like Joseph, in the meantime, has also been bonding with Leah. His relationship has been building. Good portion of it has been trash talking Rubina and you. And so he's even like, maybe we can use Leah as a number at this point. And Tucker's down for that because Tucker has also been bonding with Leah lately over you. And so this is starting to feel like the new power group in the house. And in the meantime, they're working on keeping you safe. Let me see. It's around this time that T-Core is kind of like, we're not really working with Tucker though, are we? Like we're not gonna like long-term work with Tucker. Like we're not gonna go to the end with Tucker and Angela. Like I'd rather go to the end with like Quinn and Rubina and like Chelsie. And Kimo's kind of like, yeah, no, you're right. But we were like, is Kimo gonna flip on Tucker? I don't think so. No. So we were going back and forth about that, and T-Core is really starting to rant and rave about Tucker because it was the same situation. It was a similar situation. He was putting up Chelsie, and she was really annoyed about it. And she was like, "This guy can't even say my name right." She was getting very frustrated. So by the end of the week, we already kind of went through that. Like the vote flips, but it doesn't have to like actually flip this time because Chelsie wins the AI arena. And Brooklyn goes home. T-Core wins the next HOH, and
I'm ready to crow slay.
And
Rubina crying for like hours was I was like, it's a social strategy game. At least pretend. Like, you know, that was so crazy where she's I'm like, get a grip. Come on. Like, what are we doing? Also, some context. This is, you know, jury house. T-Core said that like her and Kimo wanted Brooklyn to stay that week. And I'm like,
over Cam?
Yeah. I think that's jury house hindsight. I don't.
I think it was discussed, actually. I think there was a discussion about it, but like, I think that they were. I think that they had basically been like, we will fight for Chelsie, but we're not going to die on the hill for Brooklyn. But I do think they actually did think about it and talk about it. But like, the thing is that they talked about a lot of things.
I wish that I would have been approached about keeping Brooklyn. I would have for sure done that. Absolutely. But they again, like, let's cook, you know, if we're going to scheme, let's do it. Yeah. T-Core wins HOH and I'm feeling pretty solid. Joseph is super worried about me. And he's like, you know, you're going, like, your name's being brought up, whatever. And in my head, I was always just like, I have the visionaries. It'll be fine. I know that I am no longer like a priority for them. Especially like one night I went to stay up late with T-Core and Rubina and Kimo because I'm like, okay, everyone else is doing this. Like, I need to start investing my time with them for sure. I go up there and T-Core's like, okay, well, good night. I leave and then they all stay up there. And then it's 2 a.m. I leave for a bathroom break and I can hear them laughing upstairs. And I'm like, I did surround myself with sentimental, emotional players. They just don't feel sentimental towards me. Idiot, dude. Oh my gosh.
Oh man. Well, T-Core as the HOH, another very controversial HOH, because a lot of people feel like dumbest HOH ever. I can't believe she took out her own ally. I kind of operated the whole week feeling like, T-Core, it's okay. You can tell me that you're okay with Tucker accidentally leaving. Like, you can tell me. You don't have to tell them. You can tell me. But she never really did. She lets it slip at a couple of points towards the end of the week where she was like, I remember her making a couple of comments that indicated like it wasn't like the worst result in the world. But she kept pretty tight-lipped about it in general. So a lot of people feel like, you know, this was like a terrible mistake. But regardless, similar to you and Cedric, I felt like her accidentally losing Tucker here was actually pretty good for her game. It's just that things did not turn out super well following that on, you know, moving forward. So, because like, just especially because like the way that the end game competitions play out, if Tucker just continues to win out from there, it's just like, well, you're just handing him the win. And it was around that point that Jag had won out. So it was like, if you don't take this shot, like, are you even going to get another chance? So I didn't feel like it was the worst move in the world, but I'm sure you know most of the story, but basically Tucker volunteers and then immediately regrets it. And because Kimo and Rubina are like, Tucker, what are you doing? Don't volunteer. We don't want you on the block. And then he's like, oh yeah, maybe I don't want to be on the block, but like I felt like I had to. It was like the polite thing to do. And T-Core takes the opportunity because why wouldn't you? Because either it's a spot on the block that I don't have to fill, or he leaves and well.
Absolutely. And so then that just leaves, like, even with the existence of like 6th Avenue, I still feel like Angela going home that week is probably fine for T-Core as well. Mm-hmm. And then MJ, like, that's fine for her too. So like, I felt like this was a perfect week for T-Core because everyone loved her in the house. Like, you know, people are literally crying for hours on end that she just won. And so when I heard that Tucker volunteered for the block, I was like, yeah, this guy sucks at the game. As if like I'm not bad too, but I was like, this guy blows. That's crazy. Yeah, this week I felt like was the real chef it up moment for me, where Leah and I's like relationship, we're friends again, you know, as far as I know, maybe not. We're cooking and the veto is used. Cam's off the block, my dog. And it really feels like, you know, as he wins the veto, it's like, okay, he's going to definitely use it on himself because he's a smart person. Now it's either Angela or Leah going on the block. I heard Leah advocated for me fat to go on the block. Hilarious.
Yes. I would say you became friends the following week when you were HOH is when things started to shift, in at least from my perspective.
Oh my god, that doesn't make sense. No, okay. So I'm telling her like, hey, we're gonna get you off the block. Don't worry. Like we are
There
not.
were like 3 separate people doing that to her, by the way. I don't know if Cam was going to her being like, don't worry, I'm keeping you safe. Joseph was going to her being like, don't worry, I've got you. And you were going up being like, hey, this is how we're gonna do this.
That's awesome. Especially my intention. I did not want to say it was like always we, because I knew that Leah did not like it when people act like they're doing a favor for her. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna social engineer this.
Sorry, that was the thing, is that Cam had done it previously when Cedric or Chelsie was HOH, and she was very annoyed by it. Yeah.
And so even though I feel like I have put the team on my back, Joseph is telling us in the pedal room, he's like, yeah, I'm like, I'm doing all this work to keep you off the block, Quinn. I'm doing everything in my power to keep you off the block, Leah. Don't mess this up for me while I'm in the matrix. And as he's talking, it's like the Peanuts thing where it's like, wah, 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 wah. I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. Second you get locked in that room, I'm doing everything in my power to make sure Angela gets put on the block. I don't know. Do you know about Joseph's funeral?
I mean, there's a lot of things I know about Joseph's.
His Spiz tent experience. My brother. So he's in the Matrix, and I think that it would be a fun thing if we went to his bed in the pedal room and mourned the loss of our sweet Joseph. And so we're all going to say words that we feel about him. So we go into the pedal room, and before we start, Angela goes, wait, can we do this? And we're like, what? And she's like, points at Leah and says, I know that you trust her. And I'm like, And she's like, pretty much throwing Tucker under the bus at this point. And we are all stunned, frozen with fear. And it's like, in my head, I said, if Tucker hears about this, I'm so screwed. He will find a way to blame me. Like literally the week before, his jewelry bag went missing and he's like blaming me for it. I like went through my stuff because I was like, someone planted this here. It ended up being in his luggage. Like the guy hates my guts at this point. Ever since he used the veto on me, he resents me. Like he feels like, from my perspective, it feels like he knows that he messed up keeping me in the game and whatever. So I'm like, she's going to sell me out. Holy shit. We're fucked. Or we're screwed. Then I talked to T-Core and she's like, Mackenzie just told me something crazy. I said, yes, I wanted to tell you about this. I paint the picture of what happened. Oh, let me finish the funeral. So that happens. We're like, okay, yep, we're in this together. Absolutely. Let's do this. We go to the funeral and I'm like saying how much I miss his like glorious mustache. And he was so handsome and I love hanging out with him. And he was my fellow short king. Leah's talking about him. Mackenzie's talking about him. Angela's talking about him. We go upstairs to like mourn the loss outside of the have not door. It's unlocked. And so he goes, oh my God. And then surely the second door is locked at this point. And so MJ and Leah are like, I feel like I can hear him. I can feel his presence. Something is calling me to open the door. They crack the door and it actually opened. And we all start screaming out of fear because we didn't expect it. And we're like, oh my God, we're going to get in trouble. And so we all run away and they're like on the mic, like, hey guys, cut it out, essentially. And so
imagine what might have happened. The things you might have seen.
Yeah, he's mid spiz, just like freaking out. And so, yeah, now that I have this information, I've just gotten consent from T-Core. I'm like, can I go tell Tucker about this? Leading up to this, by the way, I have zero faith that we have the votes to keep Tucker because in my eyes, Leah and MJ, it's too beneficial for him to stick around. Even though like Tucker doesn't like Leah, he's not targeting her. So like as far as I know. You know, I know that
there's a whole thing with them involving this. That's
crazy. Yeah. Crazy. And so I know that other than the fact that he wants her to go home, but like when he had power, he didn't target her. So I'm like, I don't think we have the votes to say. The least I can do is keep my number in Leah. My number apparently hates my guts. Not really, but it's like I'm selling her out. And in my head, I'm like, this is perfect. I can't wait to fill Leah in. I tell her, I'm like, hey, you're good, bro. Like between the two of us working, you are not going on the block. And here's why. I told Tucker about Angela doing that. Come to find out, this pushes Leah in a direction where she's like, oh my God, he's working with Tucker. And just of all the things, and it was so funny because I was like, yeah, we need to push Angela out of the house. Like she's going under the bus. And Leah's like, I'm not going to push people under the bus. That's not my game. Pushes me under, it's fine. But in my head, I'm like, that's fine. I'll do it for you. I don't care. Angela, meet the bottom of the bus, sister. Boosh! Kick her out in front of it. Absolutely. I feel like I killed it in this moment, you know?
Yeah, so basically what happens here is that you rat out the thing, the Angela thing, because you're like, I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I know it, so I need to get ahead of it. And so then you bring it to Tucker, and initially that's like working. Tucker talks to Leah about it.
Mm-hmm.
And Leah is like incensed. She's like, no, I can't believe he would be the one to rat that out. He was the one doing all of it. Like he intentionally, he's such a puppet master. He made that conversation happen just so he could rat it out. Like that is how devious this guy is. And Tucker was like, oh my God, you're right. And it did fall back on you. And he went back to like Tikor and Kimo about it, and he was like, "Oh my God," and Rubina, and he was like, "Oh my God, I was talking to Leah, and I think that Quinn was actually the one behind this." And Tikor, and they were like, "Dude, no, he's the one that told us about it." They eventually had to get him back around, and then I believe, to my memory, this is part of why he was then very adamant that Leah should go on the block, because she was being so devious and trying to throw you under the bus, which was so sketchy, and she was playing so hard. And then he also had like a whole thing with Angela, and so. Like there was that too, but like it was such a mess of situations. And Leah was also pitching to Tikor like for hours, like this is why Quinn is the most dangerous player in this game. You need to take him out. And then you went in like right after, like, listen, like I'm willing to put my life on the line. Like I want Leah to stay off the block. And Tikor's just like,
which works for me because people feel
bit, yeah.
bad for me. It was crazy. Like people were approaching, and I didn't like the notion that like she owed me anything. Like I never wanted to cash in on that. So I was very cognizant to stay away from her. I'm like, no, nobody owes anyone anything. Do not push that on my behalf. Like, do not do that. But it was crazy how I was working so actively. I felt like really leveraging my influence within the house to keep her off the block. And then when she does that, I'm like, bro, that just makes you look bad. Like, what are you doing? It was wild.
It was very back and forth as well. Like Tikor and Kimo were going back and forth. Like, should we do Angela? Should we do Leah? And then Tucker was pissed that they went in the Angela direction. And Tikor very much cited you as the reason. Like, I did this to keep Quinn happy, to keep Leah off the block. Even though she's the one trying to get him on the block. Like, and at that point they were like, we really need to tell him. They tried a couple of times, but it was just not landing anymore. They were like, he's too far gone. And so that made her extra pissed the following week when then you won HOH and then targeted them. She was like, I cannot believe that I did what he wanted and then he repays us this way. But yeah.
And a lot of the people who were like at that point coming up to me and sharing like the Leah concerns, at that point, like our conversation outside, I felt like fixed the bridge. And then to me, getting mad at Leah is only doing what they want. The alternative is still Angela going on the block, who's like calling me this liar and that like I'm a piece of garbage, like demented weasel, all this stuff. And so I'm like, guys, do you want me to choose between the person who like unsuccessfully threw me under the bus or the person who is crazy and has like ruined my game this whole season? Like, I don't know. And so to me, it was also strategic to not get that upset that week, especially prior to the nominees or nominations, because I felt like if I showed frustration and I'm angry, that gives them the green light to act on my behalf. When it's like, what I really want is Angela to go up. So I remember communicating to Rubina where it's like, well, what's the alternative? I add another enemy to the list. Like, no, my game has been exposed. I need to just accept it. And it's like, you know, I obviously have a crush on her. So like that's fueling it mostly. But like, come on, there's a strategic framework there, you know, like, come on, idiot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, basically what happens here, of course, I don't remember if I mentioned, but the previous week when T-Core, or this week when T-Core's HOH, Chelsie rises back to the top of the stock watch because she's now protected by T-Core during this HOH. And basically, regardless of what happens, as long as Mackenzie doesn't leave, she is in a really solid position moving forward. And if Tucker leaves, even better. And we didn't even see like her orchestrate the vote flip at that point. So she really starts to rise to power. Again, almost everyone else 5 or below. So like.
And at this point, one of the nights that I stayed up and then they actually included me in things. We have this like flirtatious talk about forming an alliance, right? Like this is also the same week when Tucker and Rubina are kissing and I'm like taking my hoodie off and shorts and throwing them. Like all this stuff is very intentional. Like him being the not instigator, was it the AI? What was it called?
AI instigator?
No. Previous to what was his punishment? He was the AI assist.
Yeah.
I am intentionally every time that I hear he's called upstairs, I'm intentionally going up there to try to show him like that I'm a good friend and someone who's going to be there for him. I don't know if it works, but like I'm investing in the time at least. And so then all of a sudden there's like this idea of, I called it the misfits. Strangely enough, I got called to the DR in the middle of this conversation. So I didn't get to push us. Hey, let's form it. Like, let's do it. But that was when Rubina, Kimo, T-Core, Chelsie, myself, and then I think Joseph was in it. It was like a very, like for some reason I'm remembering Tucker wasn't in it. Do you know what I'm referencing?
When is this exactly? This is right before.
This is
veto.
No, because Tucker's mid punishment at this point.
So it's post veto.
Mm-hmm.
And oh yeah, I mean you were trying to put together. No, that was when you were HOH.
Yeah. But I used that as leverage to try to bring me and Chelsie closer. That's why I brought it up.
There was also a push from like at this time. There's another push to like, I mean, since week 5, like the last 2 weeks, is a big push from T-Core, Kimo, Rubina to like mend fences between you and Tucker. Okay, and you're both just pretending, and you both know you're just pretending.
Yeah. So that is being pushed. I'm called to the DR, so I didn't really get to exercise it more. Like we were literally talking about names of like, you know, whatever. And I suggested the misfits because originally the visionaries.
That does sound familiar. Do you remember what day this was? If this is T-Core's HOH, if Cedric left on day 31, then that's going to be what? Like
it's between day 40 and 45.
45, okay.
But it's like
the morning of day 45. There's drama because Quinn is wearing Rubina's skirt.
Oh, I can give you the tea on that too. That stuff was crazy. And so like we're literally flirting with the idea. None of them knew what it meant, like within the context of Big Brother, to mist someone. So I'm trying to teach them who Dan is. And I'm like just doing the Britney segment where I'm explaining what misting is. And I get called to the DR. So I didn't really get to form that group, unfortunately. Maybe I could have pushed it the next day, but I'm also interested in sending Tucker home. So it is what it is. But the reason why I bring that up is before the day 44 party. We have a halfway party, and beforehand, I asked Chelsie if she wants to talk upstairs. This is when we finally decide that we're flipping. And my pitch to her is pretty much anytime I've heard her name be referenced, it's making it to jury, and then that's it. And so I'm acting like I'm upset on her behalf. And I said, and I think that's ridiculous. I think that you're a really good player who's worked really hard, and I think that you deserve to make it further than that. When I talk to Kimo and T-Core, like they want me to put you and Cam up. Like that's what they want me to do. And I'm not interested in that. I don't want us to be pinned against each other, because at the end of the day, that only ruins both of our chances at winning. I'm going through whatever. And then she interrupts me and just says, we have the votes. Super sick moment. But so there's like, that is me trying to push things with Chelsie, because I recognize very quickly that she is like I knew since week 2 that she was the best player in the game. Originally, I was saying it was Cam, but that's when I thought he was playing to win, but instead he was playing to last. I shift to that of Chelsea's the best player and I need to nuzzle up to her. So that week when we're flipping on Tucker, I am like using language to suggest like, you know, I am invested in you being here. If I'm not going to win, I want the best player of the season to win, like all this stuff, hoping that that buys me some real estate in the future, just because I know how dangerous she is as both a competitor and a social threat. My conversations with Kimo and T-Core is actually what leads to them being put on the block the next week in the like Mackenzie versus who was she on the block with? It was Mackenzie versus Angela debate.
And they were pushing Mackenzie.
Yes. And which made no sense to me, because I'm like, dude, Angela just targeted your boy. That doesn't make sense. And then that's when T-Core shares with me the existence of 6th Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is why I didn't put T-Core up the next week, is because I felt like she was a much more strategic player. And so that ruined my relationship with Kimo, because he was very clearly hiding something from me. As far as I understand, Tucker is on board with getting rid of Angela. So everyone should be on board with getting rid of Angela. And instead, they're like flirting with the idea of Mackenzie. And I'm like, dude, Mackenzie was going after me. Her and I have like gotten a lot closer. McQuincy is real. Okay. We are besties. Like it's like starting to form. Obviously, like she's still dangerous, but in my head, I'm like, it's a way better option than Angela. And theoretically, a player like Mackenzie, if she sees that I'm advocating for her as publicly as I was, that to me, as someone who's logical, I'd be like, okay, that's my dog. Like we should work together. But it was Kimo's like keeping of information from me of like the 5 Points Alliance and 6th Avenue and the tanks, like whatever. It's like, you've kept all this stuff from me. I've shared everything, every element of my game. You took it as being sketchy versus a reason to trust me. You've put me in this like very precarious position. And then now as we're on the rebuild, you're not prioritizing that. And so the reason why Kimo ends up on the block next week is because he's not giving me the full story and he's not thinking logically. Like the reason why Mackenzie needs to go home is because week 2, she said that she would hypothetically put him on the block since they don't talk game. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that Angela called me out last week. So what are we, or like this week, like, what are we talking about? That's what pushed me away from Kimo. Is like that conversation was very important. And I felt like I was also playing ball with them where I'm like, I'm not even bringing up the idea of backdooring Tucker. You guys have no idea that I'm sitting on this move. Cook with me here.
Well, you were playing ball because it was day 43 that MJ came up with her theory about you being in the Ballers Alliance. So the same day that you told her, "Hey, I'm working to make sure you have the votes to stay," she's talking to Tucker about how you have a secret alliance with Cam and Chelsie called the Ballers.
Why is this my life? You know what I mean? Like, why me? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. That's hilarious. The timing, especially because I felt like her and I were on the come up where I'm like talking to her and I'm like, can I give you some advice? And she looks at me and says, Quinn, you're the smartest player in the game. Why wouldn't I take your advice? I'm like, okay. Which also, she had a habit of saying that very publicly, which was annoying. And she would also
Maybe a
compare.
red flag.
Yeah, she would compare me to Ian. And she's like, yeah, Quinn's like the mastermind of the season. When my power got exposed, that was so annoying where she was like, I'm just not a good liar like you, Quinn. I just had to tell people about my upgrade. Unlike you were lying. We had come back from this as far as it made sense for her and I to link up. And I like gave her the advice, you should make a deal with T-Core saying that if you win HOH, you won't put her and an extra person up of her choice. So that then she knows that like there's an incentive for the HOH to keep you around. That conversation is very powerful. Come to find out, Mackenzie didn't make the deal at all. And then I have like Kimo battling tooth and nail to keep Angela. It's just, oh my gosh. I had no leverage. And it was all my fault, obviously. Like I was too schemy early on. But it was like frustrating to me where I'm like, dude, logically, you should absolutely work with me, please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess here. I got my timeline a little bit wrong. It was actually post veto that Leah went to Tucker to tell him that you were the one that orchestrated the Angela situation. So it was actually I think
That's just worse.
It's shortly before he gets evicted, yeah. So it's day 44, and she's telling Tucker that you're like Jacqueline Hyde. You carefully orchestrated the Angela situation and got you to blow up. He knew everything that he planned to say. He planned it all out. And Tucker was pissed.
The suits are in cahoots. No, help me, Leah. Help me.
Tucker's like, this guy, he acts like he's bad at mental comps, but he remembers every single thing about every single season he's watched. I know what he's up to. He's like, I'm here to break that stupid first in cursed. I'm from Boston. We break curses. That's what I'm here for. He's just here for fame.
What?
It was a very funny rant.
No, that's hilarious. I don't take that personally. But I'm sorry, Tucker. I'm here for fame. You heard about the show 20 minutes ago, brother. What are you talking about?
Listen, he's there to break curses, Quinn.
Which I will say, the car ride to the studio, we're blindfolded. There's all this stuff going on. In my head, I was going to be the first person to enter the house if I had a chance.
You also wanted to break the curse.
Yeah, I was not intimidated by that. So it's like there were so many similarities between Tucker and I. And then we were just enemies. Like we're both Libras. We're both like, pretty sensitive people. Even when he wants to quit in the game after Leah, he doesn't get his way with Leah and he's pouting in his bed and he's saying he's going to quit for the 1,000th time. I'm still like, this dude is still a good person and like a good role model for like kids, And so I'm like talking to the guy like, dude, you're like an annoyingly like good person and I really respect you and all this stuff. And then he's like, yeah, this guy's here for the fame.
So I think you have that conversation like shortly after that rant.
What an asshole, bro. I bet he probably felt like such a dick or jerk.
Because then he goes to like T-Core and Kimo and he's like, this guy has to go. He masterminded that whole situation. They're like, no, I don't think that he did that. I think you're trusting Leah too much. And in the meantime, MJ is also talking to Leah and Tucker about like, guys, I'm telling you, the Ballers Alliance is real. And then that night, Chelsie talks to you about flipping on Tucker, and then in the morning, she shores up the votes that night. She makes sure everyone's on board to evict Tucker during the day. People got very worried because you talked to the cameras about like, I hope she's not screwing me over. They're like, don't you dare back out, Quinn. But
I was
of course,
scared because,
yeah,
dude, in our conversation, like. I feel like I initiated it, which is like, I'm okay with Chelsie because she is the mastermind of the season. But like, I really felt like I initiated that. And maybe that's a declaration to her game. But like, when I was talking to her, I just kept saying like, dude, I know that I'm putting you, like, please don't use this against me. Like, I'm like, dude, we can take this guy out. Like, it makes sense. And so that's why I felt so insecure about it, is because I felt like I was the one who initiated the conversation and was putting myself at risk. And so that's where
that was a thing. It was like there was a lot of people that expected you to take credit for it. And then I think, to your credit, you didn't really take credit for it afterward, because it very much was, from what we saw, Chelsea's move. Like, she talked to you, she got everyone like on board.
Yes.
And so there was a lot of like, oh, is he gonna think that he was the one that made this happen? Yeah.
I recognized in our conversation, when she said like, we have the votes, and then she says that like, we have Leah, and I'm like, you have Mackenzie? She's like, yes. I knew that it wasn't my move, but I also knew that like, I'm an important factor in that decision. Like, just as easily as like my concerns that she could snitch on me to T-Core or Kimo and whatever, I could very easily flip and then keep Tucker. My issue was that like, Tucker's still not going to trust me, and he'll go after me. He'll find a way to blame me. And so, yeah, I didn't want to take credit, but I did want to fluff up that, hey, I was involved. I was part of this.
Yeah, that's
Big dogs eat. Come on now.
Oh, come on, to play with. Oh my goodness.
So then you win HOH. Tucker's out, you win HOH. I mean, things are starting to look up.
Yes. And I'm still feeling the heat of the Tucker skirt situation, by the way.
Oh, yes. There was a lot of... he was very upset about it.
Because, and I did not understand what was happening. Like, he's like, bro code. Like, what the heck? What about me suggests that I would like subscribe to bro code? So that's why when I voting him out, I'm like, I vote to evict Mr. Bro Code himself, Tucker. Cam was sharing that he probably wouldn't wear a skirt, but he like supported that I would. He's like, I think that's sick, whatever. And then Tucker walks in the room. He's super woke, you know? I'm like, this guy's gonna co-sign this. I said, what do you think? And he's like annoyed at me. Like, he's like pissed. And I'm like, what's his deal? And I was like, you know, you love it. The next time he walks through and he goes, no, you're wearing my girl's skirt. For real pissed. Goes into his room to pout. Rubina goes and talks to him and is like, bro, Quinn and I have been talking about him wearing this maroon skirt for like weeks now. Like, also, you're on the block, dude.
Yeah.
Like,
and I would say, slightly to his defense, I think that part of this was that he was already angry with you because of that whole Leah conversation.
Just hilarious.
So this was just like icing on the cake. He, in his mind, I think in that moment, you have now like tricked him into blaming other people for what you like orchestrated. All of his allies are defending you, and on top of it, you're now like wearing Rubina's skirt to like rub it in.
Yeah, that's what was kind of communicated to me in the jury house. And so then I felt really bad that I took it that way, because I was like, dude, what are you talking about? We're on the same team of like destroying gender norms. Like, that's why I'm wearing this. It's because it's a live eviction night, and I want people to see like, you can just be a dude wearing a skirt and it's not a big deal. Like, what are you talking about? And so, yeah, in the moment I was so pissed, and he like tried to talk to me before we go into lockdown. And he's like, you know, just bro code and all that. And I'm just like, sure, dude. And I was just sitting there stone cold, just pissed like this guy. I win HOH in a dominant fashion. I moved, I'm not kidding, 50 eggs in the time it took everyone else to move 10. The editing does wonders. I was super bad at the gimbal or like the ramp. That was really difficult for me. But I was able to move eggs so much faster than everyone. It did not matter. It was like crazy how dominant it was of a win. And I celebrated for easily 10, 15 minutes straight.
Yeah. There you go. So you are HOH, and from here you have a lot of choices to make. With Tucker gone, like the new power structure has just been blown up. And you're now in a position to sort of recreate your own. You get a lot of heat this week at the beginning of the week because a lot of people were like, why is Quinn trying to make an alliance of like 7 people in like a 9-person house or whatever it was? And like, yes, fair. But like the main thing here was I thought you had some good ideas, which was I want to pull in these stray pieces like MJ, because even though she's been attached to Chelsie, Chelsie has still, to this point, never really nurtured that connection. Like MJ gravitates to Chelsie, but like Chelsie hasn't done a lot to maintain that. So MJ is ripe to steal from Chelsie in this moment. I mean, you know that because not only was MJ suspicious of you being in the Ballers, she was also suspicious of Chelsie being in the Ballers. And so you looking out for MJ in a spot where a lot of people might expect you to put her up makes a lot of sense. And you start to do that work. And it's like, okay, there's a world where this works as long as, you know, you stay on top of it. And that's where it felt like you set this up and it's almost like this is where Chelsie really gets activated because you set this up and then Chelsie goes, oh, no, I'll have that. Yeah, I'll have that. And she works on MJ all week long, and she just takes it all right from you. She starts the whole Joseph thing rolling, and at the end of the week, of course, the whole last minute flip is kind of wild. But the end result, at the very least, is that like she really just takes control of the game from this point and never lets go.
Absolutely. I felt like MJ not owed me, but like just logically sees like Quinn is down to clown. Like he's on it like a blue bonnet. We should make this work because her and I had mutual friends in Leah in the pedal room. Like to me, it makes sense. It's like all the recipe for a perfect storm. And then lightning doesn't strike there. And I thought that by telling her point blank, you're not going on the block this week, especially after what I did for her the week before, where I straight up told T-Core and Kimo before I went to the diary room mid conversation again. Awesome. I'm like, well, whatever we choose to do, I'm not voting to evict MJ. Like I straight up drew a line in the sand. Like to me, I like had done all the work. I felt really disrespected on her behalf when Tucker is asking her to throw the competition, like the AI arena, and then he's still pushing for her to go home sitting next to Angela. Like that pissed me off. And so I'm looking at her saying, we have mutual enemies in Angela. That's who my target is. Originally, I wanted Rubina gone, but I felt like Angela is more unpredictable and has one more competition. So I land on Angela. But I thought that I did all the work to get it started just to witness in our unnamed 5 her like a magnet to Cam. I didn't even fully clock until later on what Chelsie was doing, but it was just her and Cam were in, like you could not separate them. And that's what I'm
Such
like,
a smoke screen because they never really linked strategically.
Which is crazy. Why not? Like, why not? Why? Oh, that's so puzzling to me. That's like me finding out T-Core and Kimo didn't have a name final too. You guys were just hanging out for fun. Yeah. What do you mean your power 3 with Rubina, Kimo, and T-Core didn't have a name? You didn't. I straight up said in the jury house, I was like, you didn't think for TV you should slap a name on it? Okay, awesome. I wanted to.
I should say they did end up in a trio, which was Chelsie, Cam, and MJ, but Chelsie was always in the center of that trio.
Yes, which I thought was confusing because I thought it was like, I don't know. It just felt like impossible to form a final 3 with Mackenzie and Leah because I was scared. This is Chelsea's aura in the game. I'm like, I'm scared to try to form something with MJ because Leah is telling me that everything we tell MJ is going to get leaked out. So I'm like, if I try to form something with her that isn't just a big 5, she's going to tell Chelsie and then I'm screwed next week. So I need to just like try to be close with her on a friend level and hope that she appreciates it. Because if I push anything too strategic, I fear that she's going to leave me in the dust for Chelsie and Cam anyway.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, what's happening is you have that conversation with MJ. I think the night you win, and it's a good conversation. But then the next day, like again, like I think the follow up wasn't really there, and instead the person that was following up with her was Chelsie, and Chelsie gets in because she's super pissed at Joseph. And because Joseph is talking his game, and so like we talked about Joseph's pinnacle, his high point, right? Things got a lot worse very quickly because he started telling the cameras that he really genuinely intended to take Tucker to the final two. And not only started telling the cameras that, but then started like basically telling everyone else in the game that it became really obvious that he was super loyal to Tucker, which was very frustrating for a lot of people in the game, like Chelsie. And then the whole thing with Chelsie, which was in the episodes, it was the final straw for him. Chelsie starts complaining to MJ about it, and they start bonding over this mutual sort of like trash talking of Joseph. They're talking now for like the day after you win, then the next day, and they're still talking, and that's when they start saying like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if the two of us got to the end together, to win of faith? Could you imagine? And maybe the three of us, maybe with Cam, we can pull him in.
Dang it!
And it was like, yeah, this was what Quinn was trying to do, and it just,
dang it! And like, dude, Joseph that week was killing me. You know, as many props as I'll give him, he's a good player. That week, I think he might have been off the bottle. I don't know what he was doing. Previous to that, he's telling everyone that he can beat them.
Yep.
But then to me, which is pissing them off, but then to me, he's like, yeah, I think that you'll beat me in the end, which I was then in the DR. I was like, it's funny. You know, he's saying he's a bigger super fan than me. We both watch Rob Has a Podcast. If he was tuning in to Survivor 46, Stephen Fishback during like Survivor Know-It-Alls articulates that if someone tells you that they think they can beat you in the end, that means, or that they think you can beat them in the end, that means they have every incentive to send you home. And so I was like, so he's making the mistake of telling me that I'll beat him because now I'm like nervous about him and him stabbing me in the back, which I had already thought he was a snake and I was okay with it. I was like, I love that we're both dirtbags. And then he's telling everyone else that he'll beat them, which they don't see as like a reason to keep him, but a reason to just send him home for being annoying. It was like the worst of both scenarios for him to do this. I don't know why he talked about it at all.
Listen, that's what I was saying for like 2 weeks, basically.
That's my guy.
It's just like, Joseph, what are you doing?
Leah and I were in my HOH room being like, shut up! And I was like, why do you hate me? And it's just like, oh my God.
And this is when your relationship with Leah starts to be like, wait, because basically like before it had been like she would be talking to Joseph and Joseph would be like, yeah, Quinn's jealous of me. And she'd be like, he totally is. And then this following week, she's now hearing from MJ that like people are not liking Joseph. She tells you like, hey, people are not liking Joseph anymore. And all of a sudden it's like you and her being like, man, this Joseph guy, like, what is he doing?
Just blowing my mind with his actions. And it's like, he told Cam that like the only HOH he's tried to win was the first one. And he goes, because that was honestly the only one I needed to win. And I'm like, stop, please. I'm begging you. Yeah. And what was crazy is I thought that by him doing that, it's like tanking his social game. And so my perspective is people aren't worried about him even more. They're like, this guy's crazy. He's not winning comps, whatever. And so that's also why putting him on the block didn't feel that threatening. Because I'm like, none of you are intimidated by him being able to win compared to this power 3. Like, he's floating in the middle of no man's land. Like, this doesn't track. Like, it. And I was trying to suck up to Chelsie by not putting up T-Core. It was just.
Yeah, this was. definitely a disaster on many levels, because you won absolutely nothing by not putting up T-Core. She was so mad at you. I don't know how much you've heard, but like she really, like, you talk about rants. Like she had a lot of rants for you that week.
Dude,
Um,
Joseph told me that she told him that like I was like a coward for putting him up, and I was like, you were the alternative, brother. Also, um, if Leah does her one-on-ones not at 2 a.m, I think that I have way more time to suss out if he's going home or not. Because as at 2 a.m, people are like, obviously we have to send home one of the three, like obviously. And so it's just like whoever's being put up is just a pawn, like whatever. And so riding into the nomination ceremony, I do have that security where I'm like, this sucks that I'm putting up my boy, but he is absolutely safe because obviously there's a 3 going on that we should all be worried about, right? Please, gang. And I also felt like, I don't know if you were there. I don't know if you were in the HOH room, nestled in there. I thought I did a great job articulating why the veto shouldn't be used.
You were doing. It did seem like you were making progress. I will say. If I try to pull up, that would have been like day 49 was when she used it. I even wrote day 49. She woke up with a different mindset. So day 48, you have this long conversation, and she was pushing back for a long time. And she started to get a little upset, but the longer you kept going back and forth, it did seem like you had talked her down a bit.
Yeah, I thought that I did a great job. I didn't make it about me because working with Leah, it's like she's a very self-interested player. You have to point out which that's not like a drag. Like everyone should be self-interested. But I'm like, this is what's best for you. Like this is blowing up your spot. Like people do not like Angela like this. You know, she said a lot of things that aren't cool. She's acted in a way that's crazy. She makes the house uncomfortable. This is going to be my rant. Like to the point where people are trying to have a conversation and then you look in the far corner and it's Angela just staring at people. That's like wildly uncomfortable. Like she is like siphoning the air out of rooms. She's acting in a way that is just like she's making her problem everyone else's issue. She is like crying about things. She was pacing back and forth within the like view of the camera, knowing that we were all in the HOH room, and she's like acting like she's upset. Like there's just so many reasons socially that like sticking your neck out for Angela does not make sense. And I didn't get through. I literally got on my knees and begged. I was like, and if none of that worked, please. Like I gave it everything I had. I brought up like Lisa and what's his bucket, her boyfriend on season 3. I'm like, she had the opportunity to vote him back in the house. Keep in mind, she doesn't know that the jury is like everyone at this point. This is me being a dirtbag. And I was like, she knew that like inviting him in the house like that would be too big of a like threat for her. Like he's a guarantee, like whatever, but it just isn't worth it. And so she doesn't do it and she ends up winning the game. I'm like trying my best to like, oh my God. And it just doesn't work. I walked her home. I straight up like, please.
I mean, listen, I can tell you that I think there's definitely a large portion of the audience that feels like the one thing you could have done more, the thing that kind of like, I guess, allowed her to make this decision was a bit of a meme.
Thoughts?
You're sick nasty. You're incredible. You looked really cool in yellow. Reminded me of the Minions. I like your smile. You treat people with kindness. You're really funny. You're really, really funny. You're really good at cooking. Your nails are good. Still French. There's a lot. It's just like the word sensational just comes to mind when I think about you.
You're so sweet.
That, you know, maybe it was that speech itself, or maybe it was just the vibe in general, but she knew she could do whatever she wanted and be fine.
Yeah, that's what's annoying.
And if she doesn't know that, maybe she doesn't use the veto.
I still think she used the veto. I think, like, she did not care. Dude, oh my gosh. I think that with hindsight, I would have, like, if I could go back in time, punch myself in the stomach. I let it be known that I would put up T-Core because Leah loves T-Core. And so my theory post game is that maybe she would be not willing to risk T-Core in that situation. But I think that if I put up T-Core, Chelsea's mad at me and then doesn't trust me. And then going into next week, she wins HOH. It just like,
she went after you anyway. I actually don't think Chelsie would have minded that much. Like I don't know how much this like came across in the game, but like T-Core, from the perspective of the audience at least, cared way more about Chelsie in the game than Chelsie cared about T-Core in the game. In fact, Chelsie, I think, talked about like T-Core going up on the block initially when you were HOH. She was like, yeah, I could like have T-Core go on the block. Like that would be kind of chill. And so like, you know, obviously she wanted Joseph on the block. It's what she had kind of been pushing for because he was annoying her. But I think for sure the move there was just T-Core, and I think you would have been in a much better position for it because like, and like the sort of like the basic logic, which is obviously more complicated, is like, well, you can do what Chelsie wants and put up Joseph and potentially lose Joseph, and then Chelsie gets what she wants. You've done what she wants. She's not mad at you. She's happy about you. But then if she wins next week, her target's gone. Who is she targeting? Or you can make Chelsie a little upset because you put somebody else on the block. But next week, she still has Joseph to deal with regardless. So, yeah.
I will say that, like, I am of the mindset, and maybe there was more stuff going on behind the scenes. I was of the mindset that Leah and I secured the votes for Joseph. The night before the eviction, we did a good job of like soft launching the concept of not sending this dude home. Like I was like really pleading. I know that I got caught up in like I pushed for Rubina to not go home, and I should have just focused the energy on keeping Joseph. But that just felt so obvious to me that he would stay. So I'm like, guys, if we can get rid of Kimo, we should. Rubina, the reason why I didn't want her to go home is because she had shared multiple times throughout the season. And maybe this is me being a weak player. But it's like she shared that she didn't want her journey in the house to be defined by that of her like showmance. Mm-hmm. And so the idea of her going home the week after Tucker, that to me, I was like, bro, I do not want her to have to live with this. And so as stupid as it is, and I recognize normally I'm more cutthroat and like, who cares? But it was like in that, I was like, man, I don't want to be that guy. You know, I'm trying to be a feminist here. I'm trying to uplift women. I can't do this. And so I think I shouldn't have used any amount of influence to argue why Rubina should stay. But I do think that we had the votes to stay, or for Joseph to stay. From your perspective, I know that Chelsie didn't. Was it really Kimo's speech that flipped things, or?
Okay, so basically, what we saw was that, I mean, quite frankly, the minute Joseph went up on the block, I thought he's probably going home. The just the overall vibe of the house and how they felt about him, and the fact that the numbers were just straight up there for it to happen, meant that it was very likely. So it was not impossible. It was like, for some reason they're still saying Kimo, but it's probably going to end up being Joseph. And then, so when Chelsie talked to MJ about it initially a few days before the eviction, I was like, okay, here it is. Like she's seen the numbers. She recognizes she can do this. It's huge for her game if she takes out Joseph here. And so she started talking to MJ about it. They went back and forth a couple times. Like kind of like decide like so like day 52 in the morning, they're like going like, okay, well, we're definitely keeping Rubina. between Kimo and Joseph, it's like there's this back and forth, and there are a couple of times when Chelsea's like, let's just do it, and then they kind of walk it back. And so when it comes down to the vote, I was expecting them to vote out Joseph. But then we find out it was apparently due to the speech. And I'm like, that can't be true. They both are saying it really was down to the speech, which is wild.
I think that I just have to believe that.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? Like, it's not like, because it's not the kind of thing, like, it's better, they look better as strategists if it did not come down to the speech. So I generally tend to believe somebody when they tell me something that makes them look less smart, if that makes sense.
And it just, to me, that felt like some dangerous stuff to be like, sorry, we had to send him home because of this, but it was actually something else. Like, I was like, I'm not in the game of like speculating stuff like that. I don't want any smoke of like thinking that they're lying, because if that's their truth and if that's what they're comfortable lying about, like, that's kind of sick. Like, whatever, man. Like, okay, that's the truth. But we had the votes. And before this is the payoff. Before this AI arena, Joseph is getting his mind right, okay? In the weight room, just pacing. And he's going, Jimmy Butler, game 6. They love an underdog. Like, just going back and forth. And I walk up to him and I'm like, can I give you a motivational speech? And he's like, yeah. And I look at him and I was like, we've seen players who can win when they want. Players like Jag or Mickey. And that's cool. But the players who win when they have to, that's legacy. You want to be Dan. You want to be Dr. Will. You want to be Tyson. Go out there and win. And he's like, full confidence, looks at me and goes, Quinn, I'm going to crush them. It feels like he's going into war and he will die if he doesn't win this. Like, this is how high stakes this feels. And I just go, I love you. We hug each other just so intensely. I thought that he could like swallow fire in that moment. And then he apparently goes out there and gets smoked.
Did you see that this is this specific competition too is one that he had been like boasting that he would definitely beat like anyone. Like, he was like, I would have beaten like Michael or Jag or like Tucker at the, like, this is the competition that I can beat anybody in.
That's crazy. And then he loses to like Rubina, who apparently had to go back and forth like 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, did you take a smoke break, man? What happened? Like, let's win the game here, please. Oh my gosh. I felt like even like Kimo is so tall, that feels like pretty difficult. And then you just have to beat Rubina. Like, come on, man. I wanted him to win so bad, but this specific comp just wasn't for him.
Yeah. So this is really a moment for you. Although I do have to just to quickly go back to
Thoughts? You're sick nasty.
You're sick nasty. I'm sure you've seen, this was like the meme of the season. I don't know if you're familiar with jet lag on YouTube, but like we had the creators of jet lag watch the premiere of Big Brother, and we had to do a podcast with them, and they talked about it. And then I talked to them after the season ended about their most recent season of jet lag, and I asked them if they kept up with it, and they said no, but we have like infected their feeds on social media. And so he was like, yeah, I know there's something about like you're sick nasty, like I just saw that everywhere.
Dude, it was like really confusing because I didn't know what I was gonna say. Like, I had no idea. Like, moments like that, I don't remember doing that. Like, that sounds like something I would do. That's how I talk to like people, specifically like women. You know. And so it's like, yeah, that's the way I talk. Like, I don't know. And so come eviction night, I was like really stressed on what I was gonna say, or finale night. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna say when I go to cast my vote, like I need something funny, like whatever. And I said, maybe I'll say that I'm going to vote for like the most sick, nasty player. And one of the people who like works for the show just looked at me and went, I was like, oh, okay. Like maybe I probably said that a lot in the DR or something, like, okay. And then the second I get my phone, I FaceTime my friend Maya and they let me know. They're like, yeah, so you were a meme.
I feel like it is just to quickly interrupt. It is a huge missed opportunity to not say for you to call them in, for them to not go, you know what, Quinn, you were sick nasty. You were, and just do the speech to you in that moment. That would have been great.
Oh man, that would have been great. I just had no clue. That is really how I talk. That's me spitting game. That's my primo stuff.
So just go back to that moment. They're telling you this is a thing. What was your reaction?
My jaw was on the ground because I didn't even remember it. And then I'm watching the clip and I'm like, that guy's spitting right now. She did look cool in yellow. All right. She is Willy funny. Willy funny. She looked like a minion. The second I saw her, she was like, boy, like, come on. Like, come on. That's my dog. And so, it gave away the Taran. You're sitting there, yellow jumpsuit on. Does that work on you?
Listen, we had a whole discussion on this. I believe, I could be wrong. I think it was, oh man, I hope I'm not wrong. I think it was Jacob Jones that was like, I want someone to talk to me like that.
Right? Like, I feel like that's really sweet. I'm just telling the truth. And also, she was egging me on. She was counting up with me. So I was like, this is a good bit. I like this. Yeah, that's, I don't know. It's my life. That's the way I talk to people.
Listen, there are much worse legacies to have on Big Brother.
Yeah, it's a little thing called Riz. All right, kids, clock in.
There you go. Okay, so Joseph leaves. This is another like classic, iconic moment from Quinn, which is your face at the end of that episode. And again, because again, it's just like, it's such deep sorrow and vulnerability, and it really helps you with the recoil of this, because again, like, normally you screw somebody over, you are the default pick to then target next week, and it very nearly didn't happen because they genuinely felt bad. And you managed to like show that vulnerability, show that you were hurt, while also not indicating that you were going to seek revenge in any way.
And realistically, like when they were talking to me, in my head, I'm like, what's the alternative? Kimo, Rubina, and T-Core? No, I am dead to them. Like, if Kimo goes home, now all of a sudden T-Core's in a position where she kind of has to work with me. Like, in theory, because it's not like MJ's prioritizing her relationship with T-Core. And so with the Power 3 staying, I'm like, they hate me now. Kimo wanted Mackenzie to go home because she would hypothetically put him up. I did put him up. And so I'm screwed. So I have to accept these apologies because it's in my best interest. And then just like my soft skills as a person, like they believed that I accepted the apology. If I won HOH like for Leah's week, I'm probably not targeting them. But the week after, if I win HOH, I'm for sure going after them just because their comp win like equity was too high, in my opinion. I don't know what your stance on that is, but
I mean, it obviously they never lost after that week, so it wouldn't have worked. You would have been too late.
Yeah, I was locked in a cage.
It was literally the HOHs after Leah's HOH were MJ, Chelsie, MJ, Chelsie, MJ. So
just way too risky. And so I also thought that like, MJ and I had that's this next week, right? Yeah, it was just like she's apologizing to me. And when she shares the reason why she did what she did, I like can't be mad at that. And so to me, sorry, there's a gnat in here. So like to me, I can't be mad given the context of why the decision was made. And so I'm curious if that kind of weighed in on them, where they're like, Quinn is a really big ally and someone who's going to like, you know, like, what am I supposed to do in that situation? I don't know.
What I will tell you is they felt totally fine about you in terms of like betraying you and all of that. The thing that kept coming up was he's too close to Leah. That like Leah screwed him over so bad, and he's still tight with he is inseparable from her at this point. And they did not trust Leah. There were a few conversations. Cam got in trouble because of this, because he talked to Chelsie and he said, "Hey, I don't know what Quinn would do, but I think Leah will come for you." And Chelsie was like, "Why haven't you told me this before?" And it was a whole conversation. But for a long time, it was like, well, Leah is a problem. Can we get Quinn to be with us without Leah? And they kept trying. They kept being like, hey, let's have a conversation with Quinn. But every time they felt like every time they talked to you, you were like, yeah, and we'll bring Leah in too. And they were like, oh, stop doing that. And so basically up until like almost like the night before, basically, I think, the plan was, if they are going to take a shot, it's going to be at Leah. And then just at the last minute, it was like, wait, why don't we just take the shot at Quinn? And then that's all she wrote, you know.
Absolutely absurd. Like when I knew that Chelsie started to not, well, you know, we already know that, but like she's articulating during our one-on-one, she says that I'm safe, and then she corrects herself and says like no definitives, like sorry, but like I don't want to put you up this week. But she's sharing with me that one of the reasons why she flipped is that Leah was saying I can't do this in terms of voting Kimo out. And so that in conjunction with like Kimo's speech and she didn't want to be on the wrong side of the vote again. That's actually why she did it. And in my head, I'm like, I'm not really buying. This feels like a cop out. Like you already have my forgiveness. Like you throwing Leah under the bus is just a little puzzling to me. I'm not too interested in, you know, like, yeah, but Leah stuck with the plan is my perspective on that. But then flash forward to hold on. We do the veto. Trick question, by the way. OTEV is so hard. And me looking for the Tucker spot and not being able to find it. Like I'm ripping through Quinn's left and right. I picked up a Cedric and was like, get out of my face. All right. I had every tile blocked up, ready to go. Me not being able to find Tucker's name piece just confirmed in my head that like, this is the right answer. And I was so convinced that when Mackenzie shows her Cedric answer, my genuine response is, that works too. You're so freaking smart, dude. Idiot. Oh my goodness. And leading up to this anyway, I'm feeling secure because Mackenzie and I have a fantastic conversation in the pedal room where we are discussing if it's better to get rid of Kimo or Angela. We both are not vibing with Angela in the house. We both are kind of annoyed. We're fed up. We've had enough. And so we kind of agree Kimo is the best threat between the two of them. All of a sudden, MJ doesn't believe that I'm going to actually go after Kimo, allegedly. And that makes no sense to me. Like, I don't know.
So basically the plan was always Kimo. I mean, from very early on. And MJ wins the veto. And she's like, I'm definitely not using it. And like the whole situation with OTEV that they I'm sure I don't know, maybe you didn't hear this story, but like MJ tells the story to Chelsie that like she was up there and Angela comes up and tries and sees MJ's answer and tries to trick her into thinking and be like, oh yeah, that's the right answer. Like laughing at her basically. And then turns out she had a different answer and thought that she was tricking MJ, and MJ wins. And then this ironically was like, to them was like, she's so not a threat. She's such a disaster.
Yeah.
Let's definitely not use the veto. Kimo's a bigger threat. We'll just take Kimo out. And at this point, Chelsie is saying that her hit list is Kimo first, then Leah, then you, then Angela, and final 3 to 4 is like herself, T-Core, Cam, MJ, something along those lines. And you have like this visionaries meeting with Kimo. And there's a very funny, you guys get alcohol. There's some kissing drama, which we'll talk about. And there's a very funny moment. I don't think this made the episode, where Rubina goes to T-Core a little bit tipsy, and is like, T-Core, I know we're your shields in the game, me and Kimo. And T-Core's like, what? No, that's not how I see it at all. And Rubina's like, come on, you can be honest about it. I'm fine with it. And she's like, no, I don't want you to feel that way. And she's like, listen, I've been on the block twice. You haven't at all. It's inevitable. I'm not mad about it. And she's like, no, that's not how it is. And she's like, listen, I don't mind. I wouldn't be upset if you did it intentionally. I'm happy for you. If I'm able to walk away from this experience with us as friends, I'll be really happy. And T-Core gets really upset and starts crying. Like, no, it's not how I see this game. It was a very funny moment. You are also we'll skip the kissing stuff for now, and then T-Core, Kimo, and Rubina, they didn't like the conversation with you earlier, the Visionaries conversation, and they feel a little sketched out. Okay, so then the next day is when things blow up for you, because Angela wakes up, and the night before, you and Leah had been like hanging out all night, and this is, I think most of this is in the episode, but like she sees you. She also saw that you were talking with T-Core, Kimo, and Rubina, and she's like, oh my god, they're working together. It's them. They're the group. And I was like, here it is. She's finally turning on Leah, just like she turns on all of her number ones. And she goes to Chelsie and she says, I hate to do it, but Leah is working with Quinn and making an alliance with the trio. And I haven't talked to Leah about it, but I think it's really dangerous. Chelsie goes to Cam and they both say, we believe it. Angela's an honest player. She wouldn't make this up. And Chelsea's like, you know what? Maybe we should use the veto after all and take out Leah because of this. And so then she goes to MJ and she talks to MJ, and then she's starting to be like, wait a minute. Okay, the more I think about this, and what Angela's saying doesn't make any sense, actually. Hold on. It doesn't make any sense. But maybe we should still just use the veto and take out Leah. Like, now that I'm thinking about taking out Leah, that does kind of, like, I kind of got attached to that idea, right? Like, it kind of makes sense to just do it. Even if Angela was lying, even if Angela wasn't right, Leah and Quinn are a problem. And I should take the shot at Leah. And in the meantime, Angela's going to Leah and being like, explaining the whole thing to her and being like, if I'm wrong, I'm such a fool. I'm sorry. And then as Chelsie talks to Cam again, she starts thinking, well, hold on. What should we just target Quinn? He's better at comps. Like, if we're gonna take out Leah, maybe we should just take out Quinn. He's gonna be better at competitions. It'll be easier to take out Leah later. And that's kind of how things shift in that direction. And the better at comps thing, MJ and Cam really latch onto this because they both feel like we'll just win out. And so if we take out Quinn, yeah, we'll just win out. And even as Chelsie starts to back away, like, actually, I don't want to do Quinn. I'd rather do Leah. MJ and Cam push hard. No, it should be Quinn. And then, things kind of get locked in from there. you know, and with Angela having just thrown Leah under the bus, they feel like, well, Leah will barely even have Angela if Quinn leaves. So she'll have nobody. She'll be easy to pick off. And so that's kind of just how it flips over to you.
That's so interesting. So like, what's it called? I was shocked to hear that they like believed Angela for even a second. Like that's why are you losing checkers to a dog? You know, like that's crazy. My conversation with Kimo, I knew wasn't great in regards to like the visionaries. That's when I was like, I threw Joseph under the bus 1,000,001 times, where I was like, Joseph, he told me about the Cedric vote immediately, that it was like a plan that was in action. And then in the moment you guys are telling me that it was just something that happened like that night. And then as time has passed, the story has changed. He told me about like I knew about, you didn't tell me about the 5-Point Alliance. Joseph was the one who told me about the tanks, and he told me about 6th Avenue. Like I was pretty much saying that Joseph was giving me all this information while Kimo was keeping it from me. And so that's actually what caused this like division between us. It's not my fault. I was just informed by Joseph what was going on, and I didn't feel appreciated. You know, I shared a lot in this season of like, you know, it feels like you chose Tucker over me, which they absolutely did, by the way. But it's like, I like really was just trying to make myself come off as, you know, my cause is just. Like, please just consider it from my perspective. But I knew my conversation, it didn't go well when I explain everything and then Kimo interjects and goes, okay, well, since we're saying things, week 4, when you use the upgrade to put Rubina on the block, I felt like you didn't include me in that decision. And I was like, all right, so none of this worked. Okay, I'm in danger. Awesome. Love that for me. That's crazy. I don't understand Cam targeting me. Also, Leah's better at competitions than me. I'm a liability in these mental comps. I
did
know
too well with the eggs.
Yeah, they're like, holy cow, this guy's good.
You seen his fingers?
Those feminine hands. I'm like, oh my goodness. Man, that's so annoying. But oh gosh. Yeah, I feel like Leah is a more consistent competitor, so that's like funny. I think that's just.
I think like specifically for MJ and Cam, they're thinking physicality. They're thinking, that's what they have. They're very physical players, so like they felt like it's going to be easier to beat Leah in physical stuff than Quinn, and like, you know, not that it wasn't still like pretty, you know, MJ and Chelsie ended up winning, but like that's how it has been for a while. Is like the end game comps are super physical, so like the logic isn't that bad, and I do think that you were the better play there. You know, maybe competitively you weren't as good, but like I do think that that like you were too, like you had ins with those people in ways that Leah did not at that time. And you also like I think were more capable of like outing what Chelsie was doing, which was the main thing. I said at that time, before Chelsie even, like from the minute Chelsie won HOH, I looked at the board and I said, if Chelsie takes out Quinn this week, I think she wins the game. And it took a second to get there, but then she did it, and I was like, okay, wow, it's happening. I think she's gonna win this thing.
She's so sick. And it's like, I think that me going home, it's like crazy how it worked out, just because I wasn't going to target her next week for sure. And it's like the trio post game, they're saying, oh yeah, we would have targeted Chelsie. I'm not buying that for a second. So like
Kimo and Rubina, once Tikor was gone, were heavily looking at Chelsie, to their credit. I don't know if Tikor said that. Tikor, to my knowledge, never looked at Chelsie.
No, Tikor didn't say it. That was interesting. Like in the jury house, there's like a lot of information given that just didn't line up. But one of which was like that they were on to Chelsie, like even like during my HOH week, they're like, yeah, we wanted Chelsie out. And I'm like, I don't remember you guys throwing anyone under the bus specifically. That's crazy. Yeah, let's see what happened that week. Our alliance now, that alliance, when Leah burns her fingers on jalapenos, if they don't give us jalapenos that night, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Okay. She's sitting there soaking her hands in milk. I'm just trying to be a good friend and support her and be like, hey, you're in pain. Let me be around you to uplift you. If we're called like the Midnight Burn Club is that's the post show. That's the name of our alliance there. To me, it still feels like you send Kimo home, right? Like, come on, brother. But it is what it is. Yeah, that's all the context I have. What I will say is I go to bed and wake up. I'm annoyed about something different. And then Leah's like, no. We're screwed.
Yeah.
I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, yeah, last night you got cooked. And yeah, pretty much you're going on the block today. And so I have to run upstairs. I only have a couple of minutes, which is great for me. Love that. First, I talk with MJ. My theory is if I can just get her to not use the veto period, like whatever. But first, I need to brush my teeth because no one wants to talk to anyone with stank breath. I'm going to town, 0 cavities my entire life. MJ opens the conversation. She's like, hey, can we talk? I need to be honest with you for a second. I'm like, oh, of course. And so now my play is act like you have no idea what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So that then maybe you can like guilt her and be caught off guard and be like, whatever. We're talking outside and she pretty much just shares that she doesn't feel comfortable with the way, like the nominations, you know, she thinks that we're going to take out Angela instead of Kimo, which makes 0 sense to me. To which I end like the conversation pulling out some friendship pins. Okay. During my HOH, I had been collecting all the veto safety pins that like keeps our clothes together and the shoes, whatever. And I made some sick jewelry for myself. And on it was a pop tab that represented my final 2 with Leah. And then I had a pop tab that represented my final 2 with Joseph. I made one for Leah because I'm sweet. And then I had an extra one. And so my like deep 3 option is, oh, well, I guess this is a bad time to give this to you then. I made you a friendship pin. Pull it out. MJ did not care, but I tried. She seemed in the moment to be like, oh, thanks, Quinn. But post-show, she says that she knew what I was doing. So it's whatever.
So what happened was there wasn't a lot of this this season, I think primarily because of the AI arena, and literally like the second the AI arena went away, like it starts happening that they basically inoculated themselves to the guilt because they felt guilty about the decision to begin with. So that night before, when they were talking with Leah and after, they were doing the thing that happens on Big Brother, which is like, actually Quinn sucks and it's all his fault that he's in this position.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I don't think the guilt tripping could have worked. Actually, when you started to pitch to them strategically after the fact, they started to go, Quinn's right. Maybe we should be doing something else. But by then it was a little too late.
And it was like, I would have loved to open with like strategy, but you
didn't have time.
There was zero time.
Shot.
I sprinted up the steps. That's when Angela calls me a weasel. And I'm like, I burst into the room. I'm like, Chelsie, can we talk? And Rubina's sitting there. And I'm like, Rubina, you have killed me. And this guy, oh my God. Why am I like, because what was tossed my way was that like, I expressed that I didn't appreciate that Rubina keeps guilting me on like wanting to work with me, like whatever. But it's also like, you know, it was my actions that are causing this. And so I'm just like, dude, I feel bad, but like my logic is there, like whatever. And then all of a sudden it's like Quinn's working with Rubina. That's what's been shared with me. So I'm like trying to plead with Chelsie. And I'm like, I'm not going after you. I'm not going to put you up. I promise you, I'm not targeting you. I'm not targeting you. And Chelsea's just like, it feels like I'm not your like priority, which in my head, I'm like, oh, do I have one person ahead of you in line, Chelsie? There's a power trio right over here that is like, they will die for each other. Like, what do you mean? And I'm just like, I'm not here to talk about them. I'm here to tell you right now, this is not good for your game. This is a waste of your HOH taking me out. I'm not going after you. There's no other option on the other side of the house. They're coming after me. I'm like trying my best, but we literally just didn't have enough time. And so
you had Chelsie at various points through the week. It really like it did go back and forth again. It really was like Chelsie was probably your biggest supporter that week of the three of them. But she ultimately decided to go with you, and did tell the cameras that she loved you and that she wanted to wingman for you. And she was literally saying like, "Hey, you women out there, this guy's great.
Use code Chelsie." And it was crazy because Chelsie, to me, I was like, she's got to be the hardest sell because obviously Cam and Mackenzie, they don't have that relationship with the power three. So I'm like, let me sell the heck out of me staying for Chelsie. I offered her, I'll never put you on the block. And then if I win HOH, you control my renom. And I was like, do you feel comfortable with that deal? If you had to break the deal or if you had to break the tie, whatever. My pitch to the unnamed five was, you can use me as a pawn. I'm not scared of that. And because at the point, like where pawns are necessary, we all compete in the veto. So I'm like, but they don't know that. And so I'm just like, that is a deal that you can't back out of. And so I'm like, you can put me up every single week after that, and there will be no blood on your hands. You're automatically filling one seat. And so you should absolutely keep me. I'm expressing to them that like, they don't care about you. I'm invested in your success. I don't have any future with them. I have to ride with you guys. And so I thought that like Chelsie was the hard sell there. To me, it made too much logical sense for MJ and Cam to want to keep me around. Cam specifically, because it's like, bro, I'm the one guy who steps up for you when everyone's bullying you. So come on.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those weeks where I felt like MJ and Cam were advocating against their interests, and Chelsie was advocating against her interests. Like it was just like, why? This should be flipped. But there was a crack in this where I was like, okay, if Quinn leaves, I think that Chelsie has this locked up. Except she did not handle Leah very well initially. And Leah was pissed that you went up on the block and was telling Angela, if I win, I'm putting Chelsie and T-Core on the block against each other. And I was like, wow. Like that is exactly the move. If she does that, the entire game turns upside down. And then lo and behold, we'll get there. Before then, of course, you are eventually voted out. You walk outside and you're greeted with
What happened, dude?
Jerry O'Connell.
Crazy. I couldn't believe it. That's my dog. Kangaroo Jack, which, first of all, now that I'm voted out and you can be unbiased, how good were my eviction night speeches?
I mean, I think they were good. I mean, you definitely pissed off Tucker with one of them.
He's never seen the movie Holes, found out.
Nope.
Or the SpongeBob movie, Knucklehead McDorkatron. Come on now. And then the second one, I was so nervous, but I thought my logic was there. Vote to keep me, so that I go home next week.
Mm-hmm.
That to me makes sense. Yeah, I got to talk to Jerry O'Connell.
People thought you would be upset that you didn't get to talk to Julie.
I mean, I was certainly disappointed that I didn't get to kick it with my homie Julie, but I knew that we were going to be friends in real life and hang out all the time, so wasn't too stressed. Also, I'm a huge Kangaroo Jack fan, as everyone knows. My letterbox got leaked while I was on the show, and people were like, why does he have 5 stars for Kangaroo Jack? That was one of the first conversations I had with Joseph. He shared that he was a movie buff, and during Sequester, he and I actually would order the same movies. I didn't know it was him, obviously, but I was like, were you the guy that was stealing this, this, and this? And he's like, it was me, which was a really cool thing. So seeing Jerry O'Connell, I was like, this is a real celebrity. Like, oh my gosh. And then I also wasn't convinced that he was a fan of the show. I had not seen that he appeared on Rob Has a Podcast. So during the commercial break, I was like, you can be for real with me. You watch the show? And he like looked disrespected and was like, yes, I'm a fan of yours. I'm shocked that you're here right now. Like, really cool guy. I saw some hate online. He did a good job hosting. I thought he did all right.
Yeah. You then also, just to skip ahead a little bit, you then also had another shocking change in host for the jury roundtable. No more Dr. Will. Taylor Hale, or as Brooklyn might call her, Taylor Hall.
Yeah, Taylor Hall. As a 34-year-old married mother, I was ecstatic.
Yeah.
No, I was losing my mind because, and she even said, "Sorry, Quinn, like that I didn't get Dr. Will," and I'm like, I am a Taylor stan. Okay, her presence in real life is crazy. Like I couldn't pick my jaw off the ground. I'm like, oh my gosh, imagine entering the house with her. This is absurd. And so I was just, it was not shocking at all, just because I feel like it made perfect sense.
Yeah.
I also thought that Dr. Will was going to like big time me and be like, you're a fan, so therefore you're a loser. Like, that was like
not an uncommon thing that he does.
Yeah. And so I was like not super excited to have to like hold my own against Dr. Will. Like, I was obviously excited because he's a legend of the game. He's like my second favorite winner, like in like the GOAT talk. Like, and so I was disappointed, but I was also like, this is Taylor. This is a huge win for me. Like, I feel comfortable talking about the game in front of her because I feel like she's not going to be like, this guy, he's a fan of the show. What a nerd. Like, it is what it is. I was excited.
Okay, so you are voted out. How did it feel? Because I think that you had to probably recognize that, like, especially after the Joseph thing, like your path to the end was pretty precarious. So did it feel like devastating, or did it feel like, that's kind of figured?
I think that after articulating all this value, I think that after articulating all the value that I can provide to people's games, I had kind of gotten my hopes up just because I felt like I was cooking. I thought that I did a great job of explaining why I should stay. And then being able to get Angela, which is a shocking thing. Leah went up to bat for me with Angela. And then in my conversation, I'm like, all I have to do is just pour my heart out to Angela, just articulate, hey, I love and appreciate you, which is what I had done for Rubina, T-Core, and Kimo that same week, just because from my perspective, I was like, I know what's coming, like whatever. Let me at least share with you what I think about you. So I did that with Angela, and then she turns it into a strategy talk. And she says that if I give my word in front of Leah, that then she will vote for me to stay. To which I responded, okay, as if I would care about breaking my word in front of Leah. I do not care at all. Like, despite public whatever, who cares? Not me. And so when it comes down to waiting for the votes, I'm optimistic, but my fingers are still crossed. I'm a superstitious guy. I wanted to stay. And so I think that I tried to convince myself in the moment, like, you did it. Like, it's going to be okay. And then it was like, the walls are paper thin. Instantly they get torn down when I hear that I get voted out. And so it was genuine disappointment. I was super sad. I was a little confused. That same week, everyone's saying that they want to kiss me and they want to marry me, but they evicted me. So it's like, you guys are all lying in this game. I didn't know that was allowed. And so, yeah, I felt this overwhelming sense of like disappointment just because I knew that it wasn't best from my perspective, it wasn't best for Chelsea's game. And so I'm like, this isn't even the most optimal move right now. Like, if I went home and I had been like gunning after Chelsie very publicly, that to me would make sense. If I didn't, campaign hard enough, then I would be like, all right, that's not my fault. But it was the fact that like Kimo didn't even campaign until he saw that I did it. And so I felt like I did all the work necessary. And so when it didn't pay off, I did feel like extremely disappointed by the situation. I got my bracelet from Rubina, which I heard caused a lot of discourse. Like, I'm sorry that in the moment someone's trying to put something on my wrist, I'm like, I'm good. And then when I see that she's upset, I'm like, okay, you can, yeah, all right. Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't even realize it said jury duty until I got to the hotel. And then I just laughed out loud. I'm like, this lady is crazy right now. But that's iconic. If it was meant to be malicious, I would respect it way more. But it was just like her being, I don't know why she did that. But yeah, I was pretty disappointed. Talking to Jerry O'Connell was a very cool experience just because he's so famous. And then he said that he was a fan of mine, which I was like, I have fans. That's cool, you know. In the back of my head, I'm like, he probably would have told that to Kimo too. Like, of course, he's a good host. But yeah, it was just disappointment hearing that I got voted out.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you mentioned before you got voted out, there was some kissing drama. A lot of people wanted to kiss you, and even a little conversation with Leah about it. This was, I think, because like basically all season long, up until the week before, the narrative was Quinn has a crush on Leah. She's dogging him in the house behind his back. And then all of a sudden it was like she stopped dogging you. And it was like, oh, well, it's like, okay, maybe they're like chill now. And then she was like, yeah, maybe I want to kiss you, basically. And it was like, oh my God.
Crazy.
I think it was something along the lines of
come on. Come on. Woo! Quit playing with it. Like, what do you mean? I was like, oh my God. Yeah, I will say, that's crazy. Yeah, it was wild. It is weird hearing that. In the moment though, I did want to die. When Rubina was doing the like, oh, Leah, get in here thing, I was like, please stop. Please stop. I was down to make out with Rubina because I knew Tucker would see it. And so I was like, go ahead. Yeah. And I was like, you know, who cares? So I was pushing for that. And she was like, oh, you're scared, whatever. I was like, do it. What's up? And then it ended up not happening. And then it got flipped on me, which this is what I get for flying too close to the sun. Then that's when Leah's called in there. I felt like really embarrassed because I don't like the idea of like a public, you know, kiss, where she feels pressured to do so, you know. In those tight interpersonal relationships, like whatever, I really like to ask, like, you know, is it okay if I kiss you right now? Like, just because that I like that. So even if we had kissed in that moment, that would not have been what I wanted. Like, even though, you know, obviously I would like to, but it's like, I'm thankful with the way that was handled. I'm happy that she just ran away. I was like, that is much better than like the awkwardness, uncomfortability of her being in the bathroom and they're like, do it. I was like, please stop. I'm going to throw up. And so then, yeah, talking to her in the pedal room, we're talking about, you know, not even kissing, but holding hands, you know, that's crazy. You know, we're out here. Big dogs eat. Woof. Yeah.
So you go to the jury house.
Mm-hmm.
She eventually joins you. On the show, it really like seems like it fizzles very quickly. Like you're both kind of like, yeah, we're friends.
Yeah. As I'm in the jury house, am being like very conscious of like the exit press made me think something else was like being said behind, like, you know, in the DR or something. Like I was like, what did you guys show in the episode to where now all of a sudden you're asking me about like a relationship with Leah and like moving out to Miami and stuff. And I'm like, what are we talking about right now? So I was like being very intentional to not like romanticize her and try to provide a space where it's like nothing's expected. Then she gets in there and is like, actually, I did have a crush on Quinn. And I do like whatever. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? And it's just like conversations pass, and it's just like, it's very public like, you know, and then it's like, you're on a show. I did a lot of lying, you know, like we don't know who we actually are in real life, things like that. And so just had a very mature conversation of like, we're very comfortable with being friends and stuff like that. And so that was kind of the experience. We're just pals.
Yeah. So obviously, just to conclude this, you get out of the house, you find out probably a lot more. I assume you didn't talk too much about it in the jury house. You probably find out a lot more about like how she had been kind of dogging you throughout the season. How do you feel about it now? Do you, because you talked about like, you know, you were hurt at various points in the season when you found out about certain things, and like it would have really hurt you. Were you hurt when you found out? Are you still hurt? How do you feel about it?
I think that like at the end of the day, like I have kind of stayed away from those clips just because like who wants to see that about themselves? But if I made her feel uncomfortable in those moments, I need to like own up to that and accept responsibility. From my understanding, you know, I said that I would stop flirting with her and she said, no, that's okay. And so that to me was like, this over the top flirting is fine. And she's comfortable with that. And then behind closed doors, she doesn't feel the same way. That's an error of my communication. That's not her responsibility to like track that. And that's why that there was a like drop off. And then all of a sudden it's like, I'm HOH. And then the flirting is back up in action where it feels a lot more like she's reciprocated, whatever. So it certainly hurt my feelings, but I knew that it wasn't coming from a malicious place. I don't think that she would ever be mean to anyone on purpose. Like she is a good person. She's very nice. She's very sweet. And so my biggest regret is just that I made her feel that way in the house. And I need to like take responsibility for that. We vaguely talked about it and she's just like, if you see things like I do want to talk to you about it, like that kind of thing. And that's kind of where it's at. There's no ill will at all. I don't know, like it's okay. She's my friend now. So that's all that matters to me, you know? That I don't know if I could have any other greater opinion on that other than like, you know, it is what it is. Like, you know?
Yeah, no, and like I think that is the sort of like the only way that you can really feel about it, which is that like, you know, I think that what will often happen, and maybe you've seen this, maybe you haven't, is that like people will come out of the house and you'll hear from a lot of people who like will hold grudges for you and want you to hear all of the bad things and want you to be mad at the people they were mad at the time. And like you don't have to be. You don't have to be that way. You all shared this experience together. This was a pretty tame cast in terms of like what you were doing in the game. You know, each person gets to decide like in what context they decide to take things, but like, you know, you're all playing a game. There's a lot of factors for why somebody might like be extra distrusting or suspicious of somebody, and that could lead to like a different way of treating them and that they otherwise would, and so on and so forth. So like, you know, it's good to hear that you are just kind of like, you know, yeah, it is what it is. Like,
Yeah,
there's no point in trying to like hold a grudge.
I think that it'd be like kind of immature to do that. I think that realistically on our season, all the worst bullying happened weeks 1 and 2. And so it's like, other than that, I feel like people were pretty, well, for the most part, like some things were said about other people, but I was very fortunate that the people who talked trash about me, it wasn't that crazy. You know, Tucker's calling me a snake. Fair enough. You know, like I can't be mad at that. It's just like, for me, I'm in a very fortunate position where people were really nice to me. And so the one time, like someone may have dogged me a little bit, I don't really care, because like at the end of the day, I know who they are as a person. I really like being around them. They did offer like a security blanket for me within the house, maybe not behind closed doors, but that's who they were in front of me. There were multiple times where I was down pretty badly that Leah went to me and talked to me and uplifted me. Like, she didn't have to do that. And so I think if anyone wants to be angry on my behalf, don't, because I don't want you to. You know, if you're a fan of mine, then that means you're a fan of Leah's. That's all that matters. Quinions and Leah's loons is a circle. Okay. So you can hop off like whatever high horse being upset on my behalf. I am not a delicate flower that needs to be protected. I have my own like thorns and I can defend myself. And if I felt some type of way about it, then I would speak that way, but that doesn't give you permission or, you know, anyone to feel that on my behalf. So that's what's really important to me.
Well said, Quinn. Well said. Although I have an issue with you.
His name's Taran. He rock climbs, so I'm hoping.
Oh,
that,
you're a rock climber.
I'm hoping that we're boys after this.
I can't.
Probably not. I much like Joseph, I can tell I would be the kind of person to get under his skin.
Yeah,
Like,
yep.
Which is disappointing because I watch his videos like every day, but yeah, he just like watches.
Hell it down.
You call me nerdy. You act like I'm this elitist that's not going to want to hang out with you. Like, what is this, Quinn?
I'm a very exhausting person. And so I just assumed, you know, you're a little bit more reserved just from what I've seen on screen. Maybe behind or, you know, in real life, you're really out there. But I just feel like I would be grating for you.
Listen, I know that I give off a lot of alpha vibes, but in real life, it's like even harder. You know what I mean?
You're like a Sigma, you know? It's
Yeah.
like, you're so alpha, you become Sigma. I get it, man. And it's like, you know, what grade do you rock climb at?
Probably like V6, V7 would be, but I don't do a lot of actually graded climbs. Because I mostly do what they call slab lab, which is like it's numbered from 1 to like the hard, like easiest to hardest. So that's so this is what I will tell you. I'm probably like a V6, V7 slab climber, and more like a V4, V5 like overhang cave climber.
Okay. Are you flying out to Nebraska or what? MW Climbing. I like know the owners.
You know the owner, but do they have a slab lab?
They do. Yeah. It's like that's when it has yeah, you did a series. I didn't realize that was slab lab.
Oh yeah.
No, they have comp routes and stuff like that where it's ranked like that.
Yeah.
And it's just like easy, medium, and hard. So maybe we'll get you out there for one of the competition days. But you know,
listen,
we'll figure
it. The weather here is better.
Or what if we meet in the middle? We go to Nashville and then we force Corey to go rock climbing. And then there's a rock climbing.
I already forced Corey to go climbing. Did you know this?
Yeah. I heard that. I heard about that. So I'm like, okay, you know, we can pull up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Cool. You're coming over to the West Coast all the time now, right?
Yeah. I was on the Amtrak recently. It was pretty crazy. It was, yeah. I was there for a Halloween party. It was a good time. I got to hang out with Jag. I got to hang out with Taylor. I got to hang out with Lisa. Like just the 3 big names in Big Brother right now. Yeah.
There you go. What climbing grade do you climb?
The like V6. I haven't climbed a V6 yet. Mm-hmm. So V4, V5, I'm in there. Like swimwear, but I haven't beaten the V6 yet.
It is a tough jump. What I will say is that I climbed when I was in New York for the live show, and I was crushing like 8s. And I was like, whoa, am I good at climbing? I'm pretty sure they just grade really easy compared to where I am here. But like, it made me feel very talented.
Okay. We'll get you out here in the Corn Coast.
We'll see what kind of grades you have over in your neck of the woods, sir.
Yeah. From what I've heard, they're like, oh, you climb at MW? You must be really strong. That's what my friend Foster told me. So
there you go. Brooke Rabbit climbs at the gym. I climb it. Or climbed when she was here. Brooke Rabbit silver medalist.
That's crazy. Yeah, Jimmy Grippers. That's my D&D character, and it extends to the wall. All right, I'm out there.
All right, let's talk jury.
Yes.
you get to the jury house. You're of course met by various people as they come along. Can you just like walk me through the story of your time on the jury?
So for the first week, I journaled every single day. I did not talk to the sequester managers that much. I was like, leave me alone. But I didn't cry as much as I wanted to. Like literally, I move in, I put all my stuff in the master bedroom or the primary bedroom. I walk down the steps, 2 steps, sit down, weep into my hands twice. I'm like, and then it's gone. It would just evaporate from my body. And then I would just journal nonstop. And so I wrote about every single person, 3 pages each. I wrote about every single HOH competition, 2 pages each. I did the days just in case there was a battle back and I got back in there, I would be well studied. I wrote about every single power veto, 2 pages. I would daily journal. I wrote about every single movie. This is my official final 2 power ranking. 7 of them. Pretty good. And then let's see. I got autographs from the crew. I wrote about every single alliance that I was knowledgeable about. That's a 2-pager. What else? Oh, I wrote about my exit press and wrote like what I thought was happening on the show. In my head, I was like, Rubina must be like a very big narrator because everyone keeps asking me about this bracelet. Well, it's not that big of a deal. I got autographs from the cast. I organized a Big Brother 25 and 26 boxing match like schedule. A lot of important work being done here. I wrote about the second, like each juror that would come in, I would ask a lot of questions. This is like after T-Core is voted out. Oh my gosh. This is me like trying to color code like what would happen if they won HOH. Like I was just spiraling for information. And then that's what I did on the start. Watching movies with T-Core, showing her Stranger Things. If you didn't know, Tucker was almost Billy from Stranger Things season 2.
Wow.
And so we were watching that with the context of like, this guy should be Tucker right now. Okay. Not that really good actor who got it instead. It should be Tucker because we know him. Nothing too crazy. Losing my mind. Just more people got in there, obviously. And then let's see. The day of the roundtable, we're sitting around at breakfast, and Angela is just like, guys, let's make good TV today. Let's not take things personal. Like things are going to be said and whatever. And as she's teeing this up, I'm like, oh, I'm going to be verbally assaulted today. Is what that means. It's that she's not warning us to like, hey, Leah, just a heads up. If I say something that hurts your feelings. No, she's talking about me. It was interesting witnessing like people's narratives like kind of shifted. Very, minds plagued by like hindsight. This is like not throwing stone, but all of a sudden everyone was like a master strategist. And I was like, I feel comfortable saying I was dumb. Like, I don't know. Like Angela got in there and she let us know that she like tricked all of us the whole season and that she was playing us. She said that she kept talking about how she's going to adopt Kimo. And I was like, that's a 36-year-old man with gray hair. I don't think he's looking for a mom. I think he already has one. They're just wildness. Yeah.
Strategically, what was the conversation throughout, like as people were coming in?
I know for a fact me and T-Core are on the same wavelength of wanting Chelsie to succeed from like start to finish. We weren't allowed to talk about like who we were going to vote for, but just in talking about what had happened previous to our evictions, we both had an appreciation for Chelsea's game. I know for a fact Leah was impressed with Chelsie. Like, Kimo would have won if he was at the end. Wild. I was saving my talking points for the round table. I was like, all right.
That is wild because my draft team consisted of Cam, Mackenzie, and Kimo. And I came so close in so many different freaking ways.
You could have, instead, you let Puya snatch me up. All right. My dog. Which, by the way, you guys were all so shocked to be like, well, apparently he's athletic. Do I not get that vibe? Come on. I'm athletic as hell. 452 mile, dual sport collegiate athlete. You guys are like, I don't know. Hard to say. I'm just kidding. But Kimo for sure would have won, which I was like, I was ready to go to war. And I really like Kimo. I just felt like he didn't have a winning game. It also depended who was sitting next to, of course. But
like Kimo versus Chelsie, how does that go?
Oh, Chelsie. T-Core probably votes for Chelsie. I vote for Chelsie. Mackenzie votes for Chelsie. Cam votes for Chelsie. So, and then I don't know. It's also like, realistically, the round table, I feel like did kind of just open the door of like, this is who we should probably celebrate the win with. So I have no idea how that round table would have gone, but it was very interesting. Like, the anti-Chelsie, specifically from like Angela, was wild. Like, she was like, she lied on me. She said that I she said that I threw Leah under the bus, but I threw Quinn under the bus. And so she kept saying this in the jury house, and I'm just sitting on it. And I'm like, just wait, Quinn, like, just wait. So then we get to the round table, and she brings it up again. Chelsie lied on me. And I was like, whether it was Leah or me that you threw under the bus, you did that. You still, like, whatever with Leah, you still threw her under the bus because you said she was a part of this alliance. You did that, not Chelsie. And then I tried to get into further my point of like her telling a lie, saying, you know, if it was a lie, by saying it's Leah, that shows that she has a thorough understanding of the landscape of the house, that we would believe that you, Angela, threw people under the bus, but then there was a plane that flew over and they're like, okay, let's refocus the conversation. So I didn't get to finish letting it sing, but yeah, I had a good time at the round table, you know, turning up.
Was there any talk, because we talked a lot about this, was there any talk of like, whoever is the person to cut Chelsie, we might vote for them? Like, say if Cam cuts Chelsie and takes MJ or something along those lines, does that give Cam any credit?
The comparison with, or like the metaphor that I used with Cam voting out, I was the only pro Cam person in there. Nobody else would have ever considered voting for him. It is what it is. Like, I understand his game is abstract and kind of hard to understand. And like, maybe he's not as active as other people. Like, he was called a floater, which I didn't think was fair because he's in 1,000,001 alliances. Like, he has aura socially. Like,
Angela kept calling him a floater, which was
which is like, what the heck? But I said that him voting out Chelsie is like, you drive off the side of a cliff, and if he wins that final HOH and cuts Chelsie, it's like him throwing a grappling hook, and you just have to hope that it latches onto something and he gets the win. But I think that people saw Mackenzie's comp wins, and that is like a more direct hand in their eviction, so they respected it more. Like, I think that Cam came off as too nonchalant throughout the season, and so I don't know how much win equity he truly had.
What about like if like Rubina or Kimo, because they were actually planning, according to what they were talking about, to cut Chelsie in the end if they had the ability to. It sounds like they probably would have beat Cam, but what if they had, either one of Kimo or Rubina had cut Chelsie to take Mackenzie?
Kimo wins. Rubina, I have a hard time just because strategically I wasn't sure how involved she was in things. I'm not sure if this is like me being really cocky, but I feel like I would have been able to control a lot of the conversation in the round table on who the vote was going to go for. And I'm not picturing myself voting for Rubina over someone like Mackenzie, who, you know, had her like strategic shortcomings, but she still was a bit more active, I feel like, throughout the season. I don't know.
It sounds like there wasn't a lot of consideration for like, if you cut Chelsie, you get a lot of credit. It sounds like it was just still kind of like, well, whoever's sitting there will judge them.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe that I got.
Interesting.
Which is wow.
Okay. Anything else from the jury?
Let's see. The jury house, like, I had my birthday in there, and man, I was not in a good place mentally. I was like leading up to my birthday, I was crushed. I was like, this sucks, dude. But it is what it is. A lot of people were and I'll admit, like, the closer we got to the leave date, the more stir crazy I was going. People, like, when they got voted out, were like, oh, thank goodness that's over. And like, I was still super disappointed that I got voted out. And so while I understood that they could appreciate the break, I like couldn't. I was like, no, dude, I want to get back in there and play. I was like, were you not having fun? Like, I had a very difficult path in the game, but I was having the time of my life just because I was like, this is such a fun game to play. And so, yeah, I really struggled personally. Everyone else seemed pretty well adjusted, which I was happy for them. Yeah, it was a good time.
All right. What about after the show? After it ends, Chelsie wins, confetti, top 3, AFP. I want to say I called that.
Really?
I did. Toward the end of your run, I felt like your edit started to get really like hero-y. And I was like, I feel like Quinn has a shot at top 3. And people were like, you're crazy, Taran.
Like,
they voted him on the block.
They're like, Tucker's gone. Let's start being nice to him. I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I was super thankful. Oh, that's something about the jury house. Angela was very, like, she thought she was going to get it. And I was hoping that wasn't the case, because I was like, Tucker makes sense. Like, I like, that makes sense to me. We had also kind of gotten the idea that like Mackenzie would be a great person to root for as a fan, because she was on the block. She's winning competitions. Like to me, I was like, she's kind of got like the grounds of someone who could be very appreciated by the like fans. Yeah. I was super thankful to make it top 3. Once I got my phone back, realizing how bad things were for me, it made me appreciate the people. Oh, wow. Yeah, it just made me very thankful. The people who like were going out in masses, like my day one Quinians, the people who, you know, I was called a lot of disrespectful things. I received a lot of death threats. I like, you know, crazy stuff was happening, and I still get those messages, which is fine. But it's like, getting top 3 with that context meant a lot, meaning that like the people who were out there and voting are very sweet, and I really appreciate it. On stage, I was just like, yo, they said my name. This is sick. Oh my God. Because in my head, it was always going to be Tucker. Like, he is so perfect for this show. He may have wanted to quit all the time, but like, he's great TV, and no one can deny that. So I was really happy for him to get AFP, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So show's over. Any other like stories or like experiences from the post show that you want to talk about?
Oh gosh. Do you have any in mind specifically that you're referencing or no?
I don't know. Just like I don't know. What's life like for you post show right now?
So the show ends, got a lot of love, and while in LA, like Tucker had 4 birthday parties. It was so sick. Got to take a lot of pictures with a lot of fans. Just having my phone is a lot. My phone like regularly overheats, and then it just dies. So then I have to like restart it all the time. Just because everything is so positive. I'm looking into like becoming a Twitch streamer. So I would love to figure that side of things out. Yeah, I just really want to capitalize on this while honoring the community that's uplifting me. I'm a huge fan of the show. And so like right now, like people from Survivor are reaching out to me and I'm like, that's crazy. Shout out my dog Teeny and Soul. Like, oh my gosh, Soul is from Oklahoma too. So I messaged him. Zeke is also from Oklahoma. And so I sent him a message. Like I reached out to those two. And I just expressing like, hey, you guys are awesome. And Zeke apparently watched me play Big Brother, which was like a really cool experience for me. Teeny watched and they reached out to me, which I was like, oh my God, that's cool. So that's been very surreal. I'm looking to like meet as many like prior players. I want to connect with the community as much as possible. Like that's my main focus, being like an influencer. I feel like, I don't know if I've got that dog in me. I don't know if I'm that neat, but I'm going to try, get my money up. Those are kind of the things on the docket ahead of me. Yeah, I'm just very thankful for the opportunity, but more than anything, the feedback from everyone. It's been like outrageously positive, and the people that have like spread hate in my direction, they can kick rocks. All right. Cause they can't compete when they can't compare. So they can live with their own lives, or live with the fact that they'll never be me. And that's tough. Yeah, it's been very, very great being in the real world,
Yeah. Well, Quinn, it's so nice talking to you. You, the game did not play out the way that you hoped. It happens. But what I really appreciate about you, many things really. But one of the things is that, you're a very good sport. And you're not, sitting here being like, no, here's why nominating Joseph was a good idea.
Yeah.
but also like you genuinely are, and we talked about this, but like you are such a positive force, and I can completely understand why so many people connected with you in the house immediately. Just like you're very easy to talk to. Like I'm like messaging with you about doing this interview, and you're like sending me voice memos and like what's up, man? It's very nice, and it's really cool to see somebody like you get on the show, be such a fan, and somebody who really takes the experience with a whole heart. And like takes it in as much as possible and enjoys it as much as possible, and plays the game hard but with no hard feelings. And so it was really cool chatting with you and getting to watch you in the show. So thank you, Quinn.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. That means a lot coming from you. I really do look up to you. I think that you're like insight on the show, and like Rob has a podcast in general is a very positive program. I appreciate that. Yes, despite the name, change it. But now we're in too deep. It's like, and now it's a conglomerate, so it kind of works. So annoying. But it's like, to me, this like your guys' coverage of reality TV is very positive, and it feels like you're trying to uplift people rather than, going on reality TV is a very insecuring process, and you're putting yourself out there. And instead of using that as an opportunity to just tear down anyone and everyone, I feel like you guys are just really good about uplifting people. And so I'm thankful to have been asked out today. And then listen, guys, you can say I was messy, but at least I was cognizant of that. Okay. And imagine if Kimo doesn't like sell me out for whatever reason. Tucker and I link up for realsies. The underdogs exist. Now all of a sudden I'm the greatest player of all time. All right. I was trying to play big.
Step aside, Mr. Giesling.
Yeah. Dan, get out of my face, dude. Like, I hope the fans appreciate that I wanted to play in a very big, bodacious way, a majority alliance. That's a snooze fest. Okay. I saw your tweets. In my head, I was like, I can already tell. They're like, oh, wrap up the season. That we've got all these great competitors. So I'm like, let me change the narrative. I'm just kidding. But yes, thank you so much for everything. Thank you for featuring me today. I really appreciate it.
All right. Well, that is what we have for you then on the Quinn deep dive. It did, in fact, happen.
What happened, dude?
It did happen. And I'm sure we will talk more in the future, Quinn.
Absolutely, man. Everyone pull up December 4th. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about the live show?
Yeah. Is that the 4th?
I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to be there. So,
What the heck? Are you avoiding me? What the heck? I'm going to be in Texas. All right. Check your calendars. Pull up. Rob has a podcast. RHAP. Quinn's there. All right.
there you go.
Hit my line. Buy a cameo from me. That's what I should plug. Buy a cameo. They're good. They're like 7 minutes long.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's value.
That's very long. Yeah. Go to the live show, hang out with Quinn, and tell him he needs to come to San Diego.
I'm down to clown.
That's it.
I'm in there like swimwear.
All right. I'll be back with more postseason coverage. I have locked in with Chelsie. So we'll be talking with Chelsie about her winning game of Big Brother 26. So stay tuned for that, and stay tuned in the off season. We'll keep some Big Brother stuff coming out for you as well. So thank you all so much for joining us here today. If you want to find me on Twitch, you can. I'll be watching Survivor live and Big Brother when that happens. And hey, maybe I'll be streaming with Quinn at some point. So find me over there. And check out all the other podcasts I got going on. Scripted shows. The Tastemakers talk about what you should be watching, and all that good stuff. So thank you all one more time for joining us for this very deep dive. And I will see all of you next time.